Obama. Hello. All right. Um, I feel like every time I start the stream, I have to warm up with my voice and like I don't know, I have to like get comfortable. It's always so awkward, but I'm always like I make the weirdest noises into my microphone. I'm like "Blah, blah, blah, blah," and I usually mute myself. Um, but I gotta shake off the dust somehow. Oh, it's YouTube only too. Oh, which means like of course we're not gonna have a lot of people. Probably. Lauren Souther. Oh my god. There we go. We gave Lauren Souther an N. It's fixed now. Um, YouTube stream. Whoa. Also, guess what? I have this thing of water that I can fill little cups with. Isn't that amazing? I'm so excited. Oh, he did. Oh my god. Yo, the pog face. How to what? Blah, 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 blah. I don't know what that means. Papiet. I don't know what that means. Oh my god. Okay, also, I have this YouTube editor guy who we agreed that he can have 100% of my YouTube revenue if he edits my videos, which I think is a sick deal because I really benefit just from like the exposure and from like the clout part of it. Like it's ultimately what he's doing is like building a brand, and I'm willing to like invest a lot up front. And so I'm just yeah, 100% because he's gonna do so much work. Or rather, he's incentivized to do so much work because like if he works, if he makes things, he's going to be able to get what it he produces. Well, here's the thing about Destiny is that Destiny, his YouTube channel makes like $500,000 per year. Like I saw in a video recently, he said that. So like he can split it, but like my YouTube channel is probably gonna make like $1,000 a month, maybe if I'm like working at it, which is like not a lot of money. Like he's mostly doing this like for free, but like has the ability to potentially make lots of money if we work at it. Oh, here's the other thing. Is like the first time that I talked to Destiny, just like talking to Destiny, made it so I made an extra $4,000 that month on OnlyFans. So like that's kind of what I mean when I say that like I don't need the money, I just need the exposure because like it's so much more valuable for me to just be like out there and to like start building a channel than to like earn money on the channel right now. So yeah, 100%. I he didn't ask for this, but I would consider giving him also money on top of that. Like I would consider paying him some small amount like per video. But I prefer having it where he gets like a cut of how much the channel makes because I think the incentives are better in that situation. Amazing. Okay, here's the other thing. I have, what is this called? Duct tape on my shirt because I was worried that my shirt would pop open. And also, I have a little like metal thing, bobby pin. It's not quite a bobby pin, but it like functions like one. No, okay. So like you should do 60/40 and like you said giving more on top. I would prefer if he just gets 100% because that way his incentives are really good. And also cuz like I think that the way to build like a really long-term project on YouTube is to like find a way to do it that is fun for you personally. And I think that's what I'm trying to navigate is like developing a habit of streaming and of putting myself out there that is enjoyable for me. And I think that when I do that, I will be set up. I will be because that's like you find a way to enjoy it. And this is like what Destiny did. Like Destiny just loves streaming. And so he like streams every day. And when you stream every day, you build up this like momentum. And you need to combine that with something. Like you need an actual value proposition. You can't just like stream no cam, like no commentary, a Skyrim all day. Like because there are people who do that and no one watches them because the content sucks, right? But if you do have like a core value proposition, a lot of times it might just be a matter of like developing the following. And I feel like I do have a core value proposition. Like even if my political takes are like complete dog shit, I think that like I just have like a natural like bias, like a benefit, which is that like I can just be like a girl on the internet. I never saw this message. Hold on. Hmm. I never saw this. This was sent back in 4 months ago and I missed it. Oh, the pog face? Oh, okay. Have you ever seen Amaranth's content on Twitch? It's awful. It's some of the worst content available. Because like she will just be like away from camera, being like, "Oh, I'm changing into a bikini for like 45 minutes." And then she's on camera, but she's like out of focus. It's blurry. She's like in the corner of the frame. She's like bumbling about. She's coughing. It's like terrible. I've tried to watch Amaranth so many times because I'm like, this is the model. This is how you do it. The thing is that like what Amaranth does like really works for her, but it like inadvertently demonstrates like how low the bar is. Where it's like you can really, if you have like a following and you're like a pretty girl, you can do like so little and make so much money. And so I think that like I can just like I can do that. I can do like if like at the minimum, if I'm just on camera and I'm wearing like skimpy clothing, which I'm not right now, but like if I were, that is like an option for me. Uh, do that. But I think I can do better than that by combining it with good political takes. And that's my dream. That's my hope. I love having my hair up like this. But the problem is always this is what it looks more like. Hmm. I could do skimpy clothing and politics. I think that would be all right. I think I would get a lot of views. Because last time I was in a bikini on stream, it was very good for me. But also, I just like arguing with people like so much. It's crazy. A blow up doll with less insight. Ooh, harsh. I'm glad you find me hot, though. Bro, I would love to do hot tub debates. There's this girl, Merrick, Punished Mother, I think, on Twitter. She's like talked with Destiny. She's SDL's girlfriend. Sock done left. Sock done left, right? Socialism done left. Um, she's his girlfriend, and she like tweeted once. She was like, "I just want to be like a hot tub streamer who talks about politics." And I was like, "Yes, that's me. I want to be a hot tub streamer that talks about politics." Because that sounds based. It sounds pog pilled. I am wearing a shirt this stream. Um, Very cool. The shirt stream. The shirt based stream. Sorry, I'm gonna mess with my hair a lot. Because I have lots of weird tics that I do on camera. Like, exactly. Wearing minimal clothing would be a good debate tactic. Takes your opponent's focus away from the topic, damages their potential of winning the argument. Eat a pizza at the same time. It would be destructive if I did that. Okay, Jesus, why is this? Oh my God. Mhm. I think it'll be okay. The button does look so heroic. Oh God. Puke on stream. What? No. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. That seems like a bad excuse. Some pro gamers in fighting games play as characters in skimpy clothing as an advantage. I think they might just like looking at girls in skimpy clothing. Oh, okay. I was trying to like write out a position for this discussion. I don't think this discussion is gonna get super like facts heavy. I think it's gonna be mostly like memes. Um, but yeah, I've never interacted with Fuentes before. Oh my God. Font size so big in my notepad. Notes. Mm, Order moved up. Wait, why is it not showing? Oh, what? There we go. Okay, this is like so cringe. I don't know how to like write this in a way that isn't cringe. Like ugh. But like basically what I want to hit on is that like gender abolition bad, um, women and men are different, pregnancy, child care. Um, we're gonna talk about like the wage. I feel like I don't know. I feel like war on women like begs the question about like transgender stuff. Oh, this is what I need to do. I need to figure out ways that the right is wrong. Um, because I hate feeling like a partisan hack. And like I think the right, and especially Fuentes is wrong in that like the goal shouldn't be for women to go back into the kitchen or to like only become homemakers. Because like in the modern economy where human capabilities extend far beyond OS muscle. Mm. In a way that understands. So there's this problem we think of like female pathology, and like male and female pathology are very different, but both are destructive. And like male pathology is like violence, but female pathology is like reputational destruction. And so I think that like with women, the ability for women to engage in harm scales with social media. And this is like a Jordan Peterson talking point, but it's very true. And so in the modern economy, where human capabilities extend far beyond the prowess of muscle, and the capability for women to contribute to society is greater, um, should do an and, depriving women of their ability to contribute makes all of us poorer. So the best solution should be to find a way to integrate women into the workforce and into politics in a way that, um, how do I express this? Um, I don't know. I kind of want to argue against Fuentes though. Like, I think my biggest thing is like um I don't want to appear like some like rightoid hack where it's like all I do is like, talk about how I should be like destroyed or whatever. Or like give credence to transphobes. That's not my goal. And I think that really like the way to prove that your ideas have merit, that they have teeth, that you have staying power, and something really to tell people is to show that you aren't just like playing for partisan, clout. And that's not what I want to do. I don't want to play for partisan clout, right? Even if it makes some communities hate me, I want to have principles. I want to stand for something. And so that's why I think it's really important to like not give the game away to certain right wingers. Oh, hold up. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Just speak your mind. Yeah, that's the goal. Hair. What is the deal with hair? Who even knows? Okay, I have like the worst hair genetics, like head hair genetics. Like my father, he went bald at 18, and my mother has like very thin hair. And it is rough. I don't want I don't want dirt on Fuentes. I don't people I've had people ask before, like, do you want dirt on like this person or that person? And the answer is like no. Um, whoa, QX Deuce, hello. How's it vibing? Thank you. I'm glad you think I'm pretty. I am, you know, a huge bucket of lemon water. The power. It also has apple cider vinegar, but only a little. I'm a big fan of kombucha, which has like a similar bitter taste. And so I wanted to just give it just like a little hint of spice. So yeah, that was the goal. And I could just fill it like this. Crisp, refreshing. Yeah, it's like sour. It's great. Okay, don't. Exactly. Why am I not wearing a burqa right now? Oolong tea. I think I have. But it probably wasn't very good quality oolong. So I had it from a boba tea shop. I think a burqa would complement my looks. That is to say, it would hide them. It would just be my eyes. Although I feel like that's always like a meme, like in media where it shows like Middle Eastern women. It'll show like their eyes, and their eyes look like gorgeous and like very intense and dramatic. And it's just their eyes in like a burqa or a niqab. Is that the other one? I don't know how to pronounce it. Okay, that shows the full face. Niqab. Um, it's true. Super wide eyes do pop. Also, yeah, I'm sure the Groypers are very familiar with my content. I think there's going to be a lot of people on the panel for sure. Maybe too much, but Lauren Southern, this girl named the Marie Oakes. I think she does a lot of like econ content. Um, there's going to be Doobie, myself, Star, Alex Stein, Brenton Langle. Oh, I didn't even notice him. I didn't know this person. Interesting. You are a whore. Fatty McFat. You're disgusting. We'll see how Alex Stein does. Because he's done really poorly in debates before. And he's just like dragged down his entire side. So we will see. We will see. Yeah, I think he is really bad at debating. It's going to be the most insane panel ever. We're going to go sicko mode on this panel. Elbow cough. Yeah, goblin mode. I feel like I saw some like right-wing channel talking about goblin mode. I remember who it was. Was it? I don't know. It might have been the Lotus Eaters. Had a video on like goblin mode. Yeah, I might have seen Sargon of Cod, Carl Benjamin talking about it. And they were like, oh, these women who are growing out their armpit hair. How disgusting. What do you think it would take for YouTube to start being the home of streamed political commentary? I think it's going to become one. I think Destiny is getting really big on there. And YouTube is like more permissive than Twitch with streams, which means it's a lot easier to do like pushing the envelope type content on YouTube. I have okay, hold on. Moral matrices. Let me pull this up. Okay. Let me pull up this banger image. Okay. Look at this. The liberal moral matrix versus the conservative moral matrix. Okay. And on the liberal side, you have like, they really care about care/harm. They care a little bit about liberty and a little bit about fairness, and not really at all about loyalty, authority, or sanctity. The social conservatives, they care pretty much equally about all of these things. And so like care/harm is really like, it's like where equity comes from. It's the idea of like reparations, of like taking care of the homeless, etc. Liberty and oppression is like liberty, freedom, like gay rights would be like a liberty thing. Ability to like, live how you want to live, sexual freedom, etc. Fairness, cheating is like pretty universal, and it's pretty like what it sounds like on the tin. Conservatives also care about it, but basically the idea that people shouldn't be able to get ahead. This is by Jonathan Haidt's work. He's a social psychologist. He did this really big survey of like 30,000 people or something. That's true. By liberal, he means like American progressives. Yeah, so are like different places have different names for it. So like in a lot of the literature regarding moral psychology, they use liberal to mean like progressive, and that is how he's using it here. And then the social conservative matrix is like very equal. And so you can take this test and you can see where you place. And it turns out that I'm like very not similar to either of these groups, in that the only thing that I share with liberals is the fairness cheating. And the thing that I share with conservatives is the authority subversion. So like I'm very strong on fairness and very strong on authority, which means that like I do not fit into conservative areas or liberal areas. Because like I'm not a traditionalist. I'm not like religious in the way that people who are very like concerned with sanctity and degradation are. And I'm not a libertarian. Libertarians are like massively liberty and like partly fairness. And I don't really care about care versus harm. So like my positions derive just from like a different moral matrix than a lot of the current political groups. I think it puts me, well, also because like I think that corporations are like the perfect sort of instantiation of how I view politics, and that they're like corporations are like very hierarchical, but like the free market forces them to engage fairly, at least in theory, and like I think in general it does. Where like if corporations are, engaging in poor ways, they're going to be punished economically ultimately for that. It's not a long-term iterative strategy to engage in like betrayal. And so I think that like fairness, like establishing an environment where like people are kept to certain rules and then they're allowed to like do whatever they want in those rules to optimize for certain outcomes, I think is good. And so like I'm trying to put together like a political manifesto just to like articulate everything, but there's this like old idea called patchwork and it's awful. It was created by Curtis Yarvin Moldbug, and I don't know if anyone's ever read or tried to read Patchwork. Basically, chapter one is like good, and then it goes off the rails and it's stupid. And but I think you can salvage parts of that idea, and that's what I'm trying to do, is to salvage parts of that idea. But basically, I think that like voice is really important in politics. I'm very much like I don't know, more on like the elite theory side of things. So that is how I try to articulate my politics to people. Yeah, it's psychotic philosophy, neo-feudalism. And like I I don't I don't know if you've read it. It's like oh, it gets really stupid. That's all I'll say. He like starts talking about like liquidating people for like biofuel. It's not great. Um it's not great. But the core idea, which is basically that people should be able to choose where they live easily. And I should just create like I should just create like a paint image to express this. Oh no. Okay. A paint image. A paint image. Oh, look at me. I'm so in the bottom corner. Um, okay. Window capture. Okay. Now we got to move this to the bottom. Not order. Move up. Okay. No, it's not libertarianism. I mean, it's kind of libertarianism. If libertarianism were better. Okay, so basically, what I think we should do is offer like a special economic zone. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. I think the government should auction off a piece of land. Okay. And they tell people that if you own this piece of land, you can live in it and you will be exempt from most federal laws. You'll still be bound by the Constitution. So, like, there are certain fundamental rights that you can't violate, but like, you don't have to pay taxes, right? So the economic value of this piece of land is like at minimum, it's like the price floor is the total number of taxes, time discounted, that someone would pay for the rest of their life. So, like, first of all, this is like already, it's a way to generate money for the government. So, what you can do is you can say that, like, this money, once it's created, once it's paid, will go to like lefty causes, okay? It'll go to like okay, homelessness, socialized healthcare. Um, have read Nick Land. I think he comes off as schizo. Okay, so this is how you get the lefties on board. All right, you say we're going to auction off this land. We're going to use the money for social programs. It's going to be great. Awesome. However, it's not just the tax value. The piece of land is actually worth a lot more than just, you know, time discounted taxes. And the reason it's worth more is because if you're on this land, you can actually write laws and you can write whatever laws want and you can levy taxes on whoever comes to live in here. So people, you buy this piece of land, it's undeveloped, but let's say you like invest, right? So you put money into the piece of land, and then there are people, okay, there are people who come in to the area. And then you generate taxes off of those people. So potentially, if you think you can run the government better than the government can, basically, you want this piece of land, and how much you're willing to pay for it is equal to exactly how much better you think you could run the government than the government. Which means that you can fund potentially these lefty causes really a lot. So lefties should be a fan of it. There's one sticking point, okay? And everyone's going to say this, right? They're going to be like, well, what if there's horrible human rights abuses? What if this is really a bad place to live? You know, don't you know about company towns? Like, this is going to be so terrible. So this is what you do, okay? You say, if you want to own this piece of land, people can go and live on it and you can write laws, but you have to let people, you have to put aside some amount of money. And that is exit money. Okay. So when people come in, let's say they come in and they don't like it, right? Sad face. What you have to do if you're the owner is you have to take this exit money and you have to make it so it's easy for people to leave. So if anyone is sad, they can just exit at any time for any reason. And so this lowers the cost, or it lowers the value of the land. But what you can do is you can require people when they join to put up exit money. So you could like charge an admissions fee basically of like $1,000 to move out. And so I think that what you would do is you'd basically make it so there's financial incentive to govern better than the government, right? So like price is equal to time discounted taxes plus how much better you think govern. Okay, so let's say like Elon Musk, he thinks he's gonna govern super well. He's like very confident, right? Well, maybe if you are a lefty and you think that Elon Musk is not going to be able to govern very well, then you take that bet with him by implementing this policy. So Elon Musk thinks that he can govern like $1 billion better than the federal government can. Like, and that's very low, but like, let's say he thinks that. And you don't think that he can. So he gives the government an extra $1 billion in taxes, which you use to fund lefty causes like homelessness, socialized healthcare, blah, 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 bullshit. So you use that money. Elon Musk gets his piece of land. He tries to develop it. And you're like, this is your lefty brain thinking. He tries to develop it. He does terrible. Okay, so people leave. And he has to put money up so they can't leave at any time. So they can leave at any time for any reason. People do leave. His land is worth nothing. At the end of the day, the government gets money. Elon Musk's net worth goes down. Very sad for Elon Musk. Okay. And you've just funded things. But here's what happens if he does govern well. Okay, let's say Elon Musk governs really well and he actually makes more money than he paid into it. Wow, he's really happy. That also means everyone who's going in is also happy because they're not leaving. So he's able to continue to tax them. So people are happy. Elon Musk is happy. So either way, here's the deal. Okay. Either Elon Musk governs terribly, he loses money, and you're happy because you get your socialist fantasy projects funded, or Elon Musk governs well and you're happy, people are happy because they're moving there, and you don't have to move there. So this is this is my ideology, okay? The special economic zone ideology. And it's based. Wait. Based ideology. Who is Nathaniel B? Is this a meme? Are you going to be like, Nathaniel B on these nuts? I don't know. God. Okay. I think I'm going to ask my YouTube editor to turn this explanation into a video. Oh my God, is this going to be something horrible?
You can't handle me. Hold up. Ain't you Nathaniel B?
What?
Get the fuck out of the floor!
I'm so sorry. I'm such a boomer. Yeah, exactly. So like, Asel Martinson, you think that the government's inefficient, right? So under this plan, a lot of people agree with you, and the government is pretty inefficient. So what this does is basically it puts a dollar sign on how inefficient you think the government is. And if you think the government's efficiency can be improved on by like, $2 trillion per year over, whatever area of land the special economic zone is, probably a pretty small area of land. So like city sized. If you think you can improve by $2 trillion, then the value of the land is like $2 trillion basically or more, because you can levy like taxes. You can basically invite people. How do I say this? People will pay for good government. Okay, and so if you think people will pay, $2 trillion for your good government over the U.S.'s government, then you can levy that amount in taxes. You can earn a profit on it, which is good for you, right? But basically, effectively, this is a betting market, okay? And I can't stress that enough. It's a betting market where someone can bet that they can run the government better than the government can. And if they're right, then we succeed. And if they're wrong, then the government benefits. So like, and people in general will benefit from these causes being funded. I'm a sezist. So true. Do you think I can spell constitution? My mouse. The Constitution applies. And it applies in the same way that, like, as if you, the owner of the special economic zone, were Congress and you were like writing laws, basically. So, like, how do you account for corruption, right? So, like, let's say someone buys this area and they're just horribly corrupt, right? And they manage it terribly, right? So people move in, they find out that it's terrible, they leave. Okay, remember, we forced everyone to, like, we forced basically the special economic zone to put up a certain amount of money for leaving funds, basically. So, like, if people are going to leave, they can draw upon the leaving money. They can use that to exit. So, like, let's say it's really corrupt. Well, people leave them, right? And then if people leave, it's empty. You can't levy taxes. They just go back to their lives in other states, other cities, and it's basically a huge loss for whoever paid for the area. It's not really like this. I don't, yeah. No. This would be like a radical departure from any kind of policy we have currently. Though special economic zones exist in other countries and they're effective, like they exist in China and elsewhere. Although this would also be like quite a, it would still be like a departure in some way, a radical departure from, you know, the standard special economic zone where like many laws still apply to one that is like very much lax laws. Like I'm saying, get rid of like all federal laws except ones that are guaranteed in the Constitution. And oh, here's the other thing: is that like, right? What is the color that represents the Supreme Court? I don't know. Supreme Court shouldn't be green. What should they be? They're going to be gray. Um, Basically, if someone thinks that they're violating, where the fuck is my mouse? Okay, someone thinks that they're violating either this or they're violating the Constitution, the people can go to the Supreme Court or they can go to other, you know, courts. Maybe like they go to the court of whatever state the special economic zone is in. And they basically take the owner of the SEZ to court and they say, hey, we think you're not living up to either this principle or this principle. And then they can be forced to pay out. So we basically enforce it through the courts. Okay, we got a Zoom link for good stuff. I'm going to return. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be back. And then we'll start. Oh, 圣果. No, no one knows who I am, so they haven't looked me up yet. Hoping they don't, because then they'll learn the truth. Whoa, I'm back. I'm very based in sour pill. So true. Whoa. Okay. I'm going to try to argue what I think is true. I think the difficulty in part, oh, I think the difficulty in part with just trying to argue what's true is like what I believe to be true is very unpopular. Well, President Taft already existed. We had a real President Taft. I have no opinions about race, okay? Do not tar me. I think my opinions are unpopular because I'm going to be saying things that, like, well, there are problems with women voting. And, like, the people who agree with that don't want to hear. So we need to work to, like, overcome those problems and still include women in the process. They don't want to hear that. They just want to hear, yeah, fuck them, get the women out of here. That's what they want, right? And so, like, I'm not going to give that to them. And I refuse because I think that's wrong. Oh my God. Women equals bad. So true. Women equals Satan, is what I think. Women are demons. Yeah, I'm unpopular because I care about the consequences of the radical versions of my ideas. Whoa, true mama with the support. Incredible. Women be shopping. That's my politics. I thought we were going to start the panel, but we are. Oh, I guess it's still 3 minutes from start. eat hot chip, be bisexual. Ugh, women. How dare they? All right, we are in.
Hello, hello. Hope you guys can all hear me. How are you?
I'm
Hello.
good, James. Can you hear me? I got a new mic. Can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear.
Hello. Right. Am I
Hello,
am I coming
Stardust.
through, James?
Yes,
Yo.
Brenton. I can't see you yet, though.
Oh yeah, I'll turn that on. For some reason, it's not going through my headset. Oh, that's why I have it turned off.
Well, we're glad you're here. This should be a lot of fun. And yeah, so, oh, is anyone here banned on Twitch? I don't mind if you are. I just was planning on streaming on Twitch. And so I didn't want to get anybody in trouble for looking like they were trying to do a ban evasion.
Very, very admirable of you, James.
So just in case, I plan on streaming to Twitch for our 3 Twitch viewers. So how are you, Lauren? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm just making sure my chat can hear everything going on.
You betcha. Glad to have you.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I know we've been trying to work this out for a while. I'm a busy lady though, and I'm usually only free Mondays and Thursday nights.
Yeah, no, this is fun. This is cool. Monday night works well for me, and this will be a fun time. So
Excellent.
Marie, good to see you. Happy to have you on for the first time. How are you?
Hi, thank you. Hopefully I sound okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, great. Sometimes it's like hit or miss. I know Lauren knows this.
I don't know what you're using for a wireless router, a toaster or something, but I'm glad it's working tonight.
Well, sometimes like I have other people using my internet. So like my mom just has to stream like a TV show whenever I stream online. So it's
Nice.
that.
Love that for you. Thanks, Mom.
Brad and Taff, good to see you. Is it okay if I call you Taff for short?
Yeah.
How are you?
Or April, whatever's easiest.
You got it. We're glad to have you here, April. And so we're gonna have a tremendous time. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it, and I think Nick will be here any minute. And then let me check. Oh, Doobie will be here any minute too. So, but yeah, should have everything set. That looks good. I've got everybody linked in the description, and we'll definitely give a shout out during the debate at least once. Just letting people know they can find your links. And I put all of your, what I assumed were kind of like your primary platform links. So like Marie, I put like your Twitter, Lauren, I put your YouTube. But if you have another one, or frankly, if you'd like to have more than one link in the description, like I'm happy to add them. Like it's not like there's any limit. So let me know if you'd like me to add any links or a link tree.
Yeah, cool.
Brad.
James, are we okay to stream on Twitch? Because I was thinking that it would just be YouTube, but
I
will be
highly encourage you stream wherever you'd like. And the only thing that I was asking and wondering about was like, so partway through, Lauren has a family obligation and Destiny is going to jump in and take the spot. So what I was worried about is potentially, like, I don't know if Twitch would consider that like an attempted ban evasion on anybody's part, mainly like, because Destiny's still banned from Twitch, right?
Mm-hmm. I think they might. It's always the risk.
I felt like I don't know, maybe I'm getting Mandela affected, but I felt like that ban was lifted. But I don't know.
Also, isn't Nick
Brenton, do you
banned
believe
on
in the
Twitch?
Mandela effect? Do you believe in it, Brenton?
I mean, I believe that it happens. I don't think it's like another
Supernatural
reality.
I
coming.
agree.
Yeah.
Destiny is
that's a
definitely
big
banned
that's a big
on
conspiracy.
Twitch.
See, I agree with you on that, but it's weird. Like Chick-fil-A, I swore was spelled different when I was a kid, but whatever, you know. I guess
Yeah,
I
I had
wrong.
the same thing with. I always thought it was the Bernstein Bears.
Yeah, of course, not Bernstein or whatever the heck. Hey, Lauren.
Berenstain, yeah.
Hey, Alex, how's it
Hello.
going?
I'm excited
Or
for
was
this.
that
I'm
Alex
actually
behind?
arguing. Yeah, I'm arguing that there is a war on women. So how is this broken up, James? Because people were saying it was 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 1 or some.
Yeah, I have
drama
no
like that or
idea.
something?
I think it's
team I'm
everyone
on.
against everyone. Free for all.
Battle
Age
Royale.
match
Blood
style.
sport. Yeah.
Oh.
Alex,
Yeah.
that's a
Oh,
really
yeah.
lovely office you have there. I like the grand piano.
Well, it's a conspiracy castle. You know, we have a nice place. You know, if it's a castle, it can't be a dump. It has to be nice.
Absolutely. It looks expensive.
Well, that's what a green screen, a $29 green screen will do for you.
Shh, don't
Lauren.
tell
Anything.
people it's a green screen. Don't be silly.
Where's my dog?
Just let them believe
Somewhere.
the lie.
You'll see Ginger, my dog, will knock it over constantly or go underneath it constantly. So
What kind of dog?
Well, so basically what we'll do is sorry, I was my computer. All of a sudden my computer
Ignored.
is
what did you say something to me? I didn't hear you.
Yeah,
So
you know what?
said
It's fine. It's fine.
You said what kind of dog? I thought you
Please
said a
ignore
sweet dog.
women,
It's
Alex.
a pit bull. Come here. No, I'm pro women. What are you talking about? I agree that there's a war on
Ignore
women.
her.
Wait. Did
I'm
you
about to
just
go
say it's a
insane.
pit bull? Did you just say it's a
Yes.
pit bull?
Come
Did
here,
you know
Ginger.
they're
Come
like
here.
87% of all dog attacks are pit bulls?
Oh, already with the
despite
crime
yeah,
being
come here.
like
Come here.
3%
That's
of
why
the
I got her.
population?
For yeah, well, duh.
What?
So if anybody comes to my house, they're gonna meet a mean ass dog. Duh. Ginger, attack Lauren right now. Digitally attack. I love you, Ginger. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. She's a good girl.
We got to get you red pilled on the pit bull question, or we're gonna see a headline: Alex Stein
Oh,
eaten by
boy.
own pit bull at night.
I have 5 cats too. You know, I'm an animal rescuer. I have a bunch
Oh,
of
I like
animals.
They're
I have
inherently
to jump in on
dangerous,
that
for
because
sure.
my mom is a dog breeder and I grew up around them. I don't think pit bulls are particularly more dangerous than other breeds. I think it tends to be that people buy them for the reasons Alex said he did, specifically to use them so they might attack people.
okay. Nick is I think, let's see. I am sending the link just to be sure that Nick got it. I think the first email that I sent might have like not sent or something. But basically, long story short, Brent. Oh yeah. So, in case anybody's wondering, technically, Alex Stein wants to say yes, there is a war on women, but like roughly the way we're going to actually divide it is like there are people who lean left and people who lean right. So Alex is still a person who leans right, and then as well as Marie, and then Lauren, and then Nick, and then Doobie, Stardust, Brent, and Taff, April, they're all leaning left. And so it's generally speaking.
Don't try to classify me, James.
Yes, that's right. If you're like Brenton and you can't be put into a box, you maybe on some things you're like, I actually kind of lean right on this or left, whatever it might be. That's, you could say, like surprising to the audience. That's okay. Like, you can go that way. So
Yeah,
don't feel like you have to.
I am on nobody's side because no one is on my side.
You know what, Brenton? Are you the one that I was fighting with who was in the chat that one time?
Yeah, I was trying to help you.
Probably.
Yeah, well, I don't care, Brenton. Don't ever try to help me, ever.
I
Again.
definitely will not.
Wow, I like that. I love
happy
that
to meet you again,
feistiness.
by the way.
I'm
love
doing
that.
great. How are you?
Oh, wait. Am I allowed to speak? It's like supremely triggering that you guys all have your cameras at like different angles. Like some of you are on the complete left side, some of you are on the complete right side of your camera. So I can't focus in the video, but
I'll try to hang on.
there we
more
go.
in the middle.
Amazing.
What are you using?
Everyone
OBS?
adjust your life for me. Oh yeah, I'm using OBS. I don't understand I barely understand how anything works. I don't even know how I got this stream started up.
Where am
Well,
I?
I feel like you could fit it in the corner. I see how you got it laid out, but so what do you have, multiple monitors and you're using a screen capture for us? Is that what how you're showing
yeah,
us?
correct.
Yeah, I
Well,
just
you know,
put you
you
guys
can-
in the corner. But you can use like a
You can
virtual
resize it.
command, which is best.
I don't know, guys. That sounds like a lot of effort for my woman brain.
Okay.
Like I said, waging
Well.
a war on two fronts, the one with my own brain and technology, and the other against the world, apparently. My entire sex versus the planet.
It's gonna be amazing. And Brenton has volunteered to get the ball rolling. So that way at the very start, and this is, we try to like keep our introduction stuff to a minimum, namely introducing modern day debate, because it's not why they're here. They want to hear you guys. So I am basically going to go on screen for a cold open and I'll say, hey, everybody, today we're debating whether or not there's a war on women, and we're starting right now. And I'll basically explain to the audience that those, and I'll say, with our participants on the left side of the screen, so they'll be seeing like the mirror image of my Zoom, so it might look a little different on your side of Zoom. I'll say with our participants on the left being those who are taking the yes position, and those of our participants on the right side of the screen taking the no position. And then I'll say, and we're going to get the ball rolling with Brent's 2-minute opening statement. And then Brent is just going to open us up with 2 minutes. And if each,
Can you give me a 30-second warning, by the way, James? I don't notice
Oh.
the passage of time.
Yeah. And if each of you wanted a 2-minute opening, you could. Otherwise, I just figured if we just start with Brent's 2-minute opening, it kind of gets the ball rolling, and then everybody can just jump in whenever they'd like,
Sounds good.
with a response. And then, yeah, in fact, I invite you, Lauren, if you have any response to Brent, just because we have you for limited time, like feel free. We can just you're invited to respond.
What
but
am I
then-
responding
You're
to?
gonna have me just go one-on-one right off the bat.
He's gonna have to say something.
Oh boy.
That's true. So that's true. Theoretically, you might agree with them, in which case somebody else can jump in too. So, yeah, we'll just leave that flexible. Whoever wants to jump in and address Brenton's interesting opening statement. I haven't heard it yet, but I know it's going to be interesting. So,
Were we supposed to
Interesting.
prepare opening statements? Oh,
No.
No, I'm just.
I did not do my homework.
Oh, come on.
only Brent.
No,
I was
I'm
walking outside. I
pretty
just
sure-
can't believe.
I'm
have a
pretty
short
sure
opening
people are
thing.
gonna
Sunburn.
start coming out with all this like data and statistics, and half of us are like, yeah, we didn't go that extra mile.
I
Like
did read
we're like,
studies.
yeah,
for
we're like
this.
the D students here, and
Yeah,
you're trying to be like the
Preparing
A.
for debates is for nerds. Like, we don't
But
do
I
that
feel
shit.
like we're not going to get
Ah,
into
we
like, the
gotta-
studies.
CGI
I think I
frog
fit
here.
way too easily into the. I'm
Hey,
a professional
hold
comic book
I'm
writer.
xenogender, okay? I'm a frogkin. Don't insult me with this
don't-
CGI shit,
okay.
okay? This
All right.
is how I feel inside.
don't-
Lauren,
All right,
please.
I don't do CGI.
Did you
people
guys know
debates,
that
but
women
okay.
appear to have a 2-to-1 advantage in hiring for tenure track positions? Well,
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You know
Well,
what's
it would make
interesting
sense in
about
my
that is
opinion.
like almost every single one of my professors that was a woman at the time, all of them went on maternity leave before they started. So they all got to keep their tenure like in place while they were gone for 3 years. And
That's
then they just had a huge shortage of professors and they couldn't hire because you're keeping this place. It was a disaster in my university.
It sounds like an incredible grift. Just lock in that job and take out.
That was literally what happened though, and it created like this massive issue, and we were all like, so we don't have a teacher for this class, and this teacher had to like take extra classes, and one of our professors was doing like 6 classes.
I mean, I think the thing is that like women and families and childbirth are like of civilizational importance, and like humanity cannot exist without women being able to make those sacrifices. And so like we definitely need women to do that, but at the same time like it comes with this natural cost to careers.
Well, it's also like like if you're about to have a kid, like maybe you
It's true.
shouldn't take like a job.
Maybe there's an element of responsibility there.
Nick will be here any moment.
Any moment now. Any moment now. All right.
He's
Brenton,
probably
did you
like-
wanna-
He's probably like, oh, they're holding the show for me, like they're all waiting for me, which we are.
He
Yeah,
clicked
make
on
him
my
wait,
Twitter, he
make
got
him wait.
distracted. He's like, whoa.
We're running out of time. I only got 50 minutes now.
That's true.
I got grass to go touch. It's waiting there specifically
You
for
got a
me.
garden?
I do actually.
Awesome.
Got
I've been-
blueberries right now, lavender.
Oh, nice.
herbs, yeah.
Blueberries are so annoying in my soil because mine is like basic. You basic my soil.
I
they need,
no
like-
idea.
My
I just know
soil
they
is
grow in my
clay.
soil.
It's
Yeah.
horrible. It's clay. It's so hard. And then when it gets really, really hot outside, it starts just like cracking,
Oh,
like as
hello,
if like the
DGG.
earth is falling apart.
There's
yeah.
Fuentes.
Yeah, so like the pH needs to run like for blueberries. It's supposed to be like between like 3 and 4, and if you've got clay soil, yeah, yours is probably closer
Yeah,
to mine, which is
no.
like 7.
Yeah.
My
Yeah, I'm an
hope is that my
agriculture
Twitter is
kid, so
distracting.
I know all this.
Cool.
I did soil science, so
Nick is like really
Glad to have you
weird
here, Nick. How
lately.
are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you doing?
Very good. It's going to be a fun one. Tremendous. All right. So what I'm going to do is just these last little tweaks in Zoom, just fitting it within OBS, and then we'll be off to the races. And let me know, any last questions though before we get rolling?
Good to see you, Nick.
Hey,
happy to
what's up,
see you.
Alex? Yeah, good to see you too. What are the sides again? Who's on what side?
I've
Good,
been
we don't
asking
know.
the same question, my friend.
Yep.
There's a
This
lot
one's
of ways
big.
to interpret it.
So Alex,
yeah, right.
yeah, that's true. So we're kind of, you could say we're dividing it based on like leftist versus rightist. So Alex Stein and Lauren and Marie Oakes are on your side, Nick, and then Brenton.
I'm gonna
April,
disappoint
aka
middle
Half
guys so
Dad,
badly.
Hash, I saying it right? And Doobie and Stardust are all
Oh
on the same
God,
side.
I have like right-wing opinions
So
on
we're
this.
gonna have Brenton with his opening statement, which is just a 2-minute thing to kind of get the ball rolling, and then anybody can respond after that. So I'm going to go on screen for a quick cold open at the very beginning where I just kind of explain like to people what they're seeing on screen in terms of who's on what side. And then I will hand it over to Brenton for that quick opening. And any last questions?
Let's get it on.
Yeah, let's do it.
Rad. This is fun. Thanks for being here, all of you. And yeah, footage is all yours. So if you're not already streaming, like feel free to upload it afterwards, whatever you want. And what I'm going to do is click start streaming just to be sure that the connection is good. And it virtually
Break a leg, everyone.
And once I see it's coming through, I'll jump on screen, and like I said, I'll do that quick cold open and then hand it over to Brenton. So
Yeah, he's like a real Charlie.
Sweet. And you got my
Kirk
links,
style
right, James?
conservative.
you bet I do.
Awesome.
Like
That's how I
one of them.
describe Nick.
I'll get the others, I promise. All right. This one looks good. So, but yeah. All right, cool. Thanks for being here. I'm going to do that cold open real quick and we'll get rolling. So here I go with, just expand the screen a bit. Yeah, that'll do. All right. Here I go with that cold open in 3, 2, 1. Here I go. Hey, everybody. Tonight we're debating whether or not there is a war on women, and we are starting right now with
Oh
our
my God, I
leftists on
love
the left side of the
burgers.
screen, as well as Brenton
so
on the
funny.
top. And those of our participants who are on the right side of your screen, including Marie on the very bottom. And with that, thanks very much. Brenton, for your opening statement, we'll let you get the ball rolling for the next 2 minutes. The floor is all yours.
So I've been thinking about this issue a lot, due in large part to the unilateral and unpopular overturning of Roe v. Wade. I think before we say anything, we need to define our terms, because language is tricky and a single word or phrase can have multiple meanings, a fact that is absolutely exploited by busybody culture warriors for clicks, cash, and clout. Those of you who saw my debate with James Hake of the Hake Report may remember that I view gender and gender roles essentially as cultural ideals. To me, men and women are ideas. They are boxes into which complicated human beings are shoved by society, whether it's a good fit or not. But in essence, a war against women is a war against ideas, and it is more or less a fool's errand because, to quote Alan Moore, ideas are bulletproof. So then, if I am to answer yes to this proposition, it cannot be a war in the literal sense. Instead, when I say yes, there is a war on women, I mean something very specific. I mean, women as a social group are, on average, the victims of discrimination, both systematically by authorities and laws, and socially by norms and widely held prejudices. And this discrimination is somewhat unique to their gender, which is to say, women are discriminated against in ways that men are not. Now, the truth of this proposition should be plainly obvious to everyone. And to be frank, I think on a certain level it is, hence the need for political reactionaries to mount hysterical, pun very much intended, response to attempts by activists and institutions to ameliorate this problem and redress these grievances. Some people just cannot handle change, and that moral and intellectual failing leads them to some very dark places, which I hope we will avoid tonight. But if I'm to do this, I need to prove my case. And so what needs to be brought up is the concept of structural violence, which in short is a form of indirect violence that results from the social structures and institutions harming people by preventing them from meeting their basic needs, or in some other way imposing on their basic human rights in a way that harms them physically and mentally. This is obviously happening. The most glaring way in which it is expressed is the most recent ruling on Roe v. Wade. The USA already has huge problems with maternal mortality, the worst in the developed world and nearly twice that of our nearest neighbors, France and Canada. And by direct use of state violence to force an unwilling woman to remain pregnant against her will, many women will lose their lives, while many more will experience exponential hardships due to this foolishness.
2 minutes. Thank you very much for that, Brent. Well,
and there's quite a bit more.
Okay. Yeah. I got some things to say about that. Am I good to jump in here? Yeah.
100%.
I mean, I'm surprised that when you said that the war on women is a war on ideas, I thought we were actually going to talk about the kind of social treatment of women. And I'm surprised you jumped straight into laws, especially considering, you know, if we look at the legal system, women are far more likely to get shorter prison sentences for the same crime as men. When we come to hiring
Well,
practices,
you'll notice
within
I
law-
said laws that relate to
Do want to just keep the
reproductive
interruptions to a
stuff, not-
minimum.
Yeah.
Okay.
when it comes to hiring practices, they're more likely to be given favorable treatment due to things like affirmative action. And then to bring up Roe v. Wade as a aspect of the war against women, the Roe v. Wade and certainly conservatives' position on it has absolutely nothing to do with women and has everything to do with whether a fetus is a human being or not. That's the discussion, not are we going to oppress women or not. It's do we need to prevent murder in this case or not, which is what conservatives believe. And it's always an extremely disingenuous thing, in my opinion, when people bring up things like ectopic pregnancies or when they bring up maternal mortality. I cannot think of a single case where a Republican lawmaker, Republican commentator, anyone who is against abortion has stated that we should let a mother die if there is some sort of complication that requires an abortion. That has never been an argument from the right wing. That has never been an argument from people promoting laws against abortion. There has always been space for things like treatments against ectopic pregnancies or treatments to help the mother to survive in those cases. So I think all of the points that you brought up in your opening statement are a bit moot for this discussion.
Can I respond, or does somebody else need to talk?
I think we're doing opening statements. Well, I'll go first. Even though I'm conservative, I kind of have a different viewpoint. I think there's a war on men and women, and I think that you can just prove it. Why you say, how is there a war on women if you're on the conservative side? Well, you look at Leah Thomas, who swam on the men's team for 3 years, was ranked 457th, and then got to take gender hormone therapies and compete against the women. So in my mind, that's against women. And also, I think abortion, letting women get an abortion is a war on women, because that's actually killing half the babies would be women. So that's actually murdering women. And then on top of that, the idea of feminism is a war on women by making women work in the workforce their whole life instead of having a family. I think women are meant to be mothers. It's their job to have babies. It's their job to do traditional family roles. And so this whole feminism movement is a war on women. Now, obviously, I think it's, the trans movement too is a big war on women, because it's 72 genders versus men and women. So I would say that equally that men and women, biologic males and biological females have a war against him, against whatever you want to call it, maybe the gay mafia. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But it's there is a war waging on biological sex, because they want every kid to be indoctrinated and sexualized at a young age so that they have gender confusion and body dysmorphia. And so that they take, hormone blockers or puberty blockers and change their, gender for the rest of their lives. So I think when you look at the entire gender war, they can't even define what is a woman. They had to change it in Webster's dictionary to the opposite of a man, basically. So yes, there's a war on both biological sexes. And I think it's pretty simple. I know Brenton won't agree with this, but they said in Kindergarten Cop, boys have a penis, girls have a vagina. And I think it's that simple. So I think there is a war on both sexes. Even though I'm conservative, I think there's a bigger war on men, but I still think there's a war on biological females.
Yeah, if I could jump in on that. I also am inclined to say that there is a war on women. And before I knew the exact topics, how this debate would be broken down, I also interpreted it to be a discussion about like transgender rights. And I think that if you go and ask these people, these lefty types like Vosh, and they will outright tell you that their goal is to abolish gender. I've had these debates with these people, and I think that that's a real mistake. I think that there are innate differences between men and women, behaviorally as well as biologically. And I really despise that the transgender identity and like whether or not dysphoria exists within some population has been like weaponized as a way to destroy the concept of gender. Like, moreover, I think that when you look at the ways in which women are discriminated against in like the workplace and whatnot, I think what you find is that really there are these innate differences and they're contributing towards lower pay, but for very good reason. Like women, I think, hold a civilizational burden to have children and to care for children when they're in infancy, and that's difficult and it's hard and it should be lauded, and that's why you see these lower wages. I also think that like there's real virtue in having boundaries to the gender identities that exist. Like I think that in order for something to have meaning or value, it can't be something that anyone can just opt into. It has to have restrictions. And so I think the desire to destroy those boundaries and those restrictions is also a kind of desire to like destroy the potential virtue within the archetypes themselves. But you know, I think that's just one side of it. And the other side of it is that you have people who have like rightly observed that there are all these difficulties with incorporating women into the workforce and into politics. But I think that like they're just taking this in the complete wrong direction, and they want another kind of war on women where they want to bring them back to like medieval times, bring them back into the home. And while that's valuable in some ways, I think that in the modern economy where human capabilities extend far beyond just, you know, your muscle strength, women have a lot to contribute politically and, you know, intellectually and whatnot. And what we need to do is learn how to manage female pathology, which scales across the internet, in the same way that we've learned to manage male pathology through our institutions. And we need to do that so that women can contribute without also corrupting or making the public square worse.
Anybody from the right?
Yeah,
I'll say
I'd like
mine.
to
I'll
jump
do it
in.
first.
Hang on. We already heard from a girl on the right. You're on the right. You needed to let me go first. All right, thank you. Well, I'm sure you have a lot of great things to say. Okay, but I want to talk first. So, my position, I guess, is probably the most extreme on this side. I know I thought I was arguing against Lauren Southern actually on this debate.
I know, aren't you disappointed?
I am.
We haven't talked since the Boogaloo stream, my friend. We got to chat.
It's been a long time. Well, we talked a little bit during the Thought War as well. I don't know if you recall that, but we talked a little during that as well. But so anyway, so I'm kind of the oddball, I guess, in the group. Good morning, by the way, and thanks everybody for being here. I think it's going to be a fun debate. I just want to say
Wait, did you just say good morning?
Yeah, I just woke up like 10, 20 minutes ago. So
classic gamer move.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Disgusting. Yeah, you want to talk.
Yeah,
a lot
exactly.
about disgusting. Your whole life is disgusting. But anyway, so
listen, I woke up.
I want to
8,
say
so.
this. I want to say this. We'll get into that later. I think that there is not a war against women. I think the war is against men. And I think the problem is that we are not waging a war against women. I think that women are the author of most of the problems in the society. I think that women's liberation, starting a couple hundred years ago, is the beginning of the end of Western civilization. I think that women being educated, women going into the workforce, I think that women raising young men, I think that prostitutes running our country and women being elevated through affirmative action, I think it's completely wrecking the country in basically every way. I think that women essentially have kind of two trajectories in life. They can be mothers and prostitutes. I think those are really the main tracks throughout history that women become. They're really defined by their sexuality as opposed to men. Men are sort of intermittently sexual. Women are thoroughly sexual, and they're defined by that relationship with men. And so I think they can either do that within the binds of marriage and do that being a mother and having children, or they could do that selling their sexuality in some way, which is kind of what they do all the time in the modern society. And we don't think of it always that way, but if you look at it, that's kind of what they're doing. So I would say that there's not a war against women. Women are being elevated. And we talked about this in the last one. I think Alex Stein and Doobie and our girl Stardust were there for that one. I think the war is against men. And that's really the problem. The war should be against women and sort of reducing their role in society back to, I think, their biological disposition, which is to be mothers and homemakers. So that's my position. But I recognize that's probably not the position of anybody else on our side, but that's my position.
So my position is basically to say that elevation you speak of is actually the war on women. Women are being sold this idea that you're going to be happier, more fulfilled being in HR rather than, say, just going to university just to go to university and then, you know, being a mother after, because a lot of people just do that. A lot of women just go to school just to, you know, maybe meet a mate. That's a great place to meet someone if you want someone with economic standing, is someone, maybe a doctor, a lawyer who is going to go to university. And that's a good way of meeting them and also being socially elevated, I guess, is the way a lot of, you know, people used to think of university. And a lot of women used to go to university just for social elevation rather than a career. But women are now being sold this idea that you're not going to be fulfilled. You're going to be depressed if you stay at home. You're going to be depressed if you don't have a career, when a lot of times we see women are actually, once they've gone up in that career, they hit their mid 30s, they haven't had a child yet. And that's kind of when this depression kind of starts lingering in, of the idea of, I'm not married yet. I'm not, in this position that, say, a lot of society would have said I should be, and I kind of want to be, but now I can't. So the war on women is the idea being sold to women that a career is more fulfilling than other aspects of womanhood that you would generally think of being part of womanhood.
Any thoughts from Doobie or Stardust?
Sure, I can give my statement. So I myself would probably not use the language that there is a war on women, but there is a long history in most places of socially and legally restricting women's rights and freedoms. And while things have gotten massively better through the decades for women, there are still areas where women lack the agency and freedom that men have. As far as this idea about whether women should work or not, it has rarely been the case in history that women didn't work. In fact, the only people who actually had that privilege were wealthy women. And in a lot of traditional societies, it wasn't just women who worked, but children worked too. So that's that whole idea
Homemaking
of women
is a job. Just putting that out there.
I understand that.
A job.
I understand that, but if we're talking historically, right? It's beyond homemaking. Women historically did work, unless they were wealthy. When they were wealthy, they were able to be a homemaker primarily. But in most cases, women and their children would work from a very young age. And I don't deny that men face unique problems as well. However, the problems that men face, like stifling emotions, higher suicide rates, failure to be believed as sexual assault victims, are not privileges that benefit women.
Yeah, if I can jump in really quickly after Stardust, like my great grandmother, her mother gave birth to her in a field, and then like wrapped her in a towel, took her into the house, went back out, and like finished the day's harvest. So yeah,
and
women
children
absolutely work.
Yeah, and decades ago, children
that's a different kind of working, because you're working on your property, on your.
But working in the farm is very labor intensive.
Yeah,
it's much more
know.
labor intensive than a lot of jobs today. So.
Well, yeah, but that's the essence of labor. We're selling the idea to women that you want to, just write emails for the rest of your life, and that's going to be, more fulfilling than, say, having kids and working in the field and actually owning something.
I mean, we could say the same thing about men. Maybe it would be more fulfilling for a lot of men to just work in the field and not be inside and typing emails and all that.
Well,
right?
everyone is sold this. Everyone is sold the idea that just like, maximizing money so you can buy Funko Pops or whatever is like the key to success in life. And I think most people realize as they get older that that's not true. And a lot of women who are very like career oriented, they realize this, and then they drop out of their career earlier than men do.
I think we're all agreeing that capitalism is garbage, which I'm 1000%.
I'm not agreeing to that.
I'm
not agreeing to that.
I don't think that capitalism is garbage, but I do think there's something to the idea that there is, when you talk about, okay, women have to be mothers in the home with the children all day, and men have to go out and work the wagey 9 to 5. That also isn't tradition. I think that's a kind of silly idea that the right have developed because they base a lot of their social constructs around the 50s. Whereas I think, the whole idea of the nuclear family, it kind of defeats the community. It should be a community working together, mothers all working and raising children together. The men should be including their children in their work. It used to be super common for kids to go out and, work with dad in the field, go on the tractor, enjoy that, partake in that. And the idea that, women should just be in this box where they spend all day with the kid, it's good. It's fun. It's wonderful. Also takes away from a father's fullness of life, where he would want to go and bring his child to enjoy whatever his work life was. But it's definitely been a restructuring of our society of making everyone work in cubicles and have this 9 to 5 travel, got to make work my entire life instead of family and community and working with the people around me. So there are real things that you guys are pointing
well,
to.
what I would say is that you may not be wrong that men used to spend more time with children because children would go out and work with them, and children used to work at a much earlier age. But there are benefits to children not working, right? Like workplace injuries.
I'm not saying bring your child to the factory.
Yeah, but
Hang
again,
on for a
there
second,
it used to be
Lauren.
it used to be that
bringing
like
your son to fix
it
the
used to
car
be
with you, you know?
Yeah.
there would be like it used to be that there would be like people who would work in tobacco, and you'd have children as young as like 6 helping work with tobacco and stuff like that. So I think there are benefits to children not working anymore, but I definitely see that.
Not what I'm saying, but
yeah, no, I get. I see. I may have misinterpreted, so I'm sorry.
No,
Brent,
Lauren,
looks
you
Brent, one
mentioned
sec,
that you
before
were.
before you start, Brent. Stardust, if you can turn your audio down just a slight smidge, and then Brent, go ahead.
Yeah. Lauren, so I'm hearing you complain about people getting forced into cubicles and having their traditional ways of life destroyed and people being forced to work outside of the home. Yeah, that all of that is happening, and they're being forced to work for people who aren't them, who own property, who are capitalists. I'm not seeing how you're not making the connection
we don't listen,
between like the fact
This
that
is
all
such
of
a
these things
stupid
you don't
point.
like are all these things
No,
you
no,
don't
it's-
like are
first
being
of all,
done for profit.
Real capitalism has never been tried. No, of course there are problems with capitalism. It's a complex, broken system, but it's the best we've got. And a lot of what we're dealing with is corporatism and also government pushes and social pushes towards certain types of work styles and certain workforces. And a lot of, the big companies with the cubicles tend to be far more favored by governments and government contracts than small businesses, which families used to be able to run together.
Of course,
but
because
this
if
is
you're
a lot
powerful,
of that,
you take control of the state.
a lot of that has to do with government intervention. So
Yes.
when we
yeah.
see all these policies come into place that are promoting corporatism and kind of hurting these smaller community jobs and small businesses, you don't sit there and blame capitalism. You can, but that's a really weak point in my opinion. Capitalism is a part of it.
I would disagree with you. I think it's a very strong point. You just
It's a
don't
lot of
understand
social issues. Oh, I just don't understand, I guess. This is the real
no,
war
it's
on
a tough
women.
thing to
I'm
get
too
your mind
stupid
wrapped
to
around. It takes years
understand
to
your
figure
Well,
out.
you know what?
I wanna
Instead,
jump in
because
real
of
quick
capitalism,
we haven't
instead
heard
of
from
people
Doobie
working
at
for
all yet.
so sorry.
But I don't think we've heard from Doobie at all. Doobie, any thoughts?
I do have thoughts actually.
Go ahead.
I think as we just, I was actually like really interested in what you guys were saying. So I think as we just heard here, I think there's room to argue that there is an attack on women from both sides of the political spectrum. Right? I think that if you're on the right, you could argue that the concept of womanhood itself is being dismantled in academia through a gender ideology that's being pushed on children in schools, being pushed on the rest of us through corporate policy and censorship. And if you're on the left, you could argue that the overturning of Roe v. Wade is the latest attack on women from a religious right wing attempting to reassert its ownership of women's bodies, lifestyles, etc. I think that those positions, though, are kind of missing the point. I think the truth is that women have historically been socially and politically oppressed, or at least conditioned to fill subservient roles to further like a patriarchal norm in our society. Whether or not you think that's a good thing, right? That they're supposed to be in these roles naturally, is I think just going to boil down to like your preferences and your upbringing, whatever the fuck. But I think that the reality is that we've seen that oppression kind of fall away. Well, I'd consider it oppression. We've seen that fall away. And I'd argue that there is like a overcorrection in some areas where you have women getting basically affirmative action that's pushing them into academia and leaving men behind in a lot of cases. Or celebrating them and attacking the concept of masculinity while pushing women forward as a girl boss, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think there has been overcorrection in some areas, right? And there is like work to do in other areas, but I don't think it makes sense to call any of this war on women. It just seems like the culture is changing. Our understanding of women's role in society is changing. Our understanding of like men's role in society is changing. But there's not a war here. It's just
the question is it for the better?
Yeah.
Well,
I think that's going to boil down to. I think that's going to
to.
boil down to. So Nick, for example, Nick would probably say that, hey, you teaching these women that they should be out there grinding away 9 to 5 and not at home raising children, keeping the house clean, et cetera, learning all the good things that come with motherhood, et cetera. You teaching them to go out and do that, to leave their households and to go out and slave away for these capitalist scumbags or whatever. That's actually an attack on women. Right, that's not you presenting them more possibilities. That's you giving them chains in the disguise of like freedom and like choices or options or whatever the fuck. Right, all you're really doing is enslaving them to the same capitalist like monster that the rest of us are enslaved.
So then,
to.
wouldn't that not
I
be a war on
disagree.
women? Just
I
a
think
war
the
on
women
both
should be
sexes?
enslaved, but just by their husbands instead of you know.
Well,
whatever
okay, but
is.
the
Oh,
point
boy.
that Doobie is making is that, again, in response to what Lauren just said, the point that Doobie is making is that women are in that way, they're being they're basically in the subservient role, right? And it may be it may be true. Yes, it certainly is true that there are disadvantages to being a man in society, but those disadvantages for men often negatively affect women in addition, right? Whereas the disadvantages towards women don't really affect men in the same way.
Well, but the thing is that women's role historically has been that way because women are cooperative and men are competitive. That is distilled down the essence of the male and
Well,
female
women are
nature.
competitive
There is
against one
research
another,
that
though.
says-
Hang on,
You
hang
can't
on.
think of,
Not.
forget
Oh,
about
man.
They're
that.
cooperative. They're side by
Nick.
side.
But not
Men
to one
are
another.
Nick,
Women
I
are
actually-
extremely
Men are
competitive.
side by
No,
side.
like
Just to be sure
women
that we
do,
can
if you
just to
pull
be
them
sure we
Nick,
hear
are you
everybody.
married?
Everybody's talking simultaneously, and then nobody can hear anybody. So just one at a time.
Yeah,
Can I
Nick, are
ask
you
Nick a
married?
question?
Yeah, I'm married to the game.
Shut the fuck up. No, you're not. Now,
Well,
here's
no
the
need to
thing.
cuss.
What-
No need to
first
cuss.
of all, what
Brendan.
you're
Keep it
saying.
Marie,
clean.
did you have a
Yeah,
question,
Keep it
Marie?
clean.
Marie,
Yeah.
did you
No,
have a
I
question?
didn't have a
No,
question.
I had a question.
Lauren, go ahead,
Yeah.
Lauren.
No, Nick, I assume you agree there are outliers to that rule. Like there are men who are more cooperative than competitive, although outliers, vice versa. Yeah.
Yeah,
betas.
we have this trans individual in the debate, and you'd certainly have lesbians. So yeah, of course there are outliers, but try about the general rule.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm wondering within if let's say society had a general rule that were in line with your ideals for what you want society to be like, would you still allow for room for outliers? So like, let's say a woman who's like a Margaret Thatcher type really wants to partake in business or whatever, and maybe she's even, infertile, can't have kids, no one wants to marry her. Would you still allow space in your society for her to, kind of partake?
No. And I think that historically, that's not true. I think historically these exceptions are not allowed. And I think there's a danger in allowing the exceptions because in cases like that, it almost concedes the principle, and it's unfortunate, but society is clunky, and these are the kinds of things where you can't tell the society, well, women are mostly like this, but some are not really, and some can do what they want.
The problem is that
Unfortunately,
society
has
Wait, let him
creates its
finish.
own
Let him
ideals.
finish.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you for
Agreed.
sticking up for me like
I'm-
that. So
Doing my
I
best.
think that women should not be telling men what to do. And I think it sets a bad example. I think that, and then this is what you'll hear all the time from women and from feminists is, well, what about, the biker girl? What about the girl that is really good at math or whatever? And yeah, that's great and everything. But because of that, we've set this example where now everybody thinks that there's no principle at work here, that we're all individuals, that everybody's got a limitless capability. And so everybody should have a limitless opportunity. And that's created a completely co-ed egalitarian society. There needs to be a society that is clearly bifurcated between the domain of the men and the women. And I agree with you. I think that you're right about the nuclear family, and you're right about sort of what we consider women's work. And I'm not saying women should be necessarily in the house, but they should be in the domain of women. They should be the nest builders
Nick,
with the other women in the community, like they
So-
were in the
Nick, are you
ancient
just-
days and historically, but they
Okay,
should
but
not
Nick,
be
if we're
working
going to
side by
ancient
side with
days,
men as
if we go
lawyers
to
and doctors.
ancient days and historically, right, we could look to Greece where men were fucking little boys' spies, right, and this was totally socially acceptable, right? So I don't know why we'd appeal to history and how things used to be in ancient societies, right? We're in 2022, and I don't want to just a current year meme, but it is a current year. Why would we be shaping our society based on shit that happened 2,000 years ago?
I'm not saying
mean,
that we
I'll
should
go
base it
with-
on that because it's old. I'm saying that that's the. I'm
Well, yeah,
saying
well,
that
give me a reason.
that's the
But Nick
model.
would say
I'm
because
saying
it
that the
worked
nuclear
for a long
family is
time.
anomalous compared to
Yeah.
the long view of history. We should do these things because they're consistent with our nature, not necessarily because they're old. Although they are old. and
Why
they
isn't
survived
pederasty consistent
because
with our
they're
nature?
consistent. What's that?
Yeah, we could
Why isn't
argue that a lot of
pederasty consistent with our nature? In ancient Greece, older men would take young boys as apprentices, and part of that relationship was them putting
I want
olive
to
oil
jump
on the
in.
young
I have
boys'
this like
thighs
whole
and
thing
fucking
to
them,
say, but
right? So like,
I'm not sure what that has to do with.
Yeah, can I
automatically
bring the
this thing-
conversation back
this
on
thing-
track here?
ancient
Oh, look, if we're
traditional
making an
thing that
appeal
men
to the
did.
way that
All right,
things
let's-
used to
let's
be
hear
in
this because
tradition.
we have minimum
Listen,
time.
I got 20
Yeah.
minutes.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Go for it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Lauren.
Nick, I think you might be setting yourself up for failure there, because what you're going to do is there's always going to be these outliers that exist, and you're going to have women that are genuinely completely miserable in this sort of family role, right?
Like
Yes,
you?
they will be the exception. No, I love being a mother. They will be the exception. and they're going to want to read, they're going to want to partake, and necessarily in their misery, they'll probably start some sort of feminist uprising so that they can partake, rather than naturally just being allowed to partake where and when they can and compete with men where and when they can, while the natural social order still stays in place within your ideals.
The thing is, though, women cannot compete with men. If women try to compete with men, they would physically get killed. There's no woman.
Depends on how they're
that
It
can
depends
compete
on
with
what
the
arena they're
strongest
competing
men.
in.
I want to make one point. I want to just make one point, though, that women do have a lot of power, though. They hold it in their pussy, because this is why there's an old Chinese proverb that says, a key that'll open every lock is a master key, but a lock that will open with any key is a shitty lock. So what I'm saying is women, even a fat, ugly woman can get laid a million times, but a fat, ugly guy can't. So women do have, you know, when you talk about the war on women, they actually have a lot of power of the puss. So that's something men don't have.
Yeah, that's.
I
I,
really
I mean, I
the
think there's a
analogy is
point
always-
that
Alex.
Nick is making
That's
that's
your
really
issue, not
interesting
theirs.
here. And it goes back to like the historical reasons for why women were not involved in much of the economy. And it's because for like much of human history, women could not effectively contribute to most important economic and political things. Women could not wield a sword as well as men. They could not till the fields as well as men. And so like it makes perfect sense that you wouldn't like have women leading kingdoms, because the majority of the population would not have built up respect for her through like going to battle with her, right? But the fact of the matter is now is that like our modern economy has shifted such that we rely less on physical muscles and the economy relies more on intellectual developments. And so like there's all of this research into how women exist in STEM and in various fields of higher learning and contribution to the economy. And the reality is that like women they still don't take up all of those high prestigious spots. They're not the ones winning the awards. Men are still doing that, but that's not to say that women aren't contributing anything. In fact, women's like contribution to the economy now is massive. And if you want to have a civilization that is powerful, you need to harness all of it. And so here's the thing. You can have a civilization that has women in the home and they're going to be great homemakers. But when you compare that to a culture and a civilization that knows how to utilize women as homemakers and as mothers, but also allows them to contribute to the economy when they're able to, that civilization will be far superior to the one that doesn't. And it's really that simple at the end of the day. We want to create things that last. And the way you do that is you find a way to include women.
Here.
Okay, wait. So, sorry, I'm really curious about Nick's thoughts on this, because you say, yeah, allow women to compete. But the problem always has been when we allow women to compete, we do have to give them too often like a handicap to allow them to compete with men, where Nick was saying women will generally lose. So what I would say my argument is, Nick, is let them lose. Allow them to compete in egalitarian society and let them lose and let people learn that social rule on their own without any of the handicaps. Sure, if you want to go join the WWE or whatever wrestling thing against men, great, go die. Go join the army, get shot on the front lines. Let women lose without the handicap and people will learn the rule. And then the women who are absolutely exceptional will actually have done so of their own accord, and no one will have to look at them twice and think, hey, you're only here because you're a woman and the government forced you into this position.
Yeah, there's
That's
an
just it.
unspoken. There's
the
a
state of
spoken
nature.
assumption here that is being made by a lot of people, both by Nick and Lauren. Poor human nature, what horrible crimes have been committed in thy name. Every fool, from king to policeman, from flat-headed parson to visionless dabbler in science, presumes to speak authoritatively of human nature. The greater the mental charlatan, the more definite his insistence on the wickedness and weakness of human nature. Yet how can anyone speak of it today, with every soul in a prison, with every heart fettered, wounded, and maimed? Emma Goldman.
What?
The fact of the matter is that this idea that the women are homemakers and mothers, like, yes, they are literally mothers. But the fact of the matter is that we have been on this planet as a species for 250,000 years. For 244,000 years, we did not have the state and lived as nomadic hunter-gatherers. And if we look both at the historical fossil record and at contemporary hunter-gatherers today, you find that these are the most gender equal societies on the planet, because everyone has to be educated in every aspect of the culture. So really, we're talking,
don't think
when you guys
that's
are talking
true.
about
I
this
think
being
that's a
somehow
myth.
like women's immutable essence, it's just not true. It is objectively wrong. It just feels like an immutable essence because
Who
we all
did the
exist in a state-
gathering?
Wait,
uh,
what is
Who
what is
did the
immutable
gathering, though?
essence?
They both did. Everyone in the
I
society.
don't think
The
this is
hunting and
true.
gathering.
It depends.
The
It depends
hunters
on-
left for weeks on end, and the gatherers had to go every single day to feed the tribe or whatever,
Yeah,
the
there was
community at
not
the time.
this level
But
of-
the hunters, no, yes, this
You're
is
just
actually
saying this. It's not true.
One
Yeah.
sec. I
No,
do
I
want to hear
think
from
Stardust was
Stardust.
saying
I think
this-
Stardust
I think
has
this is
some-
like an old idea.
Yeah. It depends on the society, right? Because believe it or not, we live in a very diverse place, and even traditionally things are pretty diverse. But again, I would reiterate that even in these more traditional societies, maybe women were more confined to certain types of work, but they still worked. Right? And children worked too. And just because things, like Doobie made this excellent point earlier, just because things were a certain way in traditional society doesn't mean that they're good. Children also died a whole lot more. Children also participated in dangerous work, environments. So yeah, tradition does not mean that it's going to be better for the family or for the children. But I would say that. Actually, never mind. I'm not.
Okay, I haven't heard anyone make the argument that
It's
tradition
so
is
funny
good because of
when
tradition,
people
or that
think
things are good
that, like,
because it's
It
old.
sounded like
It's
that's what
effort.
you
In
were
fact, I've
saying,
no,
though.
no,
Yeah, it
in
sounded-
fact, he
yeah.
said
No.
exactly
Because, like-
the
Well,
that's what-
opposite
that's
of
what I was
that. He
asking
said,
to,
I'm
like,
It's
not
like
reason
anything
behind
else,
this.
where if you
He
flex
said,
a
I'm not
muscle for long
arguing
enough,
for
it's, like,
these
hard
things
to
because they're
unflex
old
it.
or because they're
That's what
tradition. He said
using,
he's
like, a
arguing
different
for them
voice
because
is
they are
like.
in line with human nature.
So
So we have
Yes,
to
which he
argue-
doesn't know. He's
Well,
just
but also
Yeah.
he's
No, no, no,
basing
you
it.
have
Socially
to make you
conditioned
have
by
to
the
make an
culture
argument.
that
You
they
have
Hold
to
on.
make an
So,
argument
Brenton,
against
Okay,
Brenton,
sure.
Yeah.
human
Sure,
nature.
Lauren, if I can respond to you,
Shut
right?
Just
up.
saying,
Seriously,
you guys
I
think
don't.
it's
What is
good
with
because
you
it's
guys?
old.
Okay, so just Brent, no offense, but you have a problem of interrupting people. So stop it. And then I think
right.
the last time before you interrupted, Lauren, I think you were speaking, and then Stardust will come to you after, and then last will come to Brenton after everybody else.
Oh no, yeah. I was basically just saying that the point being made here isn't that tradition is good because it's tradition, quite the opposite. In fact, I think I've attacked the idea that we need to emulate the 50s. The idea here is what society works best in line with human nature. So the argument has to be around what is the nature of a woman and what is the nature of a man. Are women more timid? Are women more suited in better roles that are more towards being a mother, towards being et cetera, et cetera? Are men more suited as hunters? I'd rather hear the leftists on the panel engage with that concept rather than this appeal to you guys just think, it's good because it's tradition, because I haven't heard that argument made once.
Okay, so I guess to respond to that then, I guess what I would say is that, there's no doubt that there are differences between men and women. There's no doubt that men and women gravitate to different things, even in the most, gender equal countries. You'll see men and women actually diverge even more than they do normally in which careers they choose, right? But they're still choosing careers. So I'm not denying that there are certain trends based on your biology and based on your sex, right? But there are always going to be outliers, and I think these outliers are a lot more common than we give credit to. And there are ways that also we benefit from women being in the workplace. There have been studies that show that women might be making better doctors than men. That's all. That's what I would say in response to that.
Yeah, let me just jump in here and say, where all this comes from with nature. It comes from biology. It comes from what we know about biology and what we know about physicality. And, you can throw your head back like that, but women are weaker than men. And so, Lauren says, well, why don't we just let the men compete with the women? And, that makes sense if we're talking about a controlled, sort of constructed competition with rules and a referee and things like that. But the world is not like that. The state of nature is not like that. There are not rules, and there's not a referee, and there's not a sort of artificial surrogate goal. There is just all against all. And the kinds of societies that emerge from that throughout all of history, everywhere. And I love when leftists bring this up. They're like, well, we found a village in the Amazon jungle where there was a woman priestess or something like that. It's like, okay, but every other civilization, whether it's the Arabs or it's the Russians, Chinese, Japanese, Europeans. It's male kings, it's male generals, it's male dominated, male superpowers. That was the Soviet Union,
Holy
that was
shit.
Rome, that was
Turn on your
America.
brain.
That's all of it.
Why? You need to go a
And
step further.
primarily
Why?
that kind of
It's because
situation
men were able
prevails
to
because
contribute
men
muscle power.
are physically stronger.
Ugh.
And when it comes
Okay,
down to
yeah,
it in
no,
the world,
exactly.
men can make women do what they want because they're stronger. Also, and this goes back to the ancient
He's
role
like
of men,
so
as well
close.
as, and you could say, oh, well, we have the United Nations now, so strength doesn't matter. Men are historically the hunters. Men are the ones that went out and fought the game. Men are or fought to kill the game and bring that back home to eat. And so men are also smarter than women as well. Men can outsmart women. They can also beat women up. And that's why men are the kings, the philosophers, the mathematicians, engineers. And again, the only reason why this is not the case anymore, the only reason why we have this kind of, there's this challenge from women in the society is because they're being given affirmative action. They're essentially being paid by the state. It's essentially a subsidy. There's all kinds of quotas in academia. There's quotas in the workplace. And essentially, it's like the government is paying these people to be these things. In any kind of normal society, there's no way they would be able to compete with men. So the question is not, we'll let women compete with men. If you subtracted all the sort of constructs of society, men would win every competition and they beat women up if they couldn't. And so they'd win those too. It's only that we have this kind of managerial state where they're enforcing and trying to create an artificial equality where there is no such thing, not in fact, not in theory. And so if we took all of that away, the sort of natural thing would resume. And it's always fighting back. You see that in women's preferences as children. You see that even in preferences for women as adults. Women's nature and rebellion against what's being pushed on them artificially. It's irrepressible.
Want to bump it over to Doobie or...
Oh, I got 5 more minutes. So can I respond to that?
Sure.
Sorry. Nick, I was saying the opposite of what you just said. I'm saying allow women to compete in that free for all, and then allow people to naturally see them fail without the structure, without the rules. And then the women who are absolutely exceptional, if they succeed, they'll succeed because of their own merit. I am curious though, who do you think structured the society where women are getting all of this affirmative action? Because assuming that men are so powerful, which I do believe they are stronger and on average smarter, this is just statistical truths. Would there not be
he's gonna say the Jews.
Some sort of concept that it was men that created and structured the society to a degree, especially because they had power for so long? And perhaps the issue is less with all women causing this, but with some moral failing in men as well that allowed them to allow this civilization to persist.
It was the Jews, and Jews are feminine.
What did I
just
say,
true.
guys?
That's frankly, that's just true.
Goodbye, my
okay. It was.
Thanks. We all lost our
James.
channels, Nick.
Yes.
Cannot. Yeah.
We're gonna move,
asked
we're
and
gonna move
answered.
from this topic. I think Doobie, if you haven't spoken for a while.
Okay, wait. So is this the Jews' fault, Nick, or is this women's fault?
It's my fault.
Let's not talk about. Let's go ahead, Doobie.
So I think it's kind of ridiculous that we're appealing to the fact that women were better suited to stay in the cave with kids in hunter-gatherer societies, or behind walls or whatever the fuck. When we're communicating with each other, across the fucking planet in real time through esoteric lightning magic, and I'm a fucking frog, right? I don't understand. And again, maybe it works back then, right? Sure. But men don't need to go out and hunt mammoths anymore, right? There are plenty of jobs that need to be done to sustain our society that don't require physical strength. Our understanding of the roles of men and women, I think, are going to be molded by the circumstances we're in. And in the modern day, it's very beneficial to our society to have women involved in the workplace, in academia, and in politics. So give me a good reason. Give me a way that the gender roles and social norms of the caveman days or the medieval period are useful today. Why are they more useful than what we're doing right now?
Wait, I have to disagree with you that you don't think men need to be strong or even have strength in order to defend your well, you kind of did say there's no need for men,
I said men
to
don't
be
need to
able
go out and
to
hunt mammoths anymore, right?
Yeah.
We don't need to send people out every
you
day
said
to
they don't
hunt
need the physical
for food.
strength. They don't need that physical strength.
They
in
don't.
the
Well, for
They can
most
buy
economic
guns.
forces,
They
yes,
can
you
buy-
do.
They can buy a
Yeah,
pistol.
a
We're
gun
not
kind
fighting
of
you,
equalizes.
dude. You need
Suddenly,
a
if
lot
Brock-
less
Brock
strength than
Lesnar's
you
running
used
at you.
to.
You can shoot him in the fucking face, right? It's fine.
But you need
don't-
the strength in order to defend
to
your
carry a
property at the
handgun?
end
No,
of the
you
No,
don't.
because
day.
usually
I would
you should
say
have
the
the
strength
state.
needed
You
to
should have
defend
the
your
state
property is
protect
still
your
nothing
property.
in comparison to like going out and hunting and the endurance required to
enough-
go out and hunt for
you had
long
a
periods of
horse.
time.
You had a horse.
Who the fuck has a horse these days?
Yeah.
You
Like,
know,
I'm
No,
not-
back
I'm
in
not
the day
horses-
when they did the hunting, they
horses
were
suck.
hunting
Through
on
the war on
horseback.
women, though.
Like,
So does anyone
confused
vote
how
Horses
me?
suck compared to a car.
I do, Alex Stein.
Like,
we haven't heard
hunting is
from
not-
you in a while. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah,
It's
well,
usually
when we
just
talk about the
waiting.
strength, when we talk about the strength of men versus women, I mean, it's obvious that men are stronger than women, but I don't know how that necessarily, means there's a war on women because we're stronger. So I'm kind of
No,
confused why the argument's gone
I mean,
in that
I
direction.
keep making this point, and it's like I think it should be very apparent. And I think Doobie is like keying into this, which is that like the economy
My
has
brain is
changed such that women can contribute a lot more with a lot less muscle power. And when women are competing with men in a lot of these arenas, for example, like the intellectual arena of like publishing papers, right? Like that is not the kind of competition where you're worried about the physical safety of women if they're losing the competition, which is why I'm sympathetic to what Lauren Southern is saying when she's saying that like just let women compete with men, because like women can compete with men in the area of like STEM papers, and let's say women mostly lose because men are better at like the right tail of the distribution of intellectual competency. Let's say most women lose. Well, you're still going to have women who are contributing to the general advancement of science and knowledge in that case, even if they're not getting the most prestigious awards and papers. So like, I think that like what we really care about is just making sure that we are maximally utilizing every part of our culture to create the best kind of society we can. And the way to do that is to allow women to contribute in a way that doesn't necessarily take away from their child rearing and from their motherhood, which is totally possible.
If I can just, I just want to say real quick, James, people are saying that you should stop streaming on Twitch because I believe Nick is banned on Twitch. So.
Nick, are you okay with being on Twitch?
I don't care, but if you don't want your channel to be banned,
I like to.
Why don't you say something earlier?
Let's let it fly. Go ahead. Oh, by the way, so Lauren has to go. So Lauren, any closing words before? Lauren's going to be replaced by someone who decided they would jump in on Lauren's behalf. But any last words before you do have to take off, Lauren?
Muted myself. Woman moment. Yeah, I'm sorry I have to take off so quick. It would have been fun to stay around longer. I would have enjoyed. Well, I'll definitely be back on an evening where I have more time. Everyone, if you want to continue watching the stream, you can go to Modern Day Debate on YouTube. Check that out. I haven't quite figured out how to do a stream raid thing, so I'm sorry, my friend, but hopefully they'll find it. Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Thank you for coming on. Thanks so much.
See you,
Appreciate the
Lauren.
plug.
All right, cheers. Have a good one, guys.
See you, Lauren.
Here. In just a moment, a surprise guest will be on, jumping in place of Lauren. So that'll take just a few minutes. In the meantime, do want to remind you folks, our guests, every single one of them, Taff, aka April, Brenton, Alex Stein, Doobie, Nick, Stardust, Marie, and our upcoming guest, and Lauren are all linked in the description. So if you'd like to hear more, you certainly can. If you click on their links below, that includes at the podcast, as every debate at Modern Day Debate is put onto the podcast within 24 hours. And one last thing in terms of channel introductions, want to say welcome. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from, whether you be politically left, politically right, you name it. We're glad you are here. There are many more juicy debates coming up. In fact, this Saturday, Richard Spencer and TikTok star Kendon Farr will be debating abortion. So you don't want to miss that one. Hit that subscribe button. And our new guest, our surprise guest, is jumping in right now. Welcome, Destiny.
There he
Thanks for having
is.
us.
No way!
Welcome,
Wow, let's
Yes.
go.
Let's
to see
go.
you again.
Let's go.
Let's go. I
Well,
love
let's hear
women.
Destiny's opening statement. What's your statement?
Go for it.
What's the topic? What are we talking about?
Anything you'd
Is
like.
there a
in
war
terms
on
of-
The
women?
war on
Talking
women.
about how much we hate
Right.
women.
What's
Okay,
the
fuck
last
that
thing-
statement. This is my, first of all, James, nice tattoo. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Here's the society that we should build. Okay. All of you are wrong. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. I think
Fuck that
this should be the goal. Okay. We have some sexual traits that are varied between men and women. That much is true. Men tend to be taller, men tend to be stronger, women might be gravitating more towards like caregiver type things, psychology, et cetera, et cetera. We can recognize that there are some realities here and accept that that is the case. But just because we have to acknowledge that there are some differences, I don't think that means that we have to build a restrictive society that prevents somebody from stepping outside of those differences. There might be a gay dude that's really fucking good at making certain types of shoes. Let him make shoes. He doesn't have to live the life of a fucking hunter-gatherer that's ready to shoot and kill criminals breaking into his wife's home. He could live with his boyfriend in San Francisco and make awesome clothes. There might be a woman out there who she does want to go into the military. She does the work. She lifts a lot. She's tall, fucking Brandon Tarth or whatever. Let her fucking do it if she can. I think that we deprive not only individuals in our society of the ability to pursue the best life that they can, but we also deprive ourselves as a society of their talents by boxing them into these really rigid gender roles just because like 85 or 90% of people happen to fit.
Well, because of that, that's why we have the WNBA that nobody watches, Destiny. So thanks a lot.
Didn't you
dude.
say that you watched the WNBA in the debate with
Yeah,
me?
I watch it because I crank it to it. I have a sexual fetish for female basketball players, but that's just me.
Good God.
Don't worry
wow.
about it. Don't worry about it. It's just a sexual, fetish.
You are one weird dude,
Good job.
Alex.
I didn't need to know
It's
that
a
about
fact.
you.
Well, I just like to let that be known that I'm into WNBA chicks, but everybody else isn't. I wish more people would be.
If
Then I can
women
see
want to
their
play in the
games. Their games
WNBA,
would be on-
what's wrong with that? What, like, if you could have a world where there is a WNBA with someone willing to play basketball, why not have that world?
The problem isn't that there's a women's
I'll-
league. I think the problem that right wingers have is that the government subsidizes these things. So like the government has rules about funding for like men and women's sports, and it's to the point where like these teams in college end up like recruiting women without their even knowledge, just putting them on the roster because they want to like get this funding. And like white women are like the number one recipients of affirmative action. So I think what right wingers are saying is that like women should compete with men and have the freedom, at least this is what I'm saying, should have the freedom to participate in the economy and sports and etc. But they should do it on like an even playing field, and they shouldn't
Sure.
get
So like, I think it's, I don't, by the way, you're wrong. I agree with what you're saying, but that's not what conservatives feel. That's going to be the Mott and Bailey bullshit argument they wheel out to try to pretend that's what they feel. But what they're really saying is, I think what they're saying is women are fundamentally equipped to do different things and they shouldn't even try to compete in the traditional domain of man. Now, if there was a conservative that said, listen, if women want to do these things, that's fine, but we should like trim back some of the affirmative action. Sure, that's fine. I think that in schools, we've seen that it has gone a little bit too far. Graduation rates are like 3-2 between women and men. It's like 60-40. That split is unreal. But the only reason we even know that split exists is because we used affirmative action to get there. You could argue that affirmative action has gone too far today, for sure, but it sure as fuck wasn't reality that men are 10 times better at school than women. That's not true. And we've seen that even absent some affirmative action, women are just as competitive in school, if not more so than some men are, because there are things that men might be wired to do well, like hunt and gather, that makes them more predisposed to things like, say, ADHD that women don't have. Women make better students, right? You might say that men are these strong hunter-gatherers and they do all these type A things, quicker reflexes. That also might come with an increase of like risk-taking behavior. So when you look at a skill-based activity like driving, you might think like, wow, this is something that men are obviously better than women at. But then you look at accident rates and insurance rates, and maybe being like really physically capable doesn't make you a good driver. Maybe it's being a little bit slower and cautious. Maybe that's what makes you a safer driver. So I'm just saying that like, yeah, if you want to trim back on some things, that's fine. But one, we can't pretend that affirmative action was a complete mistake, because we found out today that women are more capable than anybody thought ever possible. Number one, they've contributed to things like defense, space, engineering, medicine, et cetera, et cetera. And then two, if you do want to trim back a little bit, that's fine, but we should still leave the opportunity for people to compete where they can, so that we don't like deprive all of ourselves of those talents and contributions to society, in my opinion.
Here's the
I
problem.
agree
Here's the
100% with
problem. Hang
Destiny
on.
there.
We've heard from the pro-woman side, and Destiny, I'm very disappointed. I thought you hated women like I did, but you're coming in here and telling us they should be rocket ship designers and building missiles and things like that.
He's not being menaced by their sexuality. You seem to be.
You're right. He's not afraid of strong women. I know, because that's the basis.
Love strong
Well, you
women.
seem to
God,
be
what a
afraid of
great
women,
God.
period.
So great. Oh my
Well,
God.
I'm not afraid of them. I just simply hate them. And I thought Destiny was on the same page, but that's okay. So the thing is, and I said this with Lauren when she was on earlier, I don't think the problem is necessarily that women are working, or even maybe the kind of work that women are doing. It really has to do with the segregation and the promotion of women in certain fields. The problem is the co-ed nature of what women are doing right now, that women are intermixed with men throughout the society. The problem is that women are pursuing career and education at the expense of marriage. And if you have a traditional view of sexuality and sexual morality, this is almost necessarily a problem. The more that women are educated, the more that women are in the workplace, the lower the fertility rate, the longer it takes for women to get married. This is a real problem for a society that's trying to retain sexual morality. It's a problem where men are supposed to express their sexuality in a virtuous way. And then also the problem is in some instances, the domains that women are in that I think are a total construct of affirmative action. I think that, if women want to be, researching or whatever, I think you create a women's division of that, like you have a women's division of sports and women's division of everything. I think the principal objection is not that women create value in the society. Women can create value in society a lot of ways. I think that primarily that is through childbearing.
You did weasel the fuck
in
out
the
of
old
this.
days,
This
they
is
would
not at all the
answer the
argument he
phones
was
and be the
making
secretaries and school teachers. And, I think that, again, when that's segregated, maybe that's appropriate. The question is maybe not necessarily could that be expanded to other things? I think the question is that being pushed to the detriment of motherhood? Is that being pushed to the detriment of regeneration of society? Is that being pushed too forcefully, artificially, or forced at all? And then the problem is when it's not segregated, does that create a problem with temptation, sexual assault, all this ambiguity that you see? Me Too movement, all of that is because of men and women working so closely together in the workforce. That's a source of adultery. That's a source of temptation.
I'm hearing a lot of the. I'm hearing a lot of.
You're interrupting again. You're interrupting.
Yeah, I am.
Why are you interrupting?
I hate interrupting both of you, but just to hear from anybody that we haven't heard from in a while on the left side.
Yeah, so I again will say that it's not the case that women were just answering phones or that historically women were just doing easy work. Women were working out in the farms. Actually, in fact, a large percentage of women still today in the global economy work in farms. And they have historically, and that's not easy work. These are 10-hour, 12-hour days. So it never was the case that women were not working or women were doing easy jobs. They were just doing different jobs than men. And when it came to things like farming, which is such a huge industry globally, that is just something that men and women both did, and children participated too.
But the farm is domestic.
I have to give a shout out to Destiny because he proved his point perfectly. He said that there was a Mott and Bailey going on, and that's exactly what Nick did because he started the conversation saying that we should enslave women, and now he's basically moved over to like mine and Lauren Southern's position.
Yeah, they should be. I think they should be property essentially, but
so say
but
that
should they not be able to?
That's
be
fine. That's good. But that's good. I love that. I love that. I like that. Right? We can talk. We can attack the Mott and the Bailey. Okay, that's fine. So moving the conversation one step further. Okay, this is something that we have to recognize. We're not having a conversation right now about women's roles in society. We're having a conversation about the structure of society and whether or not we want a more liberal world order where people kind of have a right to choose what they want to do, or if we want to have a more Christian nationalist. I don't want to say fascist, but like, because I'm not trying to be insulting, but if we should have a world order where people are kind of forced to inhabit these gender roles that are building good Christian societies. And the reality is that insofar as we live in a democratic society, people ought to have that ability to choose the path that they think is right for them. If you want to build a Christian community and you want to build a Christian family, you have the right to do that. And this is what makes things like capitalism and liberalism so great. A lot of different structures can exist within that structure. It's very flexible. Whereas in a Christian nationalist structure, the more liberal world order couldn't exist at all because you guys would necessarily crush it through like legislation.
I totally disagree. I think currently the way we live is actually more of this sort of fascist sort of society where women are being told all the time, like, if you aren't working in the HR department, like, you will have no value. You're going to be depressed in 5 years. I think we actually have a more society trying to ingrain women not to want to pursue womanhood and family and doing all of these sort of things.
Well, if women,
I'm saying like more of that worldview he was discussing. I'm not saying personally, I think it's fascism. I think that's kind of the lens he put it.
What I'm saying is that we, in our society, the model society that we're supposed to build, it might be the case today that we push people too far to the left. That might be the case. But the answer to that isn't that we need to shove everybody into families and say, hey, you're going to be an incubator for 15 children because that's your role, because you need to breed more for the white race, which is the kind of the point of view.
But the issue is like right now, like everyone's saying, like, I talk to so many women and even men, the way in which they view having children is extremely toxic. They say your life is over. You have no freedom now.
Because
and
that's
that
what it means. Because
is like
that's what
a
it. That's
new
what it means.
societal thing.
No, that's what it means to have. That is
education.
That is, yeah. So again,
That's what,
No,
that's
it
what it means.
doesn't. It doesn't have to mean your life is over and your freedom's over.
Yes, it does.
Hold on,
Parents,
no,
we
you're
need
dead.
to-
Hold on,
one
stop.
toxic
Wait,
part.
who has kids on this
2
panel?
seconds. Just because
I have kids.
Okay, yeah. So trust me, as an absentee father, I'm an
treat
expert on
my
this. Okay,
minions like children.
yeah. Okay,
so-
hold on. So especially as a woman, but in most families, having children sets you on a different path in life. You do lose a lot of freedom, and you do lose the ability to do a lot of things you would have otherwise. Ask any man ever.
Yeah, but
you say,
wait,
let me
the
finish my
framing of
thing.
it is
Let me
that-
finish. Let me finish my
right back
statement.
to you.
Let
If
the
you
man
ask,
talk.
to finish
if you ask any man ever, okay, hey, do you want to give up the most important career years of your life to stay at home for 7 or 8 years to take care of a child? No man would ever accept that deal. Fuck no. I'm not like from 20 to 28. You want me to sacrifice my whole life? But that's the decision that we've kind of forced upon, or it's biologically forced upon women. You can't be surprised that given the opportunity to live another life, given the opportunity to pursue a life of your own, an identity independent of your family, that a lot of women would choose to do that. I don't think that's surprising. As a man, I totally understand that. And I think there are a lot of women that are coming to understand that as well. Women have made huge sacrifices because of the biological reality thrust upon them, where they have to sacrifice their life for men to be able to work and have a family. Women don't have the option to work and have a family. So given the ability to choose, I don't think it's that crazy that they would choose to do otherwise.
Yeah, I just think that
That's not my point. My point.
Stardust, just because she's been so patient. Go ahead, Stardust.
Yeah, I think also just the very fact, Marie, that you're kind of reinforcing something that's pretty toxic that actually leads to a lot of women feeling like they don't fit in with motherhood because they feel like they should be loving every part of motherhood. They should be loving their children when really women get sick of their children. They want to get out of the fucking house. Being around children 24/7 is driving them nuts, and that's totally normal as a parent. Like at a certain point, it's going to drive you up the wall.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't remember arguing that like you have to love every part of anything because life is hard in general. Like no one's going to be like, oh yeah, I love every part of my life. Like cleaning the toilets. Oh, great. I love that so much. No, I'm saying right now in society, the idea thrust upon couples, not even just women, not just men, couples, people who are choosing to be together. I will talk to couples about, hey, are you guys going to have kids? They're in their late 20s and they're like, no, I don't want my life to be over. Why does your life have to be over? Why can't you look at this as a new journey? My mom traveled
Marie,
the
that is
world with 2
abstinence
kids
only
and a
education.
dog.
Let's hear from
That is
Brent for the first
abstinence
time.
only education. That is literally propaganda that they have been fed by the school system growing up. That's why they're saying it like that. It's not true. You know it's not true. I know it's not true. But that's
I
why.
know, but it is being thrust upon a lot of people, and it is like the societal model that we are being presented.
Yeah, because
as
they
a
didn't
young
want them to
person.
have
I don't
sex
know
young,
how
so they
old
lied to them.
everyone
When
is.
you-
but
Hold on.
that's-
Are you a Christian person?
Me? No,
Yeah.
I'm like nothing. I'm like, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
agnostic,
I'm sorry.
I
So I'm
guess.
just trying to understand this. Okay. So when you have children, the life that you lived before is over. You have a new set of responsibilities. You have a new set of risks that you can and cannot take. And you have a new direction that you have to go down in your life. It's a new journey that you take. This, if you believe in a structure of a family, you necessarily believe that this is the case when you have children. If you're a couple, you make a lot of money. Is it DINK? They call it dual income, no kids. You're traveling like once every 3 months to go out of the country and everything. If you have children, that life ends. Now, some people make that
It
choice.
doesn't have to. I don't
You're
agree with that. I know
you're just
people
wrong.
who-
You can disagree if you want, but you're just wrong.
It is
People
not
don't.
irresponsible to
Steven
travel
is
with
right
a
on
kid.
this.
I know I'm right on this. It's obvious.
Yeah, you
Obviously,
need
not
to
ev-
make sacrifices.
You don't. Yeah,
Okay.
you
No, of
you have
course,
to
you're
make.
not going to not make sacrifices, but when you get into a couple, of course, that single life you live is gone. That's just part of life is
I think-
having new chapters of
I
life.
think what you're
Yeah.
saying is that it's a good sacrifice. So like
Yeah, some people can make that choice.
yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
go ahead.
And it's like I think that we are propagandized to a certain extent to believe in this kind of like consumerist way of living that is very like consumptive and just like we make as much money as possible to like spend it on expensive travel and whatnot. I think a lot of people do
for the
like
benefit of
miss out
capitalists.
on that family building. So I think you could make the argument that it's a good sacrifice because what you're sacrificing is this very like temporary sort of pleasure of consuming things for building something greater. But like it is ultimately a big change, and it must be if you want to provide what is
And
necessary for your
currently, a lot of
kids.
people think we're like living in downtown Chicago is a lot more fulfilling than say getting like a little house that has like a nice yard and having a garden and having a family. A lot of people look at that because
Yeah,
of
but-
the way in
But it
which
probably
society
is
is
more
moving of
we
like
live in
having
a-
no
some
kids
people.
and
So like let
We-
them do it.
yeah, of course, for
And we-
some
it depends
people,
on the
but
life
that's the
stage you're in.
outlier.
And we live in a democratic society. You have to make that argument. It's the onus is on you. If you believe that's a lifestyle that other people ought to live, then the onus is on you to prove it. Like show like, hey, this is a lifestyle that's more fulfilling. You either preach this through your communities, you preach it through your churches, you do it through the media that you have people engage in, whatever you want, make the argument for that lifestyle. And there will be people that'll be like, you know what? I want to make the sacrifice. I want to have a kid. I want to get rid of like what I'm doing, in the past. But you can't just expect everybody to automatically throw away what is otherwise. It could be like really fabulous, really fun, really carefree lifestyles and say like, because we need to keep breeding to like forward our race, or because there's some like weird imperative, like religiously or biologically or whatever. Otherwise, you can't just say that people have to do that if you can't make the argument for it.
Well, I can make the argument, and I would say,
before you do that, I'd like to just clarify something.
Hang on, can I jump in here? We've heard from
no,
the opposition
let Jimmy
for a
do it. He
long
hasn't
time.
spoken for a while.
Thank you. Yeah,
All
fuck you.
right.
I love you. I'm sorry.
Oh,
So Marie, so let's say we were to grant you everything you said, right? Hey, and I think we did kind of earlier, right? We said, hey, maybe there's some overcorrection happening in some parts of society. We went to like academia, and so maybe people are being encouraged not to settle down until they're like too far in their adulthood or whatever the fuck. Maybe you're correct about this, right? But how does that amount to there being a war on women? So people being encouraged to take to pursue lifestyles that you think are detrimental. How does that amount to there being a war on women in this country?
Well, I wasn't really making that argument, but that argument can be made that if we are putting women down this path of being in HR and thinking that's going to create happiness, and then they just get so far along, we're having children.
But we're not really putting them down this
become
path.
more unsafe.
Oh, yeah, but how
Really?
hey,
Like, I really do think we are, because when there's all these influencers.
Just to be sure we hear both of you, just to be sure you're separate.
Well, I'm just saying, how does selling a lifestyle, which is basically what's happening, it's just like, hey, don't settle down and have kids when you're 18 years old. Maybe explore your options, maybe pursue a career, whatever the fuck. They're basically just selling a lifestyle, and some people agree they like the product that's being sold to them, so they pursue it. And so how does that, them choosing of their own free will to go down this lifestyle path that you think is going to lead to them having like a long-term negative outcomes or whatever? How is this us forcing anything onto them? They can choose, like Destiny said, to do the trad wife thing. They can choose to have 10 kids, start helping out kids the moment they hit 18 years old. Right? We're not saying that, hey, you can't do the trad wife thing, or you should be shamed for doing the trad wife thing. We're just saying, hey, you shouldn't try to force people into boxes, and we should provide the options and let people go where they want to go.
No, I'm not
Absolutely,
arguing
you're
that
here.
you shouldn't, that like this is something like you should force upon people. I'm actually arguing that the opposite is actually in a way being societally forced onto people. That was my argument. I'm not saying we should force anything. I'm arguing that sort of lifestyle of living in a city, these are the things actually being forced upon people because they are made to believe this is the only way to live. This is the only way to get a job. This is the only way.
But like,
if you're going to make the argument that this type of lifestyle is being forced onto women because it's kind of glorified or whatever, we can make the same argument before women were entering the workforce in the same way, right? We can make the same argument that like, oh, well, we glorified homemaking and women are kind of being indoctrinated, and now
does that make it so that their biological clock is going out if they're going into homemaking, or is there actually like an adverse effect actually being happening?
What do you mean by
biological? Well, yeah, there are studies that
limit.
show that women who are stay at home are actually like more likely to suffer from depression, things like that, right? This whole idea that women are happier at home.
You're
is
telling me
myth.
women who have like a stable home are more depressed than women who live in the
well,
city?
they don't have a stable home. A lot of the time they have like a more economic stability because they don't have their own source of income.
Yeah,
people who are married and who are religious are more
it's
happy on
counterintuitive.
average. But like, I think the problem here is that like we're using this language called like forced, and like we have to move away from that because it's not true that women are being forced, but it is true that women are encouraged to go into certain fields. And the reason why we know this is because we're having this panel right now, and one of the topics is the wage gap, and the reason, a large reason for that wage gap, is the choice of field that men and women get into. And so we look at these gaps, right? The gap in income or gap in STEM, and we say that this is necessarily bad, that women are not, reaching the same standards as men. And it's not necessarily bad because it's fine if women are choosing to do other things with their life. So like, I think that that's what we should focus on, is that like, it's not forced per se, but it is obviously encouraged.
Yeah, and we got to keep in mind that what happened on the other side historically, if we want to talk about history, is that 100 years ago, women didn't have the right to work in the same way that men do. right? Or did, right? They didn't have the right to vote in the same way that men did, right? So that was something actually being enforced upon women through government policy to keep them in a certain box, right? And now the box is gone, and women I think all that society is doing right now is encouraging women to pursue these other options that they now have access to. Right. So I don't think anybody's being forced to do anything. And if you're saying, hey, these women are being sold like a bill of goods or whatever, and it's actually bad for them, sure, that's great, but make the argument and maybe people will listen to you. I don't think there's anything being forced upon anybody. And Nick, I think you're gonna have to demonstrate for your side of the argument, because I think you do want to put women back into that box. You're gonna have to demonstrate why that box is beneficial to us today. Right. And
I tried to do that earlier, and then I got cut off by that girl. And I was going to answer Stephen, my best friend, who posed the question and said, why should they not be allowed to do something that's fulfilling or something like that? Here's the thing. It's not about women's fulfillment. And the other thing is, it's also not an individual society. I'll just say it very plainly. It's not a question of, are women happy, not happy? Are they fulfilled, not fulfilled? The feminist society isn't working. And we know that it's not working because of one reason alone. Family formation is not happening. The fertility rate is below the replacement level. Society is not regenerating itself. You could say that maybe the best metric, the surest metric, maybe the most relevant, or one of the only relevant metrics is, are men and women getting together and forming families successfully, staying together and having kids, because that is what you need to perpetuate the society. That is what you need to imbue culture from one generation to the next. That's what you need to have a next generation, is for men and women to get together. And ever since, and you can see this across the developed world, and some people say this is because of the economy. Some people say this is because of technology, but and certainly those things correlate. The fact is that all of these societies where women have this role in the workplace, where women are being educated, where there's co-ed workplaces and education, families are not being formed and the next generation is not proceeding. Now, the same cannot be said in the Middle East. The same cannot be said in Africa. Same cannot be said, well, increasingly it is, but historically in Latin America. The feminist idea is failing basically on that metric alone. And so if you have a society that's blowing up and exploding because it's shrinking every year, because men and women are not getting together, because women are going out and exploring work and men are not interested in that, and then they're not forming families and not having kids, you don't have a society. That is the quintessential problem. And why are you having that problem? You're having that problem because men and women need to be getting together when they're fertile.
Nick,
and
why do you want to live in the Middle East?
Wait, hold on, no, stop. Why do you think
honestly,
that problem
I would. I said that on my show last week. They're building the line in Saudi Arabia. It sounds awesome. There's no alcohol. Women can't drive. You're forced to wear burqas.
So you are
it's a
moving
super
there.
city.
Okay.
Yeah, I would love it. If we're
I moved there
Christian,
too.
yeah,
That's
I would
pretty
be
cool.
fine
That's
with
pretty
that.
cool.
Also, you
Like,
interrupted
I'm
me.
with Nick on that, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
but Nick, wait 1 second. So Nick, so Japan has a lower birth rate than the United States does, right? They also have a very patriarchal society, right? That does push women into, I think, traditional Japanese roles, right? That are I think pretty similar to like traditional Western roles. So why do you think their birth rate, given that they have a much more patriarchal society that is being enforced, why do you think their birth rate is so much lower than ours?
I don't think that's entirely true. I think that women are working in Japan, and I don't really know that much
just
about
the fact that
Japan.
they're working. Like that's it.
Well, isn't that kind of the question of this debate? Is
It's
the role
not.
of women in
Why do you think-
society?
It's not,
So if
though.
women are,
If it-
yes, it
okay.
absolutely is. If women are, you just talked about women being given the option to be educated and work, and you say it's not relevant if women are to a large extent being educated and working in Japan. That's the principle. That is one of the things that defines modernity, along with technology, along with education. It is the expansion of the role of women. That's how you classify it.
Nick,
That's why
I
we
think-
say Africa's primitive.
I think when we talk
a
about
bigger
this, I think
predictor is the
there-
welfare
Reasons.
state.
So I think one of the big philosophical question here, and people from the left run from it, I don't think we should. I think it's a thing to talk about, right? Is there's this unspoken assumption that we ought to be slaves to the continuing of society. And I think that assumption can be challenged. I don't think that you have the right to tell 50% of the population, that we are necessarily going to force you to live a certain type of lifestyle, because if you don't, then within 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 years, it might be the case that humanity goes extinct. I don't think that that's acceptable, that you're forced to carry the burden of the existence of the future of the human race through the way that you live individually in your life. It might be the case that at some point far off into the future, that like having a smaller population becomes, some sort of negative, but I don't think we're at that point right now, right? It would probably reduce energy expenditure around the world and make it easier for people to live in different areas. Maybe our cities wouldn't be as crowded, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Destiny is
I think that you need
so
a stronger
wrong.
argument
Holy
than
shit.
the birth rates are negative.
Oh,
I don't think
God.
that in and of itself is an argument that's strong enough to force people to commit to a certain type of lifestyle.
Well, it's not about forcing them. It's just about recognizing objectively the success of the feminist project. And if you could say that a society is succeeding, if you could say that a society is thriving and vital, you would say that all of those things are bound up in whether or not families are being formed and kids are being made. So it's not to say that we're slaves to continuing the generations. It's to say that's the metric of a successful society.
Well, also,
because the societies that are
is-
doing that will be around.
That is what you were saying though, right? Because you're saying that, I'm not saying we have to be slaves to like having families. I'm just saying that we need to have like successful societies. But what you said, your words verbatim, your idea of a successful society is one that's growing in population. Your
Because
measure of that
shrinking, it
was
will not
birth rate.
exist.
Wait, hold on. But you don't strengthen a society just by having more people. There are tons of different ways to strengthen societies. We can talk about it sociologically. We can talk about it culturally.
But that's a baseline. That's
Society
baseline.
can't be strong if it doesn't exist. And society only
hold on.
exists if people have children. So like you can't have a strong society in the first place.
So if you want open Wolfram Alpha or get a fucking math friend and you could plug in the functions, do the math, we're not going to lose everybody in 2 years or in 2 generations or in 200. Okay. So the idea that in 10,000 years, humanity might go extinct, therefore half the population right now needs to be forced to live a certain lifestyle. Otherwise we're going to run the risk of not being able to repopulate
we're doing
the planet.
that with the climate agenda.
No, we're not
That's
doing that.
exactly what your side is trying to
no,
change
no,
the way
that's-
in which
no,
people
no,
live
no,
because of
no.
something very
Changing how
far
people
off.
live is not the same as telling people they can't have children. I don't know how you're even making that
You're
connection.
telling people they can't have certain cars anymore. You're telling people that every year they have to go to the DMV and get their emissions checked for God knows
One of these
why.
is your body. One of these is your body, and one is the consumption of goods.
Speaking at the same time.
Things like getting your emissions checked are fine. Okay. If you were in LA like 30 or 40 years ago, you couldn't even fucking see outside. It looked like Beijing. The smog was so bad. So some of these like climate policies.
Me with my 2-year-old car, I need to get my emissions.
But Stephen,
checked.
why?
If you
why
have a
did we
2-year-old
make
car that
change?
passes your emission, if you have a 2-year-old car that passes the emission check, then you're fine. You go and you get it checked and you're good, right? Like people, I was almost really sexist. I'm sorry. People can neglect their cars.
Go there, explore that.
No, I won't. People can neglect their cars for a long time. Just because your car is 2 years old doesn't necessarily mean it would pass an emissions check. You might not maintain your car. You might drive around all day with a check engine light. You might have a catalytic converter or an O2 sensor that doesn't fucking work. Having your car emissions checked is not the end of the world. It's not a bad thing. And there's nothing at ends with saying we ought to have like a cleaner, healthier society, atmosphere, air, oceans. That like there's no that doesn't not work. And then you also say like we don't have to force women to breed to maintain society.
I agree with you
nothing
so
thing.
much. You're so right about society and about the environment. But like, why are you right? Because we care about future generations.
No,
we care
no,
about
no.
the environment being good. And like societies are great when
no.
people are willing to care about generations ahead of them and not have this time orientation of like 4 to 8 years.
You're playing a word game. Hold on. We care about the future generations that will exist. We don't care about making a certain number of people in the future generation. Those are two incredibly different things. Hold on. We care about the people that are going to come after us on this planet. That's what we mean when we say future generations. We don't care that we're like committed to create a baseline number of people to go forward in the next generation.
It's
That's
not
not
about
what that
creating
means.
a specific number. It's about having people at all, right? And so like,
Wait, how many people do you think we're losing?
it's okay.
We're
Steven,
losing
it's
a
not like we're
significant
going
amount
to
of people,
disappear.
Destiny.
The population's
The only
not
thing
going to like
that's offsetting the
disappear.
loss in
But like
population is
China's
immigration.
population is
Hold on
going
one
to
second, just because
halve
there's two
over
people-
the next few
let me
decades.
give you a chance to finish.
Like,
your
Wait,
it's
you
not
said the world
sustainable.
population will have in the next few decades?
China's.
You think
Because
China's population will have in the next few decades?
Yeah, because their demographics are like insane, and
Hold
they're
on.
not
Do
having
you
a lot
think
of children.
are there
They're not
is there-
allowed to have
wait,
a lot of
wait,
children.
is there I don't know if China doesn't have. Is their
They-
population going to have or is their birth rate going to have?
No population.
Population.
Look, China is the most populous country on
That's-
earth.
Wait, hold on. I think
Thank
I think
you.
we need to
Thank you for
justify
that,
using birth
throwing
rates
that in
as like
there.
an
We
indicator of a
appreciate
thriving
that.
society in the first place, right? Because it seems like you listed off like countries in the Middle East and Africa, but the countries that you're listing off tend to be countries with a very poor quality of life,
And
very
they'll
low
be
life
here.
expectancy. Right?
I can read the
and it seems,
statistic if you
and
want
you
as
said earlier
well.
that some people or blame it on the economy or blame it on the GDP, but the reason they do that is because you can track this with all these first world nations. As the quality of life increases, as the GDP goes up, as these countries modernize, the birth rate declines, right, across the board, right? So if we can see that the countries where people are reporting happier lives, better quality of lives, where they have like more modernized societies, are the ones with the lower birth rates.
Yeah, you're restating what I said.
Why are we pointing to the ones that have worse quality of lives with their higher birth rates as like an indicator of success?
Because the fertility rate is a direct
Africa-
consequence of the relationship and the relative roles between men and women. That's why. And so, you're just restating what I said. Yes, it tracks with technological progress. Yes, it tracks with economic development, but the fertility rate is principally concerned with family formation and men and women getting together. And you're right. Africa is a primitive civilization. The Middle East is more primitive than the West. That's absolutely true. And the thing is, they're going to be here in 1,000 years on this trajectory because they're growing, they're increasing, and we're decreasing. And I think Destiny, hang on. Destiny, I think you severely underestimate the extent to which the population is shrinking. In the United States, the only reason that our demographic collapse is not moving very quickly is because it's being offset by a massive amount of immigration every year. That's a separate thing about population refreshment or replacement. But if we didn't have that, if you look at the white birth rate, it's far lower than the combined birth rate of the minority non-white population. It's being offset by immigration. Japan is in a demographic crisis.
On hate
and,
speech.
I don't know how many years. That's not hate speech. I don't know how many years in the future. It's just math. I don't know how many years in the future it will take for Canada and Japan and China to have no children, but the population reduction is significant. And the point is not to say, well, we need to do this so society is a certain kind of size. In terms of rate, this is a good metric of whether a society is succeeding. If you could say that male and female relationships are good and optimal, you'll say that families are being formed because that means that they're attracting each other and having children. If they're not doing that, then the relationships are poor. And the point is simply to say there are consequences for saying we'll just give women these menu options and women can pick what they like. That's fine and well, but we tried that and now it's having society-wide consequences.
I don't think.
I disagree. Okay, so if anything, we used to. Sorry. So if anything, again, people used to work much longer hours, and it actually was worse for the family. There are higher children dying. Children used to die much more. Women and men used to work ridiculous amounts of hours, and they would still reproduce more. I believe the decreasing birth rates is more of a sign of increased wealth rather than work, right? Because we actually work 8-hour days now, or most people do. But maternal mortality also used to be super high. And so if anything, I would say that this idea, Nick, that you're saying that feminism has created this decline in birth rates, I don't think it's necessarily true. Feminism actually pushed for maternity leave. So women, when they were in the workplace, could take off time for their pregnancies and to attend to their families. So I disagree with this entire sentiment that you have.
I think a much better predictor
Can I
is
make
just
one
the role of
point?
the welfare state. Like the thing is that people used to have children because they wanted to have people in their life that were connected to them that would help them as they aged. That was like a very common reason to have children, and people had lots of children for this reason. But now we have the government that's able to implement pension programs and all of these systems that make it so people aren't so concerned about having children because they know that they can save, they know they can put money away, and they know they have these organizations that are going to back them up. So I think that the data shows that a much better predictor is the role of the government as in welfare to birth rates.
I don't think people make this.
No, go Destiny.
I don't think people make decisions on having children based on them taking care of them in future timelines, except for maybe in really.
Yes, they do.
People used
Hey,
to.
don't
That
interrupt
is a very
him.
common thing.
Sam is talking.
That is very common.
Seriously,
I don't care.
woman-splaining.
He's done it too.
Yeah,
Okay.
straight up. Let Steven speak.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. I'm
We
sorry.
wanna hear-
Let me
Can I say one thing?
let me make
say-
a
I
let me
haven't-
make
I
a let me
haven't
make
got
a
to speak.
let me make a stronger statement. Nobody is deciding in
Steven,
Western
and we're gonna
countries.
Go to Alex.
Yeah, in Western countries, people aren't having kids to take care of them in like as
Yeah,
they get
why?
old.
Because
right?
they don't need to.
Yeah, because we live in civilized societies where
Yeah.
you're not going to die in the fucking street
'Cause you have
if
the
you don't have a
welfare
kid. Right? No, not because of the welfare state.
I mean,
right?
effectively. Well, also, like, stocks
that's
and, like,
you
Oh
can't
my
have.
God.
Hold on, you
Roth
can't
IRAs
have.
and
You can't have the
The US has
conservative.
some of the worst
You can't
welfare
have.
in
You
the
can't
world.
have. You
Guys,
can't
it's
have the
getting-
you can't have the conservative argument on both sides. Okay, you can't say that on one end the welfare state is disincentivizing the birth of children, and that's why our replacement rates are low. And then on the other hand, it's also mysteriously incentivizing the birth of like black children out of wedlock.
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm
I'm not making that argument.
Oh, you might not be making that argument, but the
Somebody's-
type of argument that you're making,
I
that
don't
argument is
make that
made on
argument.
every
No
that
way.
argument is made on every single side. Okay, we
Civil
can't say
rights.
that like we can't say that we're simultaneously like pumping out children or not pumping out children because of welfare, not because of welfare at the same time. So I think that when people are making the choice to have children, and I'm pretty sure that when the research shows this, or we can start digging these studies we need to, but I'm pretty sure that it's when people feel like they're in a comfortable spot in their life that they're ready to have kids. I think that's like whether or not you can afford a home, I think is one of them, and whether or not you have good financial stability, I think is another big one. It's not like I need to have kids or else when I'm old, nobody's going to take care of me. Unless you're literally in a society that has like is so bare bones. And I don't mean the difference between like Canada and the United States and Sweden. I mean like the difference between like fucking Sweden and some country that has like 6 ongoing genocides. Okay, that's the difference. So that's the disparity we're talking about.
Saying. Like that's exactly
Okay, hold
what
on.
I'm telling
But then
you.
the prescription they're giving me is we need to go back to some fucking prehistoric fucking bullshit where we're running around in tribes trying to shit out 20 kids because 10 of them are going to die in childbirth and the other 10 are going to take care of us when we're old and the fucking voodoo witch lady's trying to remove our kidney to sacrifice for some fucking rain.
think that's what
okay, I don't know if
makes
we want to
us
go back to
As
that
the only
society.
other parent
I think
on
that's
Let
what
Alex
makes
go. Let Alex go.
Hold on, Alex hasn't gone for a while. Go ahead, Alex.
Well, yeah, I mean, I haven't been able to talk, but one thing that nobody's refuted, and I think we should talk about this on the conservative side too, when we talk about the war on women, what about trans athletes that are biological males like Leah
Jesus,
Thomas
that's
getting
another
to compete
debate.
against women? No, but I mean, isn't that a war on women? Why can guys with a penis that still is into, women?
Oh my God!
get
Just
to
go
compete
watch our
against-
debate. You already.
Well, I'm
debated
just saying,
this.
isn't that so? You don't think that's a war on women, Brendan? Even
No,
though
I
you
think
say
you're
there is a
wasting
war
your
on women?
time. We've got other shit to
Dude,
talk
you're
about
letting-
here.
You're letting
Hold
guys
on, we
compete
haven't heard
against
from Alex for a
women
long
in
time.
sports, taking away scholarships. You think that's
Oh
okay? You
my
don't think that's a
God.
war on women, Brendan?
So no one's taking
So
away
I do
scholarships,
think-
but this is a totally different debate. Just go watch that.
It's
other
about
debate.
it's about a
It's
war
not
on women,
relevant.
Brendan. So if you're letting guys take a pill that says that they're having a hormone therapy, and then they get to compete against women, look at Leah Thomas, ranked 457,
Jesus.
then became the #1 NCAA ranked swimmer in.
How
multiple
are you still
categories,
stuck
Brendan.
on this?
Wait, hold on, but
Because that is a war on women, Brendan.
but
That,
Brendan,
listen,
to be
all,
fair-
all we're talking about is birth rates.
Yeah, I
when I'm
think
trying to
there-
bring up concrete examples of how there is a war on women, and I'm conservative, and normally I probably wouldn't agree with that, but I think it's very obvious when you're letting trans people compete against biological females. Men, we already talked about the strength. Men have much more strength than women, so it's unfair. That is a disadvantage for women in sports that they're probably going to lose their scholarship, and then if they speak out against it, they can lose their scholarship. So not only is there a war physically in the sport, they're muted. They're Orwellian society. They can't even speak about it. So yeah, I think there's a war on women from competing and speaking out against the trans movement.
Yeah, and Brenton,
I
to be,
would say-
to be fair, go ahead, Stardust. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say that Doobie said earlier that I think Doobie put it really well that, there is some level of an attack on the identity of a woman from both sides of the political sphere. And I think it's wise for us to at least acknowledge that there's at least a little bit of that.
Yeah, I don't think we
other
gain
people
anything by
existing isn't
shutting
a
down.
So I
passion,
win the
right?
debate. I win the debate.
It is totally
that.
within the scope
Right.
of the war on women, quote unquote, right? Like that the attack, if there's an attack on the concept of womanhood that comes from some people on the left, right? I think we need to acknowledge that, and I think dismissing it or trying to shut it down is really unproductive.
No one is attacking a concept of womanhood. What's happening is that womanhood is.
What are
being
you talking
expanded.
about?
Hold
Yes,
on,
they
Sam,
are.
I
Yes,
do-
they are. They're saying
Sam, I do
biological men with a
respond,
penis can be a woman. You're saying
Oh
gender.
my
You think,
God.
yeah, because you don't
Alex,
believe
let's
in
give Alex a
biology.
respond as well.
Yes,
Well,
I
I'm
believe
just
in.
saying,
I believe in
because you're
science.
not based in reality. That's not science. Science is a
All right,
testicle
literally
and
is.
dick.
All right,
A
Alex.
testicles and
Why
dick.
do we
That's
talk about
science.
this? He's
All
such
right,
a
I hate to do
weirdo.
this, but I got it the same way I give you a chance, Alex. I got to give Brenton a chance to quick respond.
Okay, so we are not destroying in just the same way that gay marriage does not threaten straight marriage. Trans women do not threaten regular women. We are expanding a concept to fit with a changing world. Now, this has affected ways that we run sports in a number of ways. It's also affected ideas like, how do you handle bathrooms? These are questions that we need to answer coming forward, but it is not going to do any good to anyone for us to simply act like this is a zero-sum game between womanhood. Just because a woman can become a man after HRT and is treated like one, that doesn't hurt me as a man. It doesn't hurt anybody here. And
Britton, it hurts.
doesn't
It
hurt
hurts.
anyone
It
else.
hurts. If you let a lesbian with a penis go into the women's locker room, that hurts him because they can sexually
my God.
oogle women, and that is a
How-
real thing. Trans women that still have a dick, just like Leah Thomas, going in the women's locker room and changing, that is a war on women. That's
Dude,
disgusting.
this is
Men should
just
not be allowed to
you.
go in there.
This is
No,
just
this
you,
is like,
Alex.
This is a
wait,
huge
wait a minute, wait a minute.
cultural
I
issue.
think we can say,
Come on.
I think we
They're
can say,
rapists. They're
I think we
rapists.
can say that so I would
Don't you
make the
like that,
statement,
Nick?
like I personally believe that trans women, yes, are women, but there are still issues that affect biological women in a unique way.
Can a
and
trans woman
biological
have a
women-
period? Can a
Wait
trans
a
woman
minute,
get pregnant?
Wait a minute.
Can a
I'm not
trans woman have a
disagreeing.
period or
Alex,
get
I'm not
pregnant?
disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. Okay, okay. So there are ways in which biological women still have unique issues that they face that trans women don't. And yes, there's like a biological advantage that some trans women have over biological women, right? So I think it's important for us to acknowledge that. I don't understand the whole discourse about trying to like say it's exactly the same. We know it's not the exact same experience, right?
No one's saying it's exactly the same. When people say trans women are women, what they're saying is that trans women should be considered women within our society.
Yes, and they
which
are, and I agree with that.
Okay.
So I think trans women should be considered women, but I think just like we do with any other group of women, we also can acknowledge that there are different realities based on your biological makeup, based on the life that you lived, and so there are different categories within women that are going to affect certain women differently, and there are ways that biological women are going to be affected by
Stardust, you
certain
just
things.
said there's
Wait,
multiple
wait, wait,
realities.
wait,
That's
Alex.
not real. There's not
Alex,
multiple
Alex,
realities.
Okay, maybe I phrased it wrong. I could have phrased it wrong. I'm so sorry.
And Iron Man and
can
all
I-
that is
okay.
one reality. Okay,
Can I ask
as a
Brenton a
man's
question?
world.
Is that okay?
Bitch.
Yeah,
Nah,
'cause
I didn't
Brenton, I
think
think-
that's Stardust.
Brenton, I think trying to,
Everybody's
like-
saying about
God.
the way I'm saying woman. I'm saying it the right way.
You're saying
Stop.
woman.
It's women.
You're saying
I'm
woman,
saying
but like
women.
it's plural.
You want me to say women? Women. I
Yeah,
can
it's
say
women.
women, but
Women is
okay.
the plural
gives a
of
shit?
woman.
person. Hold on, but Brenton, I think
glad
dismissing
you
this
brought
is
that
like
up. Yeah.
Alex's obsession or something is, I think, like not real, right? I think so. What do you say to like a leftist, for example, who comes to you and says, "Hey, I think that trans women in transitioning to their new gender are actually reinforcing a ton of patriarchal stereotypes about what it means to be a woman, what it means to look like a woman, what it means to speak like a woman, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera." Right? They're actually reinforcing the patriarchal social roles just through their existence, and your embrace of them is actually helping that patriarchy along, this thing that they've been trying to dismantle for decades. So what do you say to a leftist that would say that to you? Because that is a very common position among feminists.
Among TERFs. But yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So
they're
what I would say to
feminists.
that,
Okay, sure.
TERFs are not feminists.
Yes, they are.
All
Oh my
right.
God.
So
Please,
anyway,
like-
what I would say to that specifically is, first of all, patriarchy is not the only thing that is holding you down, and you should know this if you're a feminist, because kyriarchy overrules patriarchy. Kyriarchy is a more, I guess.
Are you mansplaining feminism to me right now? No, I'm just.
No,
kidding.
I'm mansplaining it to the TERF. So like what's happening there is that you have to look and keep your head in the game, like, and see what is going to benefit women and the rest of society more. Is it going to benefit women and the rest of society more to attack and abuse a minority within that society? Or is it going to benefit us more to I guess, broaden our idea of gender, to broaden our idea of what a woman's role is and what a woman is? The more options you have, the better it's going to be. And people will then be able to work with others to bring out the best in themselves and others. So the idea, I can understand why someone might feel attacked by the idea of women changing, just like I can see someone who might feel attacked by the idea of men changing and taking on different roles. But the fact is, this is society. This is life. This is humanity. Change is the only universal constant, and you can never get away from that.
But that doesn't mean we need to change all the time. Anytime like a proposed
Certainly
change
not.
comes up.
Yeah, no,
So
I
these
hate
women.
this.
Please, so
I
this
hate
woman,
the
this woman
idea
who's
that-
oh God, please.
Yeah, go ahead,
I love you,
Doopy.
Kaftash, but I think it's I think you just demonstrated it, right? How you kind of dismissed the fact that I think that a lot of trans women, when they attempt to pass as a woman, are actually reinforcing the stereotypes, right? That seems to be the case, right? And you said, hey, well, they need to realize that it's
why do
not
you
just
think they need to pass?
that even though trans
Okay, but
women
there
are
are plenty-
reinforcing patriarchal stereotypes, what you should actually be focused on is the hierarchy and how that's also oppressing you, right? But this is still reinforcing patriarchal stereotypes.
If
right?
you're attacking hierarchy, you are not. Patriarchy is a subgroup in hierarchy.
If you are saying that, hey, also you need to be okay with what they consider to be males, men, being in your spaces, being in your sports, being in women's abuse shelters, being in women's prisons, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But maybe having access to grants in education that are formed and put in place for women to try to knock through the glass ceiling, whatever the fuck that the patriarchy has put in place in the past. If you're giving these men access to all these things that were meant for women, you are actually damaging women in some way. So you need to deal with that argument. It doesn't make sense to just dismiss it as like Alex's obsession or to tell them to focus on the hierarchy. That's not. I don't think that's productive.
The idea,
and again, anytime we bring up every time we bring up biological woman, it's not that somebody is saying that trans women are not women, but anytime you bring up biological women and their unique struggles that they face, people automatically assume that you're excluding trans women from the status of woman when you're not. There's just a difference in what biological women have to deal with. There's a biological disadvantage to being a woman. You are so
that's for real.
Yeah.
Now that's true. That's the truest thing I've heard
also,
all night.
And again, I would say that I don't see why us talking about how biological women have their own unique struggles is somehow excluding trans women from the label of woman. We're not doing that.
It's not, but the problem is that bigots will use the word biological.
So we just
women
stop talking about actual issues because bigots will take advantage of the language or whatever.
No, but you just have to be careful when you're having that conversation because a lot of people just sadly aren't very smart and don't think in this in a very nuanced manner. So
but your solution is to shut it
I
down. Was to
empathize
dismiss
with
it and
that.
shut it down. Right. So you're dismissing and shutting down the real concerns of women in our society to support like what 1%
So I am
of the
dismissing the
population?
concerns of one tiny group of radicals.
No,
Like,
that's not true.
That is true.
That is
not true at all.
you're-
Like elections
Yeah.
are going to be won or lost on this.
If you say so.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like
This is not a small amount of people. You are a man, so you may not actually understand how women feel about this issue because it's
I understand
always
how right-wing
men
women feel about this issue.
No, it's not
Left-wing
just
women
right
too.
wing. Are you kidding? It's a
Well,
lot
it's
of
really
women
frustrating
too.
for me too.
Exactly.
Like,
One
listen,
person at a time.
I'm trans, right? And presumably you are like saying these things for my benefit, but like
No.
for the benefit of trans people.
I speak the truth as I see it. I don't say it for anyone's benefit.
Not trying to help trans people, but I'm very frustrated by like the left's decision to try to like weaponize trans identity towards gender abolition. And I said this earlier, but like if you want to make a distinction between like cis women or trans women or call like trans women like galoopa-goops or like whatever the word is, whatever the sound orientation coming out of your mouth is, like I don't think it matters. Like what matters to me ultimately is that I can like wear the kind of clothes that I want to wear. Like that's the important thing. And I'm really frustrated by like people trying to make it so much more than it is. It's not that complicated. And like I don't think that trans women need to be like institutionally allowed into every space that cis women have ever been in. That's not the purpose of like my life or my activism or what I'm trying to get by like just transitioning. And so I think that like it really does people a disservice when you turn them into political pawns and try to use like a specific person's, you know,
And also
Yeah,
say
I'm
this
not
one
doing that.
type of
Like,
woman
Brittany,
that
do you think
feels
trans
this
women
way.
should have access to free abortions, Britton?
I think everyone should have access to free abortions.
Even trans women. See, that shows you how unbased in reality you are if you think a trans woman.
No,
can
I'm
even
an
get pregnant.
anarchist,
So
idiot.
that just yeah, but just because you're an anarchist, you're the idiot that thinks trans people can have babies, dude. You're the idiot. You don't even understand
again,
There's
simple
there are unique
science.
issues
Come on,
to cis women who also cis women who have a lot of children actually have unique health problems that trans women are not going to have to deal with, right? Cis women are again going to be just biologically a little bit weaker on average than the average
a
male.
lot.
And Okay, a lot,
built
a little,
different.
whatever you want
If
to
I
say.
were there, it
Okay,
would've went a little bit differently.
okay.
I could
all right.
fight you
Okay,
easily,
little guy, calm
Stardust.
down.
Yeah, well, you're a man.
Yeah, exactly. Look at my muscles.
I think we need to acknowledge at a certain point that just like we treat a different population within women, sorry, I've been saying it wrong, chat. Women, we treat like specific populations within the women category, like people of color or disabled women or all of that. We can do the same with cis women and trans women. Am I saying it right now? Are you guys happy?
Yeah.
I'm happy. You know, it's weird. Okay, so throughout this whole thing, there's been this point that keeps coming back when people are like, men are stronger, men are stronger. And what's the problem here is I feel like strength, like physical strength, which is, you know, tends to be more a masculine thing, is being confused with power. And that men are more powerful because we are stronger. This is not true. And in fact, you know, a good example of this would be the PKK/YPG. The YPG was an all-female fighting force. They are still holding their territory after being betrayed by the US government. They're the single best warriors, local warriors against ISIS. So the idea that women cannot exercise power, they won't exercise power in the same way that a man would, but they will absolutely exercise power.
I don't think it's the issue, though.
Men are actually smarter as well.
I mean, it's the issue.
That's why I'm winning this debate.
Base.
My massive IQ.
All right.
I don't know if I buy that.
I'm going to
Well, here's the
disagree
thing.
with
Wait,
that.
I want to jump
but-
in here on the question of here's why that matters. Is because, you know, if we were all in a room together, I think Alex is the biggest one here. It's like we could elect a leader amongst us or something. But if Alex is the biggest one in the room, and the, you know, the leader, whoever said, well, hey, I think it should be this way. You know, Alex could just like get a big rock and smash it over the other person's head. And that
Sure.
like, that's a definition of power. And the thing is, most interactions in society it's not a warfare scenario where there's arms. You know, most domestic scenes and most workplace scenes, and physical intimidation, it works with strength and size. And yeah, and the other thing too is that men are smarter. So, and from that proceeds, by the way, from
You're
that
just flattering
proceeds the
yourself.
relative roles, not necessarily. From that proceeds the roles of men and women, but it also indicates something about men and women, which is that men and women are fundamentally different. And I think that maybe one of the big differences in our worldview is that I am not an individualist. I don't believe in this abstraction of the individual, which is sort of sexless, raceless, who should have rights and get to say what they want to do in society. Because it's
I'm
really not an
literally an
individual.
anarcho-communist. I am not an individualist.
Okay, well,
God.
Destiny is, and I
Okay.
think the trans person
I have
is
lots of things
individualist
to
as
say
well.
about this.
And this presupposes that there's not fundamental differences between men and women, and then as a consequence, they have to be treated differently. Everything about them is different. These are essential differences. And so to say that we're just going to say, oh, men and women are just going to have the same roles and men can become women and women can become men, it is a fundamental misunderstanding of the composition
So where are the
of
essential
society.
differences?
Well, I would just
Can we
say
pull it
I
out?
disagree. I think
Real quick,
I think just because
We're only here one
men
sec. I'll give you a really quick and pithy one, Stardust, and then just in case anybody hasn't spoken for a while, Marie and April,
Okay.
go ahead,
All
Stardust.
right. So just because men and a woman may have inherent differences in what they do and what they gravitate to doesn't mean that we don't create a society where anybody can choose to go outside of that role if they feel the need to, if they feel like their calling is outside of that role. And I also wanted to touch on one subject. Doobie brought it up very briefly, but the idea of passing I thought was really interesting because I feel that there are a lot of trans women who pass better than cis women, especially just with the way that norms are and the beauty standards that we have and stuff like that. And so I thought that was a very interesting point. I know a lot of cis women who feel that they don't pass as well as a lot of trans women. So,
Brendan, are you
On the
bisexual? Is that true that you're bisexual, Brendan?
Why does
Yeah,
that
I'm
matter?
bisexual.
Why is it relevant?
So
to the
which sex do you
conversation?
like? Which sex would you rather have sex with?
Why is it relevant to the
confused.
conversation?
Who?
Alex,
it
Alex,
is.
when's
It's
the
a
last
good
time you
question.
jerked
It's a
off?
good question.
But who do you prefer to have sex with, men or women?
Alex, when you
I
jerked off last, what kind
prefer
of
to
porn were
have
you
sex with
watching?
multiple people at once. So Yeah.
Oh, gross.
That's
Too
gay.
much information.
Multiple
We didn't
dudes.
hear that.
I don't know if we're getting
He
personal.
just
like
said
Alex,
he
Are
just
you
said
worried
he
about
jerks off to the
monkeypox?
WNBA.
Are you worried about
Alex,
monkeypox? At least
Alex,
it's
the last time
women.
you jerked
No.
off, like which page of the Bible were you looking at?
When I cranked it, I was watching the WNBA. I was
He's
watching the
looking at
Liberty.
AOC.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's actually basic.
yeah, I was
can't
looking at
follow.
AOC, my favorite big booty Latina.
All right,
God,
next
this is
topic.
terrible.
Before we go into the Q&A, I actually want to remind you folks, our guests are linked in the description. We're going to go into the Q&A shortly, but I do want to remind you that includes if you're listening at the podcast, we put our guest links in there. So check them out if you want to hear more about their views. Any last closing thoughts? Any final thoughts before we go into the Q&A?
Yeah, I had one really quickly. And so people were talking about passing and trans women passing and them, being overly feminine when they do this. Can you think of a reason why trans women might want to pass beyond simply like pretending to be a woman or whatever, or reinforcing patriarchy? It's so they can get jobs. It's so they can get housing. It's so that they will not be harassed on the street by people like Nick. Like there is a practical reason why they would need to pass and why they would need to, and sometimes probably overdo it with some kind of hyper femininity.
Well, like if you want to be a woman, like I don't understand that, because like if you want to be a trans woman, you're saying you want to be a woman, so wouldn't you therefore logically want to pass?
Yeah, typically
you would want to pass, but
it doesn't really make sense.
Typically, passing is like helps like gender dysphoria or whatever, right? So like when they're passing, they feel like they're passing, they don't feel as dysphoric, and this is helpful to them. Like,
and they also are in a far less danger from the rest of society.
You're wrong. It's
Or-
purely
But
autogynephilia. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh god.
Well, I don't think anybody's denying that there are reasons for why people want to pass.
Mhm.
It's just.
I think
just
the best
not-
meme is hey, listen,
But
when a Pizza
Brenton-
Hut closed down and they tried to put a Chinese restaurant in it, everybody
not
knows
that
it's still a
meme,
Pizza
please.
Hut. So, some things can only change so much. You're always going to know.
God.
And then when you show
are
up
we
and try
doing
to order a
closing
Pizza
statements?
Hut at the Wendy's, like you look like a fucking idiot, right? Like
Okay,
that's not-
Doobie, you're just annoyed. Are you trans or something? Why are you so mad
No,
about
I'm not-
this?
I'm not
Why are
mad.
you
I'm
constantly
sorry, I'm
attacking
not
people
mad.
personally?
Yeah,
I'm
it's my
not. I'm
giant
just
brain.
wondering why
I'm
Doobie's
okay
so
with him
mad at
personally
me. I'm
attacking.
talking
Look,
about the
Alex is
world.
the most
Everyone-
emotional
everyone-
person
I love
on
and
this
respect
panel.
Alex.
Okay.
I wear
Turn
my
it
heart on
around
my
and respect
sleeve.
him.
during our
I wear my
last
heart on my
debate.
sleeve. I'm an
When I love and
emotional person.
respect
Don't ever
people,
tell me
like,
that
I
women
attack them
are
personally,
more
so what I do.
emotional than men again because Alex is here. Okay.
That's
So.
true. I'm so emotional. Oh my God, the war women. I agree with you.
Any last thoughts? Anybody else?
Last thoughts.
Can Doobie talk?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. Am I allowed to say this?
No, you're a woman. You're not allowed
I
to
give
say
you
shit.
permission. I give you
Let her
permission.
Okay. So there's
You
been
can
a
have
meme
permission,
going
yeah, you're
around
right.
on Twitter that everybody calls me white. So I just want to say I'm the new savior of the white race. So just want to let you guys know I have taken the crown. It's my thing now. So yeah.
You got it.
You're not white. You're brown.
No shit, Alex.
I am the new
No,
savior.
that was
okay.
Nick.
All
Nick
white
was
men
there.
should
Sorry.
aspire to be like me. Okay. I'm just letting you know I have taken it. Nick, you can try and challenge for it, but it's gone. It's not yours anymore. I have the
All right.
crown. I am the
But
savior.
We'll jump
All
over
Are
right,
to
you
two.
trans,
Yeah.
Stardust?
Any last
Are you a
that look in
biological
your
woman or
eye,
are you
I'll take it from
trans?
you.
All right.
I am a cis woman.
Oh, you
I know,
sure?
I get it. I look
Go
very
ahead, April.
masculine.
You
Know,
could've
maybe
fooled
this
me.
is why this
All right, enough
topic,
about you, Stardust. April.
anyways.
Yes, middle guy. What's up?
Any last thoughts before we do go into the Q&A?
Yeah, I mean, there's some really interesting studies on like the values of men and women. Fairman et al., Sue et al., Dykeman et al. And women are more likely to endorse communal, group-serving, people-oriented values. And I think that's why people like Nick are ultimately endorsing a feminine ideology, one that is not very individualistic or competitive or masculine, but one that just basically gives handouts to the people who are not succeeding.
What?
So
I'm not talking about
that's all.
handouts.
That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, and blames the failings of men on women. Yeah, women are succeeding, and
I
I'm
didn't
not.
blame it on women. I
And-
blamed it on
and
other
I'm not
people,
married.
and
I'm
then
not
I got
married. And I
yelled
don't have
at.
kids, and et cetera, et cetera. And it must be because women are pushing me down. The patriarchy has been dismantled. Now the matriarchy is forcing me into my room to yell at women all day on the internet. Like it seems. I don't know. It does seem pretty feminine.
Yeah, except
we're gonna
that's
go
not
by,
what's
like,
happening.
what,
Except that's
traditional
not what's
feminism.
happening. I said who
Blaming
I
it
thought was
on another
responsible,
minority
and then
is
everybody
also
yelled at me.
feminine.
and
Well,
said,
Nick, why are
"Oh,
you?
you can't say
that on Twitch. You can't say that on YouTube. That's
Like Nick, traditionally, like someone like you would be married at like 18 years old. Like, well, why aren't
Yeah,
you
but
married?
I'm an asexual incel, so that's
okay.
where
Yeah,
you don't understand
okay.
my life.
I apologize. I didn't know you were
Sculptor,
sexual.
sculptor, not the clay. As we like to say, like Schopenhauer said, I'm the sculptor.
Any other
But I don't
last
know. Maybe
words?
I'll start us as a new savior of the white race. I don't know.
Hey,
If
you
she's
two would make
considered
very
white,
pretty
maybe
babies. Go
we
for
could
it.
repopulate the earth.
Well, look, I'm just saying that all white men aspire to be what I am. So, you know, that's
It's true. That's
generally what it is.
Sapaku look in your eyes. You know, if more men had that, I think we'd have a different kind of movement. But yeah, my closing thoughts on this whole deal. I mean, look, it's just reality. We're talking about men and women. We all know what men and women are about. If you know, we all have moms. We all know women in a peer relationship, siblings, friends in school. We know men and we know women, and we know what they're like, and we know where they should be. And women belong as mothers in the home raising their babies. And if they want to take on some little tasks, they want to, you know, help a man with a research paper, or, you know, their husband or something like that, or pick up the phones, I think that's fine. But we need to restore gender roles. We need to have gender segregation. We need to allow men and women to thrive in their separate domains. And we need to cease the elevation of women in these roles where they don't belong at the expense of men. It's killing society. And you could see that in the, I mean, this is just a contributing factor, but the decline in the fertility rate, as well as a number of problems between men and women, within men and women. And on some level, we all understand that feminism is the real enemy. Feminism sort of goes hand in hand with modernity, which is poison. So I would say that
incel with no family, no wife, no kid.
Gotta move on.
That's right.
You have no room to talk on any of these issues.
Absolutely, I do. I'm a theorist.
Can I disagree? I would like to disagree with his statement about feminism.
You're a fat bisexual with a Ukraine pendant
I hate to do it, Stardust,
and
but
you
just
look
give one.
homeless. You don't have right to talk about anything.
Brenton, we've heard so much from you. All right, Steven, any last words?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Else?
Where are we? What was the topic of this again? Jesus Christ.
I disagree with. I
I'm
disagree with his statement on feminism. You can look at how the ways in which feminism. I mean, you know, there are obviously cringe people on Twitter, you know, screaming about everything, but that you know, feminism has pushed for things for families historically. So feminism was very much like a family-oriented movement in a lot of ways. So.
Anybody else? Last word?
None of us would be here without our mothers, so we need to lift up moms.
Gotcha. And want to say, folks, our guests are linked in the description. I'm going to jump into the Q&A. If you happen to have a question, you can submit it by adding me, namely at Modern Day Debate, the YouTube channel. We're live right now. If you have a question, come on over. Freaking John says, Doobie needs to speak up. Let's see. And I don't like looking at Brenton. All right. So, folks, I want to remind you, we don't want insults, not even of Brenton. This one coming in from Andrew. Come on, I'm kidding. Andrew Farrell says, for Taft, the economy has changed, yes, but the production of GDP should not come at the expense of the family. Any thoughts, April?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that, like, you have to strike a balance here. And that balance means making sure they're not depriving women of family and of infant rearing, which I think is important on like a civilizational level. And maybe Destiny doesn't care about this, but like I think it's really important to look way into the future. You know, if it means thousands of years into the future, then thousands of years into the future. And so I think that having children is important. And you know, you ought to preserve that, and you ought to allow women to contribute to the economy where they're able.
This one from Dave Gar says, could you please use more inclusive terms such as soy person or soy human or soy entity in your polls? Yeah. Thank you very much for your question. This one coming in. Bub Savvy says, let's all agree there is a war on humanity. Liberty is mocked on both sides. My liberty, not yours. Where is the state when you need them? All we can hope for is political wins to dominate our political enemies. Simple as that. Thoughts?
I mean, I agree with him in that, you know, the state is involved essentially in a cold war against everyone on behalf of the elite. Yeah, I mean, he's right. I just think he's getting a little dramatic about it.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I agree. The pretense is gone. Now it's a race to the top, race to use the state to crush our enemies. I think it's totally true. And the right needs to drop this liberty business and talk about interest-based politics and power. Yeah, totally agree.
Gotcha. And thanks very much for your question. This one coming in from Bifurcation Station says, let Jesse on. Jesse, like Jesse Lee Peterson? I don't know. Next one, Freaking John says, Doobie needs to, Liz, you got that one. Mr. Meme says, hey, Nick Fuentes, explain the transgender is it PM or PRN?
Oh, yeah.
Never mind
That's
that. Alan
fake.
Cummins, great, says, Alan says, great debate, guys. Nick, what are your thoughts on Lauren and how she lives? Let's see. I don't want to do anything when Lauren's not here to defend herself. Mr.
Yeah,
Monster
same.
says, do you think women should be told what to do by men, or are they more powerful, independent of men?
I think that one of the things that I don't think we got into enough is the fact that people are kind of socially conditioned by their society, right? And we talked a lot about, women are inherently this way and men are inherently that way. But there are plenty of examples throughout history in our civilization, in other civilizations, where it is just not the case that people are a certain way, right? Or like inherently. I think you can look at humans all over the planet and find that they do things far differently than we do. And the reason they do that is because they're socially conditioned from birth to behave in a certain way by the culture, right? So just like, I feel like we need to like talk about that a little more, because Nick, it sounded like you said that either is just an expression of our understanding of like natural like tendencies among men and women, or it is just it's just not true that they're socially conditioned, right? That they're just the way that they are because that's how they are, right? And I think that's like clearly not the case.
Yeah, I agree that society exerts influence on people. Of course.
Yeah. So when you were saying that, women are inherently this way, or men and women are, behave this way and that way, like, how much of that do you think is socially conditioned?
I think that the social conditioning derives from their biology.
So you think it's just like an expression
it's derived from fact, and I think that the other social conditioning is derived from ideology. It's derived from ideas and visions. So it's a question is what kind of social conditioning do we want? And is the social conditioning working against reality, or is it working alongside reality? And clearly you can see that in a lot of different projects by mankind and a lot of different ambitious political parties and things like that. Some things work with our nature and some things work against our nature. So, but yeah, I don't think that's in dispute. It's just saying things that are obvious.
I think that is in dispute.
What?
I think there are plenty of examples where men and women in other civilizations act in ways that are far, far, far outside of the norm of like Western culture, right, or our culture.
So hard to hear you, Doobie.
Oh, I apologize. I think we can, again, you were talking about history, and we can even look to like recent history, right? And this is something I like bringing up a lot because it's really funny. But we could look to like even like Papua New Guinea, like 6 years ago, right, where people were socially conditioned to believe that it was masculine for young boys to give the adults in the tribe blowjobs every day, because they thought the only way for them to become real men was to ingest semen daily. Right, so from the age of like 7 to like 16 or something, they're giving blowjobs to the men in the tribe every day, and this was a masculine thing to do. And if they didn't do it, they wouldn't be real men. They would be feminine because they needed to suck the dick to get the feminine influence of their mothers out of them. Right, so I think, and that was a totally like a rational, reasonable way for them to behave to them, right? So given that you have like extremes like that out there, or you have cannibalism on the other side, right? I don't think it makes sense to say that, hey, women or men or anybody behaves in a way like inherently or naturally. I think it's absolutely
that's just a false syllogism to say primarily
some
things are subjective, that everything is subjective. That's just wrong.
I didn't say everything.
That is it's primarily what you're saying. There are things that are objective and there are things that are subjective. And
the Sam Cedar tribe.
But I think you need to like demonstrate something is objective if you're making that claim.
Okay, it's rooted in biology. Men are stronger than women. Women have to bear children. Women are more relational because of that. They think of people and faces and names and are cooperative because they have a biological function to produce offspring. And so, and that, you know,
You were
we don't need to get into the
extrapolating a whole
science.
lot
We're in the
from that.
Q&A session,
Okay,
but
this is
you're saying that, well, they have this subjective tradition, so you know, I guess any behavior
no, but
is
what you just
equally
pointed to is a
valid.
subjective tradition that's relative to the time and place in which these things were useful, right? I asked you earlier,
No.
like, hey, tell me why we should be appealing to like cavemen social roles in the modern day when we're speaking to each other from across the planet on the internet. Like, why is it useful to say, hey,
We're
men are
not appealing to
stronger,
their
men
social
are physically
roles.
stronger, so therefore, you know, they're dominant in our society, or they're dominant in this way or that way. And not to say that, hey, yeah, women can also interact with our society in plenty of ways that don't involve their physical strength, don't involve any of those biological limitations, as you call them, and take on dominant roles or leadership roles in our society. Like, why should we be using yesterday's like social roles when they just don't seem to apply?
The
to the modern day?
biology hasn't changed. The biology hasn't changed, and I'm not arguing that men should still be hunting mammoths and women should still be, you know, knitting things out of leaves or whatever.
The
fuck
fact
they
that you're
did.
arguing should means
Oh,
it's
you're
not
interrupting
objective.
me.
Yeah, because you're
so-
saying stupid shit.
Yeah, well,
Like-
that's not how this works. You want to go live in Papua New Guinea where they're eating people and drinking cum? You probably would like that. You freak. You
so
probably would. You look
again,
like you'd like that. You
Let's
fucking.
jump into the next. I hate to do this, but we have so many questions. Well, Legend Riv says the U.S. is a service sector economy, and most of this sector's industry is women run. BLS Gov admits this. I think Bureau of Labor Statistics. There is no war on women. There is an argument that the deficits created here is damaging the economy. Thoughts, please? Any of you?
What is the sector in question that they mentioned?
Service sector, the largest part of our
Service.
economy. I think.
Yep, the U.S. is the service sector economy, and most of these sectors industry is run by women. And there is no war on women. There is an argument that the deficits created here is damaging the economy. Thoughts?
There is that is no argument. Anybody that he's some people think that like a service economy isn't real, and if you're not like manufacturing like fucking bricks or cinder blocks, you're not actually doing real work. It's just it's a dumb,
okay.
yeah. It's one of those
no,
like
Destiny, come
I
on.
wasn't sure
it's
what
like
it
the
was.
it's
real.
like
That's
it's like that fucking stupid meme where it's like fake jobs and it's like computer programmer, nuclear engineer, astronaut, and then it's like real jobs and it's like carpenter, electrician, guy that fucking shoves his dick in a tree. It's like, that's
Carpentry
like
a service? Isn't carpentry a service job
A
though?
service is a
well,
job.
yeah. Well, no.
Yeah,
I
but
guess
you're like
It means like
producing a thing.
production.
You're
of stuff.
you're
Like
doing a
producing
Like,
service,
when
but
you-
that
wait,
is a
I'm-
service.
I'm talking about like where you're like, I guess electrician and
Like a
carpenters might
physical
actually be considered
product.
jobs. Yeah, but like when you're
That is a
anything related to
service
like
job.
manufacturing, sure. Anything related to like manufacturing, whatever. People think that's like when you're if you're not like making stuff, like working on stuff, it's not like a real job or whatever.
I agree with that. I think that this whole Russia debacle is proving that, you know, because then we're like, we're going to cut you off from international trade. And it's like, okay, well, we have all the oil and gas and food and you don't. That's why the British are paying 5,000% premium on gas from Belgium. And I know that
I
was
mean, if
only,
you say
know,
so, it
some
looked to
of
me like Putin just fell on his face. Like he was supposed to
In
take
what
that
way?
country in like a day.
I don't think anybody believed that. He destroyed the Ukrainian army. It's going and
If
what?
he had
It'll be
destroyed
over
the
before
Ukrainian
end of
army,
the
he
year.
would have won. At the
It's
moment,
ironic that
he
you're an
stopped.
anarchist and you're shilling for like NATO. I find
Well,
that
Just to be
no.
clear, I like hold on, I'll show for Ukraine. Okay, the Russian economy is currently fucked.
Yeah, no, the
Number
Russians
one.
are doing
And number
awfully.
two, Russia massively fucked up the Ukrainian invasion. It is nothing but weapons grade copium. If you think rolling around tanks on the street with no support and not taking Kyiv in literally 3 days is anything but an abject failure of what people thought the Russian military could do, including Russia itself. So
Well,
of
we'll see what
course that was a
happens.
massive fuck up.
What, you want to make a bet, Destiny, on who's going to win this war?
Putin's already lost the war. Like
In
maybe
what
they can
way?
stop in the way that his goal was like in 3 days. He wanted the city of Kyiv. He wanted a new administration. He wanted Donetsk and Luhansk as breakaway states, and he wanted Crimea to stay his, and he wanted to be over in like 2 weeks tops. That's
I
what he
don't think
wanted.
he ever articulated.
This
that.
is probably
That-
going to
of
last
course.
like
What-
decades.
what-
This is
what
going to be
other-
a decades-long war. So, you know.
And
No, it's
they've like
not. It's
gonna keep getting
they've
bled.
humiliated
Yeah,
Russia. on
I
the
mean,
world
it's already
stage,
taking a
right?
really
Like,
long time.
Let's take
You know,
a bet then. I mean, we could all, in Destiny, in our debate, you were talking about Russia hitting nuclear power plants. That was a fake NATO story, just like
First
Russia
of all-
using chemical weapons, just like all the other stuff. So, I mean, we could talk
Hold
about
on, what-
the current propaganda, but let's just make a bet about what the
Sure, what do you wanna bet on? What do you wanna
outcome
bet
will be. Let's say that by the end of the year, Luhansk and Donetsk totally liberated and independent states are annexed to Russia.
liberated.
This one again.
Wait. Do they count as liberated right now?
Well, I think one of them is Luhansk, I think one of them is completely under Russian control. Yeah, and they're
Well, because this is I need to read a little, but I would almost make this bet with you right now. Maybe I would. Okay. If you're telling me that that Ukraine will recognize them as independent states, like that they'll be like, okay, we've lost that. Is that like a bet you want to make? Or you just want to,
Oh,
you
no,
just want to go by
I don't think Kiev will, I mean, they may capitulate later on, but they will effectively be under Russian control. And that's what matters. I mean, the United States.
When you say, okay, but I'm trying to push you because I don't want you to be like, oh, are you talking like they've brokered a peace
deal? That's not how I sound.
They've brokered a peace deal. There's a ceasefire. And Ukraine is content to say, okay, Luhansk and Donetsk, we're gonna leave this alone for a little bit.
No, I think the war will probably be ongoing. But
okay, then you're not even making a real bet. Okay, just let the record show that you totally walked back from your shit. That's
no,
fine.
I did not. I said that Luhansk and Donetsk could be liberated by the end of the year, and I think
what is liberate? People would have said that they were liberated a year ago. Like, what do you mean by liberated? Like, if Ukraine, if they're still fighting along the borders, if they're all fighting in the Donbass, and Russia's still pouring in military support, everything, how is that liberated?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they won't be fighting in the Donbass. I'm saying that Russia will have fully secured Luhansk and Donetsk from the control of Kiev. They'll have military control of those places. A referendum will be held. They'll either be annexed or they'll have independence. And the war may still be ongoing in Odessa
the United States
Kherson,
have military control of Iraq?
What?
Did the United States have military control of Iraq?
Not complete military control, but we're talking about a region versus a state.
So hold on, wait. The United States did. Hold on. The United States literally installed a new government in Iraq. I would say that counts as like complete military control.
Yeah, and
we
disabled the new government in Afghanistan, and they never controlled the entirety of the country.
That's the point. That's what's going to happen.
No, wait, hold on.
Yeah, and I don't think Russia's going to
Afghanistan
take all of Ukraine. I don't think that was ever the objective.
It was definitely the objective.
No, it was not. He articulated on February 24th that he wanted to demilitarize Ukraine, liberate Luhansk and Donetsk, and secure Crimea. And I think that's
Vladimir
exactly
Putin, regular man who tells the truth all the time. He also said he wasn't going to attack.
I don't think he said that. I don't think he said that at all.
Yes, he did.
He
said it was just.
We're totally off topic. We've got to jump into the next one. Olivia says, James, how can you say you're a fair moderator when you told Brenton to shut up and have never once told Alex Stein to shut up in a debate? Well, to be fair, Alex was.
He has told me to shut up. Yeah, but you told me to shut up.
That's right.
I don't feel like he told me to shut up, though. I will agree. I think you've been a little loose with Alex.
Oh,
yeah, because I'm a pimp on a blimp, Brenton, and you're a bisexual freak.
All right,
so
let's
that's
go
why.
to the next one. Mr. Memes coming with a question for Nick. Says Nick. Let's see. Okay, that's another personal attack. Rumbly Depew says, thanks for bringing these brilliant minds together. Brenton is right. There is a war on women. He proved it when he claimed Breonna Taylor was shot while sleeping in her bed.
Okay, so on the issue of Breonna Taylor being shot while sleeping in her bed, what happened there was, one, I jumped into that debate on like zero notice. You actually, and I didn't get the chance to do the research that I normally do. But on the other point of it is that the actual statement, Breonna Taylor was shot in her bed, caught on for two reasons. One, because it echoed the death of Fred Hampton, and two, because even though it was an incorrect statement, it more accurately described the injustice of what happened to her during that raid. So, yeah, she wasn't literally shot in her bed, but she still got the cops busted in her door.
Spiritually true.
That's really stupid. I'm sorry.
I don't know about spiritually true.
But
the fact is,
so fucking
if
dumb.
you're trying
dude.
Yeah, I mean, you can feel that way, but the fact is that if you're trying to get something into a single soundbite, you need to craft it in such a way that the actual idea is communicated.
Listen, we all say dumb
like the cops are hunting them down in their
That's like
homes
a
and shooting them
normal
while
part
they're
of life.
asleep.
I mean, the cops were doing that, but okay.
No, they did not. That's not what happened.
The cops have been doing that across the country. I mean, freaking Freddie Gray.
Where do cops just murder people while they're asleep?
While they're asleep? That's literally how they killed Fred Hampton.
That was your claim. Your claim was that across the country, cops are busting into people's homes, going to the bedrooms and shooting them.
No, that was not my claim.
What's your claim?
My
James,
claim
is
that the police were completely out of line in what they did, and it was incredibly tragic within Breonna Taylor's situation, as well as hundreds of others.
Okay, what was out of line from the police side, other than the dude that was shooting through the window like a crazy person?
I mean, the rest of the fact police that it was a
returned fire after her boyfriend shot at the police officer.
Yeah, of course he shot at the police officers.
Okay, I understand the argument about self-defense. I understand, right?
Yeah,
that's
we
fine.
must go on. I hate to do this, but we have so many questions. Legend Rivs says, let women practice their Second Amendment rights if there is a war on them. This gets rid of sexual harassment, fear, and toughens up women. Hashtag Uwagawuga. Ooga wooga.
True.
Next one, Light of the Twin Lamps. This question for Nick. If you support USA becoming a Catholic theocracy, shouldn't you support illegal immigration from Catholic Latin America, who are more likely to support your views than secular USA?
No, because then it won't be America. You know, if we have to fundamentally transform the identity of America, you know, on an ethnic basis, on a genetic and heritage basis, cultural basis, then that's not a Catholic America. I mean, and also, you know, these Latin Americans are not. They're not the kind of Catholics that people say they are. I mean, they vote for abortion, they vote for gay marriage and all that. So, you know, it's not like they're voting for the Guadalupe Empire or whatever. So, no, I think that's a lot of like soft conservative Catholics believe in that nonsense. It's like a different version of natural conservative from Paul Ryan, but it's like a Catholic bent. So, no, I don't think that makes any sense.
That's up. You got to thank you very much. This one coming in from Minecraft Player says, how can there be a war against women if women aren't real? I don't think I've seen one ever. Must be Photoshop. Also, shout out to Sonic Inflation. Okay, gosh. For the first part, disregarding the any thoughts on the first one?
This one coming in. I didn't even understand that.
The legend Rib strikes
Just
again.
Google
Says,
Sonic Inflation. You'll get it.
Does the U.S. is officially in a recession?
Is it like Rule 34 or something?
This one coming in, they say the U.S. is officially in a recession with a 2-quarter negative GDP print. Also, savings rates at 5%. Last time that happened was the 2008 recession. Male jobs like production aren't around. Help us out, women. Any thoughts?
Don't Google Sonic Inflation.
That's true.
I don't
Next
think we
one.
are technically in a recession because I think
This one.
the government decides when to announce it, and they've chosen a different path.
Quick,
I think recessions are like very economically technical definitions, and numbers are always revised like up and down depending on like some people would say it's 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth, but like
There is no like universally accepted.
accepted. What is the definition? Yeah, so like it's hard because like there's disproportionate wage growth
like
right
in
now.
my economic textbooks, we had definitions of recessions for different countries.
Can you cite
so there
them?
are
Can you
I don't-
definitions.
so
it's actually the 2 quarters of negative.
No, because that's
it's
used
negative
sometimes.
GDP.
So yeah,
no,
so
but that's in an economic textbook.
No, it's,
like
okay,
it just is there.
I guarantee you, because I
And
also went to
there's
school
business
for this. Like, I
cycle.
studied
It's the
in this.
business cycle.
But like
it's the business cycle
April,
as well.
what's up?
Yeah. No, I mean, like, the fact is, a recession is just like a decrease in economic growth, right? Like, fundamentally, that's what it is. And like, where you draw the line as far as saying, like, this is enough decrease to be like getting a special title is like,
Yeah, but
very
in a
hotly
business
debated.
cycle, it
Just
is
hear-
2
just hear the rest.
quarters.
Yeah,
there
so
is
through
there is a
2020
traditional way of defining it, yes, and that is with the 2 quarters. So when I say like there's no official thing, like I'm kind of making fun of the fact that we've decided not to use the traditional definition for this current shrinking of the economy.
Yeah, in 2020, when there were 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth under Trump, everybody said, okay, we're officially in a recession. And, you know, and that was true. But now that it happened, they said, oh, well, in the first quarter, that was because of an increased trade deficit. So it technically doesn't count.
Because
but
I
it
think
counts.
because trying to figure out if we're in a recession, it really doesn't matter what you call it. The important thing is what is the policy action we need to take in response to that. And if we act right now like the economy is in the shitter and everything is fucked, there might be certain forms of like stimulus that we might be expecting from the Federal Reserve. Or there might be certain forms of stimulus that we might expect from the federal government. Or there might be other types of actions that we take in order to alleviate the economic problems. But the problem is that whether or not we're having a severe economic problem, it's really hard to identify. The closure of small businesses is not happening at recession levels. Wages are growing among poor workers at like historic levels. Unemployment is unbelievably fucking low. It's hard to say yeah, inflation is growing for sure, but the idea that we're just in a huge shitter economy where there's like a huge recession, that's not true. That's not the lived experience right now of most Americans.
I would
Wait, what are you
disagree.
talking about? That is so wrong. All of the polls are showing that people are in really bad economic situations. You have 500,000 subscribers. You have said that you make X amount of money on YouTube. So like, it's not maybe your lived experience, but for people who are dealing with this and having their mortgage rates go up, yes, it is very much their lived experience, and all the
so
polls
for lived
and surveys
experiences,
do back this
so
up.
polls will ask you if you think
this bet is backed up by
Poll-
surveys.
So polls,
It just is.
polls. I don't care what an average person surveys for if they think they're doing, good or bad. That's not relevant to literally anything. Okay, you can poll an American on whether on if they like the ACA versus Obamacare, and you might get a 50-point difference in the poll. That's not how we're looking at like the economic well-being of people, right? So when you say things like,
it looks at how did you feel last year compared to now when the economic
I don't care how you feel, because how you feel literally might just be because the president.
Yeah, but it's also your mortgage payments will tell you how
your mortgage payments,
how much money you have.
Your mortgage
payments, yes, they will go. They will change.
Why?
Most people, a lot of people are on variable rates.
That should be reflected.
Not every mortgage is a fixed rate.
Wait, if your mortgages are going
I didn't even
up.
finish my original point. Hold on. You can't. Yeah. First of all, you should be on a fixed rate mortgage. If you're doing adjustable rate mortgages, that's on you. That's your own shit to figure out. You're a dumb fuck. You deserve to lose your house.
It's been good. It's been a good idea for the last 10 years to be on a variable rate mortgage.
It's called a gamble. Okay. If you want to gamble on a $200,000 plus loan and a variable rate, if rates go up, you deserve to lose your house. Fuck you. You're gambling on the market 100%. So that's number one. That's number one. Lose your house and deal with it.
We're still at all-time like lows for interest rates. So I don't think people are going to lose their houses because a 5% is still, in comparison to 20 years ago, extremely good. It's still 5% extremely low rate.
Okay.
5% mortgage rates are very low in.
Okay. Holy shit. Hold on. Wait, it's just like so much dog shit information. If your rate was 3%.
How is that dog shit? How is that dog shit? It is a better rate than it was like 10, 15, 20 years ago.
The rate's not a comparison to what it was 10 or 15 years ago. The rate is going to be compared to what you actually open your fucking mortgage at. If you open your mortgage at a 2 or 3% rate, your rate bumps 2 points, your payment is going to go massively increasing. It doesn't matter if it was higher 10 or 15 years ago.
Destiny. Let me just say this point.
Hold on. No, wait.
Destiny.
Stop.
You know we've printed more money in the past year than we have in years past. So you know that we have more money out there.
That has nothing to do with anything. That has nothing to do with anything.
You don't think that lowers the value of money, the fact that there's more out there?
The USD is literally outperforming like every fucking currency in the world right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
There's more of it, so that's why we're having inflation.
No, all right, we have to go to the next one.
Inflation is good if you owe a bunch of money.
Yeah, which you
thank you.
Do.
This one coming in from Rumpley Depew says, "Can you ask Nick if he has hated my people ever since the time I filled an empty Fritos bag with salted mohel scraps and he ate them all? What does that mean, Nick?"
I don't know what that means. Whose people is that?
This one coming in from Sausage Lore says, "Nick and Destiny, the Hispanic tag team duo. Let's go." Wow, that's pretty neat. This one coming in from Mike.
Holy shit! God damn it. I can't stop people from spamming.
This one from Minecraft player says, "Shout out to women." And
the fucking dumbass like YouTube algorithm.
Who's this black guy that just jumped on? Oh wait, Doobie, you're black.
Sorry, I didn't realize that
the fucking dumbass YouTube algorithm.
I didn't know you were black.
Deletes the message first.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
So I can't actually select
Learn something new every day. Deej, thanks very much for your super sticker. I didn't see your question.
How do you talk? You talk like an old man, Nick. What is going? It's like somebody took you. It's like you came out of like a time portal from like 30 years ago.
What? He's black.
It's literally like somebody took like an old guy who was like living 30 years ago and like put him in a time machine and like and brought him here and and put him in a suit and that's literally Nick Fuentes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Projected him into a 14-year-old.
This one going in from GJM.
30 years ago was only 1990 though. So
Pete, is that true? Oh my gosh, it's true.
He's an old man in 1990. It's even further back.
Yeah. I was born in the 19th century. Yeah.
GJM says, for Brenton, what is the word woman referencing in this context specifically? How do you define a woman?
Yeah, so I've said this 3 times now. My definition of a woman is for someone to do 2 things. 1, identify as a woman, and 2, be accepted by their community as a woman. Woman is a social role.
This one coming in from Light of the Twin Lamp says, we'll talk about that later. The Legend Riv says, if you want info on women in ESG funding, namely environmental safety and governance, visit Ryan Dawson's Substack. What is everybody's thoughts on Ryan Dawson?
I think I've always said this. I think he's cringe. I mean, we agree on like 9/11 and all that, but he's like a bleeding heart liberal. He's like, oh, like I don't like Israel because they're mean to Palestinians, and I'm like, I don't like Israel because, well,
all right, let's move into the next one.
Okay.
Any other fans of Ryan Dawson? Okay, this one coming in from Vasily says, Destiny says democracy gives everyone a free choice to choose, But would he accept the argument that most Western countries put pressure on women to work, so it can't be called free choice?
I mean, in that case, if you want to go fully deterministic, there's no free choice for anything. There's always pressures to do everything. There's going to be pressures from your church. There's going to be pressure from your community, from your school. Like everybody's pressured to some extent. We just kind of have to choose like how to balance those pressures out in society. And some of them might be obviously too far, but others can be like a little bit more hidden, right? Like boys are pressured to play video games in a way more than women are, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I think
It's
you may be edging just slightly on a Nirvana fallacy there, Destiny. Yeah, obviously certain things are going to have more pressure than other things. Nothing's perfect, but I think like there's specific things that we see happening economically that push people in a particular direction. I mean, like a good example was me and my wife are right now, we are weighing whether to have another kid, and the pressures that are on that is not just do we want another kid, it's what's the political situation like, how dangerous is it for this to happen, do we have the money, do we have the stability? So like the larger society puts a huge amount of pressure on people within it, and incentivizes certain behaviors and disincentivizes others.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think I said that. But I'm just saying that there's always pressures. There's no such thing. Anytime you live in any sort of society, there's necessarily pressure. Like pressure might actually even be like an intrinsic property of just being a human. You've got biological pressures. You've got pressures in your family. Like there's always going to be pressures to do everything.
I would argue actually that it's an inherent part of being alive. You don't know who you are until you meet like some sort of thing that's not you.
Like the end of Evangelion. You ever see that show? It's like that.
That's like the one anime I haven't gotten into.
I think the distinction here that you can legitimately make is that when the government engages in pressure, when the government puts its thumb on the scale, that has a much bigger impact than other things. Not than anything, but it has a big impact because the government ultimately has, monopoly on violence. So the ability of the government to like influence things through, for example, like affirmative action is just really powerful. And that's why you got to be really careful with any sort of legislation, is because when the government pressures things change. So
I super disagree. I think that there are some things that the government can influence, like the types of investments we make or the ways we pay employees, but there are other things that are really, really hard for the government to influence. So for instance, earlier we were talking about birth rates. This is something that a lot of governments around the world have been trying to incentivize. Like, how do we get people to have more kids? That's a really hard thing to do from a point of government policy. There's a confluence of like family matters, like economic opportunity, like housing markets. There's a lot of things that have to come together for people to make those decisions. It's not usually a simple button that you can push on the government to like produce more kids, except maybe in the case of like China, where you have like literally restrictive child policies or something.
I agree, but we have to ask the question in comparison to what, right? So the government has more ability than I think like most institutions in society to influence these things. So that's my point, is the government has like relatively a lot more power in most things.
True.
Yeah, potentially, but I think that there are other institutions that are really, really important that can play like huge factors as well. But I mean, like the government is a big one, but it's not.
Like educational institutions also have like huge influence, and like media institutions. Like there's so many institutions that have massive influence. So I don't want to say that like the government is the end all be all, but just that it has a special power in its ability to like enforce laws.
I will actually kind of agree with that a little bit in that, and I wanted to bring this up earlier because I know Nick is a big fan of Russia. The Russians give, I think, 2 years maternity leave, and the United States gives no maternity leave. Employers can use it if they want to. I remember just when I was moving from one job to another, a person to sell the health insurance for that job, and this was pretty good health insurance. She was like, "Oh yeah, we had my baby last year. It only cost $6,000." And you talk about declining birth rates. That's what it is. It's this huge environmental and economic pressure on families within first world nations because, in my opinion, we are being bled by the elites for as much labor for as little return on that labor.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think we should have permanent maternity leave. It's called "You're a Mom, Leave." You're fired.
But that's not going to actually get what you want, though. You won't have, if you just kick people out of work without giving them a way to live, you're not going to get the birth rate. You're not going to get those white babies that you really, really want. Because again, people are going to have children when they are within a situation where they feel that they can have children.
Yeah, I agree. I think the state should incentivize it in other ways. I think they should pay. Like in Hungary, for example, they say you don't have to pay taxes after you have so many kids. And I like what Andrew Yang had to say, frankly, about reconsidering raising kids as work and finding a way to reward that and restructure society to reward that. I agree with you, honestly, about the elites. Maybe we just misunderstand exactly the structure of the elite and what is to be done.
You think it's a specific minority. I think it's rich people.
The difference is that Breton thinks the elite are working 24/7, but Nick thinks they take off like Saturday evenings, basically.
That's funny.
That's good, Destiny.
That's good,
Bulletproof Tony says PS is greater than IL. This one from Zayton says, I agree with Destiny. This one from Silent Zero says, Destiny, I did it and would not do it again. There is no amount of money or job title that can compare to the value of my kids.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good. If you make that decision, you should have a right to. That's awesome. That's fine. I hope that's cool.
This one from Zayton again says, Destiny is the chosen one. He will save America. This one from Bullet Tooth Tony says, y'all see that Ryan Dawson versus Fuentes debate? Did you guys debate, Nick?
Uh-oh.
We did. Yeah, we debated, I think, twice or maybe just once. I'm not sure.
Ooh, juicy. And 3000 Mover says, thank you, Destiny, for being the voice of reason. You got a lot of fans out there, Destiny. Jake Lesba says, let the right wingers speak. It's a 2 versus 6, James. Was it really a 2 versus 6? I thought it was relatively. But JJ Cello.
I had trouble tracking who was on what side.
You know who got hammered on? A lot of you, Brendan, you got some pushback from your own team. But you know what? JJ Cello says, Marie, to prove Destiny's point, your mom traveled with 2 kids and a dog. What did she sacrifice to do that? Her retirement? Your college savings? If nothing, then who paid for that travel? The man?
Who's the cat?
Was that a cat?
Oh, Alex.
There's my cat.
Nope. She made a good investment before she had kids and it paid off.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So workers paid for it.
No. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
no, literally,
workers?
she made an investment in a company that extracts surplus value.
Did I say that?
That's the only way you can make money off of an investment. That's how the stock market works.
Maybe
Is
she
the
bought a lottery
only way
ticket.
to
Done by
invest
someone
money
else.
is a stock market?
If
bought a
you
lottery
invest
ticket?
money in a stock
Is that
market,
the only investment? I never said stock
what did
market.
she well, what?
Why
Did
do I
she
have
invest
to?
in
Why do I have to
bonds?
say? Well, no. Why do I have
Because
to?
there's
even
no
tell
other
you?
thing you can invest in.
What?
There's a
Maybe
lot
what
of
you
other
think.
things you can invest in. Like she could have
Economic
invested
literacy,
in house
level
or
1000.
Frustrating Stardust. This one coming in. Jamie Russell says, Trump Langle 2024. Are you a Trump fan, Brenton?
No,
The
I hate
biggest.
man.
No, false.
Yeah.
Oh,
From
that's
hell's
right.
heart, I stab at
Did
thee.
somebody
For
say my
hatred's
name?
Sake, I
Yeah, that was me. I said,
steal
I said
my
they were
last breath
frustrating
at
you.
thee.
Out of quick curiosity, who do you guys think is going to be in the 2024 presidential election? Trump and Biden? Do you still think it's going to be Trump and Biden, Stephen?
I do.
Lord, I
yeah.
hope not.
Michelle Obama.
Yeah, it seems like it's gonna
So
be
somebody, I do
just
think
give
it's
me
going to be
Pete
Trump.
or
Buttigieg.
Trump and Kamala, but more
So I
likely
do
Trump
think
and
it's
Biden.
going to be Trump and Biden, but I also somebody brought up that Pence might run, and it looks like with more and more time, that actually seems like a really good observation. I think that is actually that Pence is going to run at least in the primary. I don't know if he'll win against Trump, but yeah, I
He doesn't
think
have a
he's gonna-
chance. That'd be a waste of time.
This one
Yeah,
from
yeah.
GBO Farms. Israel has a high GDP and a positive birth rate.
Yeah, and that is one anomaly. But listen, it just goes to show, we're trying to understand modernity. I mean, that's really the argument here. And modernity is bound up with Westernism, Westernization, liberalism, technological progress, free markets, and free trade. And sometimes it's difficult to parse what is causing what exactly. But I mean, that's a good example of a country with a strong faith, a strong national identity, a high birth rate, even though they've got, to some extent, Westernization, as well as markets, as well as trade, as well as technological advancement. So, when you find those, those examples that buck the trend, it kind of shows what's really causing what. And there's a few examples like that. So.
You got it. This one from Silent Zero says, Destiny, check the mouse population study. Do you know what they're talking about?
Nope.
This one from Wesley Tart says, hello, really enjoy the channel. Question, is there anything Primetime Alex 99 Stein disagrees with Kent Hovind about? And do they want to debate? I doubt it. This
No,
one from
I want to debate Ken Hovind. I want to debate him.
I think you'd agree on everything. Wesley.
No, not everything.
Wesley Tart says, "Hope springs eternal." James, thanks for that. And Javid Benscombe says, "Nick, you believe the Earth is flat?"
No, I believe it's round. I know that's cringe, but
Sunflower
I'm a
says,
round earther.
"What does the F stand for in turf, Brenton?"
It stands for feminist, but in my opinion, by throwing trans women under the bus, they are fundamentally undermining the claims to feminism. And you can see it in the fact that they are frequently like making common cause with people on the far right. Specifically, like Sargon of Akkad was made when he was taking the turf position in our debate. So yeah, I mean, the F does stand for feminist, but I don't think they should be considered feminist. Maybe people will disagree with me, but that's my opinion.
Well,
Isn't that kind of like
if I could say, like, I feel like you wouldn't disagree that I'm a feminist, Brenton, but I think Alex was making so, like, in some senses a valid point with some of this stuff, and I think it's too easily written off as somebody being a TERF when we're just trying to describe different populations within the category woman, right? So.
Well, I mean, TERF
even if
stands
they
for
are
trans
TERF,
exclusionary radical
even
feminist.
if
So
they
I
are
think
TERF,
that
I think
is
it's still, you still need to deal with the arguments that are being put forward.
Yeah,
You
they're
can't say,
real
"You're TERF,
questions.
Therefore, I don't need to talk to you." It's like, that's kind of fine.
This one from Father Reynolds says, "God, man, children, women, critters." What does that mean? Mr. Crab says, "Is it okay to have white babies? Is it okay to be white?"
Jesus.
Yeah.
It's totally okay to be white.
This one,
It's
Kyle,
okay to be white, but that's a
pioneers.
white supremacist slogan. They're trying to slip it in.
Well, I
under
am the savior of the white
I
race.
had no
So
idea
you-
that was a
Yeah.
This one
So what-
from Kyle James. "Nick, do you really want to want any person to procreate? As far as I can tell, there is only one man on this panel." Let's see. They asked who you want to procreate with, Nick.
Me?
Justin KG says, "Why are liberals so focused on the minority if the majority suffers?"
Because the majority has more power. I mean, I'm not a liberal. I'm an anarchist. But yeah, obviously you protect the minority because the minority has less power and therefore can be hurt and abused in a much larger way than a majority which has the ability to protect itself with sheer numbers.
This one from Cullivar. Question for Destiny. This can't be true, Destiny. Why is Star Wars The Last Jedi his favorite movie, like he told Mahler? You really said that? And why is Rose his favorite Star Wars character? A team reigns supreme.
I mean, it's the best of the Star Wars. What am I supposed to say?
This one from Autism Forum says, "Can you ask Jesse from Pod Awful to sing Aerials by System of a Down? Thanks." Sure. Nikki says, "James, your beard, thank you for your kind words." Sausage Lord says, "Doobie, why do trans imitate Instagram models?"
I think there is some truth to the idea that trans people do tend to play into patriarchal stereotypes about women.
Wait, why did Doobie
I
get
think
asked
that's
this
just-
question?
Yeah. Well, I think it's because I was like defending it, I guess. But yeah, I think there is some truth to that. Right? Just like with drag queens, I think there is some truth to them being like basically female blackface.
Yeah. To be fair, also
yeah,
tough. I did not clock you. So until you said something, I was 100% thought you were cis.
You lying bitch.
Interesting.
Nope.
Wait,
do
so
not
if
know
I
nothing
understand,
about that.
I clocked
Half,
it with
let's
the
get your
voice.
thoughts.
Nick,
Is this
see?
true? Is this true that not all, but generally that trans people, let's say a person who's transing from male to female, this is the word escapes me.
Morbing. That's what we call it in the community now, is morbing from male to female.
Morbing.
So go ahead.
Is
Yeah.
that, thank you, Stephen.
Yeah,
Is
morbing.
it true that these people it's like these people, sorry. What I'm trying to say is it true that like where it's like a sleek and fit woman, and then like the bazongas, like like huge, like, is that true? Is that what you mean by archetype, Doobie?
Are you confusing trans people
sorry,
with
I was laughing
drag
at
queens?
I was
No,
laughing
like
at
No,
something.
I
Can
think
you
he's
repeat
asking
that?
like, why do trans women try to go for a certain like female archetype, try to look a certain way? I think I have somewhat controversial opinions on this, but I think that like if you are someone who's raised as a man, your entire life, and like biologically we're filled with testosterone, and there's like a high prevalence of autism within the trans community as well. And so like if you are kind of a socially isolated person raised as a man, and you are trying to you want to be a woman, and you're trying to figure out what a woman is, I think that your conception of femininity is very likely going to be based off of a few different sources that are maybe not the most true to life. So like one of these is pornography, another one is anime. And so you see in like the trans community, a lot of people wear like thigh-high socks and like little like anime skirts and stuff when they're early on in transition. And they emulate a kind of womanhood that is like very specific to the kind of women that they're aware of within their world. So I think that's why you see like certain trans like aesthetics, like the thigh highs and whatnot, developing, is really because of that kind of dynamic. I think that as people morb further into their morbition, they kind of they just want to be like attractive, and like they've got an idea of like what is attractive by society standards, and that would be like, I don't know, I guess like the Instagram model look. And so like some people will go after that. That's not really something that is easy to achieve, but like I think that trans people probably pursue that for the same reason as cis women do ultimately.
I think that question was for me, but I totally agree with everything April or Taftaj just said. I think
I just want to say Alex clocked me before he clocked Taftaj, so you know.
Well, Alex knows.
No, I knew April.
Not really
No,
clocked,
I knew
but
April.
Yeah, we go
I just
way
didn't know
back.
if you were started. Yeah, we're tight.
You mean like
Oh.
take a jab at? Is that what you mean by clocked someone?
No, just
Well, I don't
realize that
know.
they're trans. But like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trans.
radar.
I'm
like
not
radar
trans.
trans.
But
Star went
But
off.
you are a turf,
Your
though,
dick
right,
went off.
Stardust? You're a
I'm not a
trans
turf.
exclusionary radical
I'm not a
feminist?
turf. I'm not a turf.
Lame.
This one
I
from
did not clock Doobie as black. That's the one that evaded me because he doesn't sound black.
I'm still
I think that was a fake reveal.
You know what I didn't clock? I didn't clock Nick as literally an old guy from 30 years ago. I didn't
Really, because I clocked that immediately. I think he has Benjamin Button disease.
Well, you know what? He does have like the mannerisms of an old man, you know, sometimes. So
What?
it's
The
not a
issue
bad
is-
thing. It's just a thing, you know. So
I have a theory.
It's kinda
and
funny,
My theory is that Nick is an addict, and he's not an addict necessarily of drugs, but I've worked in radio for years and years. When you say radical, very, I guess things that you're not supposed to say, you get a shot of dopamine to the brain, and a lot of people, when they get pulled into like a radical hole, it's because they are self-medicating in some way. They're chasing that next hit of dopamine.
Do you think that's why
that
you're
they
an
get.
anarcho-communist?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm an anarcho-communist
another reason
for
for that,
a number of
Sure.
reasons. But I will say that I did recognize it in myself when I was working in radio, and it's one of the reasons I stepped out.
I'm not a shock jock, though. I mean, I make jokes.
And to be
I
fair to
enjoy
Nick,
that.
like I think most people wouldn't assume that I'm black, right? I think that's totally a fair.
I would say Nick's biggest problem is he wakes up at 8 p.m. and that's morning for him.
That's degenerate.
Yeah,
Not
you're
good.
right.
No, I'm
Nick.
basically a
The worst
vampire. I'll
thing.
throw Nick a bone there.
You're
Curtis
right,
Fowler
Steven.
says China's population will be half of what it is, or 50% of currently living folks in China will die by 2050. I can't find a projection for the first one.
It's between 2050 and 2100, or like 2100. So I think that's usually where the estimates range. And like you have to be like a little bit, obviously like predicting the future was just always difficult, but like by current trends, or if you guess that trends are going to accelerate or decelerate, you'll get different predictions.
Gotcha. GBO Farm says, why does Doobie continually talk about man-boy sex? You don't talk about
I
that.
find it fascinating for a ton of reasons that I'd love to talk to you about later.
That's gay.
It is. Let's see, Austin. It is interesting. This one from Austin Autism Forums. Please ask Jesse to sing anything by System of a Down. I have autism. Okay. Mark Lozano says, is anyone going to mention how women are hypergamous? Also,
That's not true.
SO to Nick, keep being awesome, champ. We love you.
Let's go.
Are women hypergamous, gang?
No.
Yeah.
It's absolutely not. Like, first off, like hypergamy isn't a thing in humans. But then second of all, what you're trying to say is women are constantly trying to date and marry up. I mean,
True.
everyone is trying to get the best partner that they can, that they vibe with the best. Women are under added economic pressure to find someone who they don't just like, but can also provide for them. I mean, you mentioned Taft, the sort of the MRS degree. I mean, there's specific economic reasons why they would do that. I think what's happening is that some people who feel like they can't get a woman blame it on hypergamy, when in reality, women are like 51% of the world at the moment. So like, there's actually more women than men.
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
It means there's enough partners for every single man.
Yeah, but that's not how that plays out. Like,
Yeah,
we know that sex is
certainly not.
decreasing for like millennials, but that's not true for like the most attractive, like most competent guys. They're having way more sex, and so like the slack needs to exist
Where are you
somewhere.
getting that? Where are you getting that information?
From OkCupid
actually,
data specifically. They did like a big study.
If I
would
recall
have to see
correctly,
that
I
study.
remember seeing a study just a little while back that it was like a few years behind the male virginity study, but essentially virginity it showed in the study that virginity was on the rise for women too. I would have to look into it again, maybe not at the same extent that it is for men, but it was showing that virginity was rising for women as well.
Yeah, millennials are having, or like the youngest generation is having way less sex, and it is disproportionately, that figure is contributed to by men, and like a very specific group of men, which is like men who are like on the bottom half of like looks, attractiveness, competence, and whatnot. But like it is in general, sex is just.
Why say so many
decreasing.
words when you could just say gripers? Sorry.
Just Nick type
no
men.
bitches. It's hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, Nick, have you seen that meme where they put you on your face on Flanders when he's, or not Flanders, who's the guy who's gay in The Simpsons and likes Mr. Burns? Which one is that guy?
But we must move on.
Yeah. He's got like women
was good.
dancing in like bikini tops and bottoms, and he's cringing away from them. They stuck your head in that. Have you seen that one?
No.
Ah,
But that was
it's
Next
funny.
up, Alphabet says to everyone, do you think the cost of living spaces, and typical work arrangements in a society affect the fertility of that society?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, but I think maybe people overestimate that.
This one coming in, Rachel Wilson says, buy my book on how feminism comes out of the occult, and Alex is a national treasure. It's Rachel
Hey, I
Wilson.
appreciate
Oh,
that.
Jesus
Thank you.
Christ.
Only
Hey, Brent,
Lawrence
it's a
says-
fact. I am. So deal with it.
Feminism comes out of the Where do you
It
find
is
these
what it
people?
is. I'm a national treasure.
This one from
They said it
Leslie
best.
Flemons says, for Nick, should women be blamed for being raped or sex trafficked?
What? No. No, I don't think so.
This one from Robin says, what are the great female empires of history? If there are none due to males keeping them from greatness, isn't that proof of their, let's see,
It's a great
what
point.
does Toto mean? Like TOTO. If their
No
inability
idea.
to do so, I don't know. So what are the great female empires of history, Brenton?
The great female empires of history?
Yes.
I don't think there are any female empires, but again, like the only empires that we've had, again, rose about 6,000 years ago, and except for like the Mongols, they were all they were all single godded, like it was either Christianity or Judaism or Islam. There's something about that particular type of religion that emphasizes like male leadership and also emphasizes empire and conquest. So yeah, there probably weren't any female empires that we have record of, but again, that's just because the only cultures that do empire also tend to be heavily patriarchal.
Oh,
Well, hey, but I want to say this thing.
That's like
I'm gonna outflank Nick on the right here. The real based answer actually is women are currently presiding over the largest empire in all of human history. The United States has become an empire ran by women. That's why it's being driven into the ground. Women and feminine energy are infecting
Yeah, but
men
if that's
all
true,
over the United
Destiny,
States. They're
Destiny,
ruining the
if that's
schools. They're
true-
ruining the institutions. Like that's what's going on, right?
Yeah.
Well, why
There's not
can't
enough.
women get drafted?
51% of the world's population is women. It's not enough. We need to up those numbers.
Yeah, but
that's good.
why can't women get drafted if the world's ruled by women?
Because no one passed a law that says women have to get drafted. I would prefer no one be drafted.
Women are running things
Yeah, I
from
know,
behind the
but-
scenes. They don't want to get
but
drafted.
why-
They
why
want men to
can
die
men-
so they can continue to
Why
have
can
control.
men get drafted and women can't? Wouldn't that say there's a war on men, that we have to be forced to
No.
go fight in a war?
No, it
No?
says that the military thought that it could do
Men are
better and
stronger and
expand-
better. Yeah, exactly.
No,
yeah, 'cause
it's
men are
going to
better.
expand faster.
Well, I mean,
by drafting men, but there hasn't been a draft since Vietnam. So
Yeah, but that, hey,
it's
World War
barely even a
III
thing.
with Ukraine, we just gave them another 500 million. You
No,
got
that's
Nancy
not World
Pelosi and her
War
big
III,
titties
dude.
are all in Taiwan. You never know, dude.
That's
True.
not
I would
World
also
War
say
III.
that if America's a female empire, then that would be a credit to me because America got its ass kicked by the Taliban. So it was literally
That's a fact.
literate guys in rags beat the shit out of women with thermal and UAV and freaking stealth bombers.
Hang on.
A bunch of guys
Afghanistan's
in Toyota
empire
Tundras,
is good.
literally.
We got
Let's move on to
Taliban every day.
Afghanistan
If it's
famously.
women with drones versus
Taliban
boys in the Taliban, I got Taliban all day. Money's
Yeah,
on the
Nick,
Taliban.
no one
forward.
has ever beaten, no empire has ever beaten Afghanistan in the long run. Not Alexander the Great, not the Soviets, not the Americans. You cannot control
I've
mountains.
never heard this before. Afghanistan's a graveyard of empires. I've never heard that before.
So then why are you saying stupid shit if you assume that you did see it before?
And they got their ass kicked by the Viet Cong, and we got our ass kicked by Iraq, and we get our ass
Well-
kicked all the time by the boys,
Or
by ISIS. Not that I
Perhaps it
support
is
ISIS. ISIS
that
created
war
by
is
Israel.
actually really
Super
hard, and empires have difficulty against this new, more or less new
Just
tactic
girls.
of permanent.
because we're not
Can't do
grasping
anything.
the nettle. Okay. Not
This
being
one coming in
forceful
from
enough.
Robin says, "What are the great female empires?" Got
You
that
just
one.
asked that one.
Way to go, Robin,
F.
dumbass.
Duffy says, "Please settle the debate. Are you natural? I'm all natural, only creatine." John Coyne says, "Democrats changed for the definition of what a recession is for Brandon." Is this true?
Wow. Yeah,
It-
actually true. I heard that I heard that one of the reasons why Biden has been so fucking slippery lately is because he's been up late every night trying to edit that Wikipedia page. Him and Kamala, I think, are in the Oval Office on their MacBooks. They keep trying to change the definition. It's not working. We caught him.
This one from Ghost of Captain Titus Forrest or Frost says, "Revolutionary War has fought to free this country from the very same banking cartel that runs the central bank."
Oh no.
Never mind that one. Let's see. Not a fed.
That's legit.
Thanks for your super sticker. And Fish Died LOL says, "Can Destiny do the economics rap again?" Do you have a rap, Steven?
No.
This one from
Yes,
Jason-
do it. Do you not have it? Economics rock. Economics can suck on my cock. Economics are really gay. Economics every freaking day. Inflation station. Joe Biden is retarded. When I go to the club, I still get carded. I'm a pimp on a blimp. Inflation can suck my dick. All right.
You're like someone transplanted the brain of like a middle schooler into a semi-adult body.
What are you
Well,
talking about? This
that
dude's a
was
fucking
extremely
genius.
wholesome.
How
That was
dare you,
beautiful.
Brenton?
Thank
How
you,
dare
Stardust.
you?
Thank you. Yes.
You know what the
Finally.
real topic should have been? I don't know. Did anybody chastise Alex for his disgusting treatment of AOC earlier? Did
Shut
that ever
up,
happen?
dude. That's my girlfriend, Steve. So listen, you need to shut your trap. That's how we make love. And that's how I, my
Actually-
sexual energy.
Actually,
yes, dude, and she liked it. And she liked
actual
it. Steve.
unironic, degenerate fucking behavior. Super disgusting. I'm surprised you
Oh
guys
my
didn't go
god!
over
But just
it.
because you're gay and you have an open relationship with your wife, you let her get banged by other dudes. See, that's just like
Careful.
AOC, Riley.
Careful,
I know,
Alex.
but see,
Okay, here's
dude,
the
it's just
thing.
funny.
Weird.
Steven, you let other dudes
Let's go to
bang
the
your
next
girl, so
one.
you're calling me a sexual degenerate? Why guys jizzing on your wife?
I'm
So,
calling
yeah,
you
go
a
ahead.
sexual degenerate
Yeah, oh,
because
I'm
you're
a degenerate like
you're
guys.
actually
Yeah, but
unironically
guys are
harassing.
jizzing
You're
on
actually
you're getting this
sexually
wrong.
harassing
You're
a
getting this
woman.
letting
wrong.
guys
At
jizz on
work,
your wife,
actually
and I'm the
sexually
sexual
harassing a woman
degenerate.
at
Alex,
work. Actual,
he's
an
so-
actual
he's-
degenerate. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
keep
so
on that
alpha.
degenerate.
He's so
Guys
alpha
are
that he's
bullying
not
like
intimidated by
inside
other
your
men's
wife.
jizz.
Move on to the
Okay,
next one.
Goddamn goblin.
men's jizz
Oh, yeah,
don't
yeah,
phase
other-
him because he's so
yeah.
alpha.
All right,
Yeah,
enough
you're
of
so
the
alpha.
jizz.
Other guys can blow their load on
All
your
right.
girlfriend, and you're
Absolutely.
so alpha.
Listen, there might be
Oh, that's
100 guys.
awesome. That's
There
There
really
might be
non-degenerate.
100
That's
BBCs
so-
blowing their load right now, but I'm still not out there sexually harassing women. How crazy is that? Huh?
This one's coming
Oh,
in-
really? That's better.
one.
Oh my gosh!
Coming in
Come on,
from
Destiny.
Alex,
Strive.
2 fallacy.
All right.
Look it up.
Listen, Strive says,
Dudes blow
"Let
their
Destiny
loads in
be."
his
All right,
wife
let's go
or
to
his
the next question.
2
This one coming
fallacy.
in
Look
from
it up.
Strive. They said, "Let Destiny finish his point on the economy. Way too many dumb points that cannot be left to rest." I think they were enjoying.
I think the
their
point I was just trying to make is that it's hard to tell if we're actually in a recession. It's a really hard thing to measure. People will focus on certain figures on like the CPI or whatever, or people will look at like mortgage rates, or people will look at like the 2 quarters of GDP growth. But there's also like really weird things happening right now too. Like unemployment is very low. We don't have like a huge unemployment crisis right now. Wages are growing really quickly in certain sectors that are outpacing inflation, even depending on the sector you're talking about. So it's a very weird economic time we're in. And the idea that like everything is shit just because gas prices are high is kind of silly, and it's not tracking on to the lived experiences of a lot of Americans at the moment.
Yeah, but the employment
Shopify
participation
just
rate
got
is
rid of
lower.
10% of its workforce.
Cool.
That's like Shopify.
No, who the
That's
fuck
like a
asked?
bunch of
Why the fuck would I
companies.
care about what one company or like?
Yeah,
like,
but
offload
that's
some
not
type of-
one company.
Let's
That's
go.
just you're seeing it happening. It's
no, you're
rippling
not-
throughout
you're
the
not- what's
industry.
the
It's all
when you look at
that.
the-
You
when
just
you look at
happen
the-
to have a shop through Shopify. Is that why you're paying attention to that?
No, you just look at
No,
look at
it's
the unemployment
because
rate.
like I see everyone freaking out on TikTok. It's
You see-
hilarious.
oh, okay.
But
Why not
like,
just
it's
look-
in
just-
the
Okay, so
news.
that's because they have a Shopify. All right,
just
that makes sense.
look at the unemployment rates, right? They're very, 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 very low. The idea that like we're in like a traditional recession where everybody's getting fucked and like everything is something that is just not true. It's a very
Yeah, but
weird
that's
time we live in
because-
economically.
Not
Labor
everybody's getting
force
fucked, just your
participation
girlfriend,
rate.
Steven.
All right.
It's
Nice.
because a
Labor
million
force
people are
participation rate is
dead.
lower.
Like
Oh,
that's
that's
why
not
we're
why.
having
That's
this,
not
in my opinion.
There's
There's
a
a million
labor
people are
shortage
dead.
because
They
people
used to
dropped
be
out of the labor
stardust.
force. That's
This
why
one
wages
from-
are rising. That's why unemployment's low.
Dandy says people who subscribe to moral relativism will never agree with people who believe in objective good and evil. Thoughts? Jesus Christ is King, Revelation 2:9.
There is absolutely no such thing as objective good and evil. And in fact, I wanted to get to this because what I saw actually out of Nick earlier on was he was attempting to derive an ought from an is, which we have known is physically impossible since David Hume. Like you can describe the world as things ought or as things are, but you cannot say that these are this way, therefore it ought to be this way, especially not within the confines of morality.
Well, yeah, because you don't believe in God. Okay, I don't believe in
Whoa,
David
whoa,
Hume.
you
I
didn't
believe
ask.
in God.
I'm a Buddhist, dude. So I do.
Oh my gosh,
This
gets
one-
better and better.
I don't see you. You want to talk with me about Buddhism? We can do it.
I don't. I'm not interested in that.
This
Well, that's all right
Sorry.
because I used to be a Catholic, and I can know that you actually are a heretic.
Oh,
Like,
really?
you were like the definition of a heretic.
Why
This
is
one
that?
coming in. Samir says, for equality and 50-50, but usually once granted, the ex underdog starts chipping at your 50%. Day one, don't make me say God in the Pledge of Allegiance. Day two, I'm offended that you say God.
Oh,
Right.
base.
Is it true that the left is clamping down more and more on
Questions are
theists
so
or religious folks?
boring.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
In what
Wait,
ways?
why?
Like,
why do you guys
I'm-
think that?
I just
wait,
am
hold
not
on. I haven't
prepared
point.
to
Didn't they
have,
just
like,
win a
deep
case in the Supreme Court about like
conversations
getting to
all of
pray in
these.
public schools or some shit? I thought that.
Yes.
Yeah, I
they
know,
did.
but why
Yeah,
was it
the left
illegal
have to do
before
it.
that? Yeah, why
Because
did they? Why did it
separation
have
of
to go to
church and
court?
state.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
hold
wonder
on.
if
Do you think that
Doopy,
was?
you got?
Well, I would just like to know, like, in what ways they're clamping down on religious people.
A guy tried
Yeah.
to pray during a football game and he got fired from his job. That's how.
And he,
But that's
and
not
he took
them
it to court. He won the
clamping down.
case.
He had to
Like-
go all the way to. So yeah, I know. So that shows you there's a war on it. He had to fight in order
No,
to
it
get that right to do
He
it.
probably planned
It shows-
that
it shows that the
specifically
school-
to
No,
do
he
that.
didn't
Sounds like
plan
an
it.
act.
Conspiracy
Okay, the
theorist. Go get
planning,
your
the
tinfoil
planning is too
hat.
much.
Go get your tinfoil
Your
hat.
name
Hold
is
on,
literally
hold on, please.
Conspiracy
Wait,
Cast.
please, no,
I'm on the grind all the time. I know, but I'm just saying.
Right.
Come on, you know he didn't. He didn't.
But so
plan
okay,
that.
so to be clear, so like, is there some other thing? Because I think even if you were to try to make that argument, pointing to one dude getting fired because he prayed in like in the middle of like a school event is not enough to justify like a clamping.
Well, they
down
took
on,
out
like, a
under
war on
God
religion.
from the Pledge of Allegiance. So there you go.
Yeah,
you know,
no,
Wait,
they
did they
did.
really?
Democrats are very.
No,
there are
they
a lot
didn't.
of very religious
Yes, they
Democrats.
did.
So I mean, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
So
Wait, did they
clamping-
actually
so the
take out
clamping-
under God from the Pledge of Allegiance? Did I miss this?
Yes.
No, they didn't.
Yes.
But fun
Yes, they
fact.
did.
The Pledge of Allegiance was created by a socialist.
Oh, well, and then
cares?
also didn't they add that under God part in 1952? I hadn't heard anything about
I
them
don't
taking
know
it
if it
out.
was in the pledge, but they did add the under God to the money in 1950.
Eisenhower added under God. Yeah.
What in
so
what?
it's
Yeah,
like-
okay.
Occupy Democrats became a human being and walked among us. That's
That's
Oh,
the
shoot,
worst
listen, I just looked it up
possible
to verify that I
future.
wasn't talking out of my ass. You're pretty
being
close.
liberal. Facebook
1954, Eisenhower added
became
it to the
man.
pledge.
This one coming in from Flop Tina says Stardust described Nick perfectly. Ask about his. Let's see. Also glad to see Marie and Alex are here. Next up, Nicholas Federico says howdy from Texas. war on humanity, in particular men, both men and women, though. Space is 100% fake. Who will be POTUS in 2024? God bless. Nick means victory, but Alex wins.
Wait,
I'll
Alex, do
take
you think
it.
space is fake?
I don't know if it's exactly how they describe it, because I don't think you can look through a telescope at something,
You think there's
thousands
a
of light years
firmament?
away.
If there's a war
don't
on
know.
men, there's not enough of a war on men. We need more.
Wait, do you think glasses are real? Alex?
Eyeglasses?
Yeah, does that work?
Yeah, I think your wife has to wear them when guys are jizzing on her face. So she doesn't
Nice.
get
Do you
pink
think
eye.
do you think microscopes are like real? Like
Why
when your
do you keep
girlfriend's trying to find your dick, does that work? Or like if microscopes and glasses
why
work,
don't you just ask
if
your wife
microscope-
if my
if
dick
microscope-
works?
Why did you bring it
you want me
up?
to ask
Are
my
you
wife if
jealous?
she needs to
Are
use
you
a
jealous
microscope
that
to
you're
find
not
your
getting
dick?
enough
I'm not
Wait, can I
jealous?
ask
jealous.
you-
I think he called me. He said that I'm a sexual harasser, yet he literally lets
You are a
dudes
sexual
jizz
You
harasser.
on
keep
his
talking
wife.
about cum
must
on
have lived in
people's
that kind of
faces. It
situation.
sounds like you want
Because
cum on your face,
gross.
bro.
No,
Okay,
when
no,
you let it have it on your
Alex,
girlfriend, I
you
think that's
are a sexual
disgusting.
harasser.
Crabs.
There's
Well,
no other way to
just
Just
describe
curious
it.
if you think
Alex,
that
you were kind of pinging my gaydar when I first met you.
if you think that glasses are real, I'm just curious why you can't think telescopes are real. Isn't it kind of like the same?
No, I think
concept, or-
telescopes are real. I just don't think, looking at a telescope, you can tell everything about a planet or something like that. So I don't think they know
What?
everything
Wait,
about
what?
other planets.
Anonymous one says, James, can you set up a Vosh versus Nick debate? I don't know. Destiny, what do you think? Do you think your buddy Vosh should go for it?
Vosh doesn't debate right wingers anymore.
This one
I
from
would be all
PP,
for it, 100%.
Yeah,
PP
Vosh is afraid
McGee
of Nick, unironically.
says Nick is handsome and smart. This one from Mr. Crab says, if all it takes is to, quote, identify as a woman and be accepted as a woman, is Rachel Dolezal a black woman because she identifies and is accepted as a black woman?
No, because race is not a social role. Race is like
Wait,
a
come on.
technology employed
Wait,
by
isn't
the
race
state.
what people look like? Isn't race kind of. Never mind.
Race
Didn't you
isn't
say
a
earlier-
social role.
Yeah.
Didn't you
do you
say
got,
earlier
Doobie?
that woman is a social role and it's an idea?
Yeah.
And it's okay. So what's if you're saying that race is not?
He thinks
that?
that race
Like, I
is
understand-
more tangible than
Well,
sex.
no, I don't
Okay,
think it's
so
more
I would say
tangible. I think it's
gender is
realized in a
more.
different
I would
way.
say gender is more. Not gender. Sex is more tangible than
Significantly
race.
more
Absolutely.
tangible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
significantly more tangible. I mean, the reason we have the races that we have right now is it was convenient to the Elizabethans. Like, race is used by the state as a means of policing groups under its power that it considers to be unruly.
So, Brenton,
it's-
do you think it'd be
yeah.
better if people could just identify into race?
Um,
Because then it wouldn't be policed by the
No.
state, right?
no,
Yeah, if this is a
because
tool of the state to,
the
to
state,
suppress the
people
masses,
don't
why wouldn't we
identify.
reject it?
Like people don't identify. Like if
You
a-
don't
if a
think that people
judge-
identify as different races?
If a judge or a cop is going to treat someone worse because of their race, if it's
Like
have something
Doobie over
happen to
here.
them.
Like
Yeah, it's
me,
not. It has nothing to
yeah.
do with them identifying as one race or the
Wait,
other.
so
It
for
has to do
somebody
with
to
the
So
cop.
go
truly
back
be
to my
black-
original
calls.
question.
Somebody to
Do you
truly
think
be
the
black
world
calls
would be
911.
Do you think
1%
the
of
world
time.
would be
True.
better
1% of time.
if it was a world where people could identify into race without having it projected onto them by a cop or whatever? Do you think that'd be a better world?
without it being projected onto them.
Where
It
people
would
just
be a better-
identify and that's it.
I think you're defining race out of relevant existence. It is the projecting onto them by sovereign power.
But
that
you think it would
causes
be a
that.
better world,
Yes.
right? Where Rachel Dolezal can identify as a black woman and be a black woman, right?
So in the event that we had a world where black people were not targeted by the state, but were somehow still a race, sure, whatever, I don't care.
Wait, hold on. Can I? Because it seems like you're saying that if there were
I
a
think you
black
give
person in the
away the
United
argument,
States,
but yeah.
if there were a black person in the United States who for some reason hadn't interacted with systemic oppression, hadn't been dealt with racist cops, maybe wasn't selling drugs, so didn't interact with like a racist judge, right? If this person would be less black than other black people,
They'd be
who
a
had
white
interacted-
presenting black.
I mean,
yeah.
in
Like,
the
is
sense
that-
that like
Is there something like inherent about being black that requires you to like be a criminal or like interact with police? Like, what do you?
it's how the state perceives you.
Okay, so
If-
to answer the
if-
question then, so would they be less black than a black person who had gone through all those things?
No,
Why not?
because
Wait,
it would be pure luck
If-
that they didn't.
What?
If I could, if I could, I think you guys are already on this like line, but I have argued this before just for fun, but I think you guys are pretty much at this point already. But when somebody transitions to being a woman, the way that I've heard it explained is that when that woman, like, because as soon as you start presenting as a woman, you inherit all of the oppression that women get in society, whereas you can't really do the same thing with race. You can't really like transition into a race. I don't know how accurate that is, but I thought
there's also biological differences between trans women.
Oh,
and
I
cis-
thought we were going somewhere different. Oh my god.
No, good God, no.
Do you think there are biological differences in the races?
Good catch, Steve.
No, there are no biological differences whatsoever.
Okay, so evolution
Not a
stopped.
single one.
Evolution
Yeah, there
stopped
are.
Like
the skin,
pigment in the
basically.
skin is not
Yeah,
a
that's-
biological difference.
Let's
That
fucking
doesn't have anything to
go.
do with race.
Based
Yeah, what-
tranny in a
except-
MAGA
yeah.
hat.
The
Wait,
evolution
what
that
the
led to
fuck
different
are you
skin
saying,
pigments
dude? You're saying
stopped-
pigment in
it
the skin
stopped at
has
the-
nothing to do with race?
It is how someone is perceived based upon but it's like putting the cart before the horse. Like
but
if
the
there was a
evolution
person
that led
who
to the
was
differences
genetic,
in skin pigmentation, are you saying that evolution stopped at the skin? It didn't go any deeper than that.
Let's go.
that's not evolution. So no, you like
What? Why do you think?
Okay,
black
why do
have
black
skin?
people have sickle cell anemia more than white
Wait,
people?
hold on, no, wait. Why
it's
do white
not
people
black
have white
people
skin?
that. Oh my God. Okay, this is like an entire debate here.
It's
But
not that
but
complicated.
it's only
Why
black
do-
people
why-
who come from
why
a
do you
very
think there are
specific
differences in
part of
skin tone?
Africa that
Why
have
do you think
sickle
there are
cell
differences
anemia.
in skin tone?
Okay, well, why don't white people have it then? If they're
Why
the
do you
same?
think there are differences in skin tone, like pigmentation, melanin, etc.? Like, why do you think there are differences?
I mean, those are inherited.
It's
How?
because
Why?
hell
Where
burned
did it-
us
where did it
because
come
we
from?
sin more.
What?
So
Where did this come from?
Where did what come from?
Oh God, I'm sorry. You're gonna
You say-
fucking-
are you
Okay,
saying, like,
the
where did it come
reason
from? It
why
came
you
from their
can't
parents, most
transition
likely.
races is because it's inconvenient to the progressive narrative. Okay,
Yes.
that's like the
No,
fundamental
no.
reason.
Wrong. Okay, hold on. Jesus fucking
Yes.
Christ. The reason why is because you don't have your brain doesn't have a fucking race. You don't have an internal experience of race.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
That's
That's
what I was trying to go
It seemed-
to.
okay,
you
but that's
do-
why
you-
progressives would argue that you should theoretically should be able to transition races
You
because
can't
like
transition
it's
race. That
just
doesn't
a
make
construct.
sense. No, hold on. That'd be like transitioning ages. It
No,
doesn't make any
it's
sense to
social
transition
roles.
race.
It's social roles.
No,
is what
it's
the
not
progressives
fucking
say.
social roles. What are
That's
you
what
talking
he's
about?
arguing.
Sure
That's
it
what he's
is.
arguing.
I don't know what he's
That's what he's
Scientist or
saying right
janitor.
now.
Wait, that's who's saying?
Brenton.
Brenton.
Brenton is not a progressive. He's an anarcho whateverist.
Okay, anarcho with
True.
whatever is
Okay,
then.
just don't.
Bisexual
Okay, 'cause-
anarchist.
yeah, as a progressive on the panel, that is not my view. Okay, you cannot be transracial, and there's
Okay,
a
not
fundamental
you
difference between
then.
the internal experience of race, which doesn't exist, versus the internal experience of sex, which I think does exist.
Which
Yeah,
is
the
what I was
internet-
trying to
the-
say when I
yeah.
said there are biological differences. Like they've done brain scans of trans people, and like the brain is closer to the gender that
But
they
Brenton, you don't
identify with
believe
as
this.
opposed
You
to
don't
mine.
believe that you need to like prove that you have a certain brain to transition. Like you're not a
No,
trans
why
medicalist.
would I?
No, exactly. This is my point, right? Because you believe
the-
that people
the-
should have the right to change whatever they want about their gender presentation, to take whatever hormones they are, and to like be accepted into society
Well, yeah,
as that,
'cause I'm an
regardless of
anarchist.
whatever's going on in their brain. Like that is the progressive position, as far as I'm aware, is that you should have the freedom to do that, right? And so
I mean,
I think
yes,
it would be
but that's like I'm an anarchist. Literally, everyone should have the freedom
You
to do
are?
everything for the most part.
Yeah, so I think like the consistent thing to say would be that like it shouldn't matter what is in your brain, but you should be able to like you know
I'm not
paint your
saying
skin
that it-
color, do whatever you want as long and be like accepted into society.
Yeah.
I think that's
I'm
a
not
consistent
saying that it
argument.
matters. Look, I'm not saying that it matters. Like what's in your brain. What I'm doing right there is I'm drawing a disanalogy to prove that Rachel Dolezal is not analogous to a trans person's experience.
I do
Now
agree
you
on
can
that,
disagree
yeah.
with me on that, but
No.
that's specifically pointing to the brain as a relevant difference.
Yeah, so I can say that because I'm a trans medicalist, okay? I think there is like a relevant biological difference here. And that's that like trans people have like dysphoria, like a medical condition, which is why they're transitioning. And I don't think that exists for like transracial people. I think it's just like attention grabbing histrionics. So like I think that's the difference.
We're
Call her a turf.
There-
She's a turf. Call her a turf. Is she a
Hey,
turf?
Doobie's not black. That was a fake out.
move-
He's trolling us. You're not
Let's
black.
let's
I
move
knew it.
forward.
Yeah,
This one comes
I
Maybe
knew
in.
it.
you look
You're
exactly
fake.
how I thought you
Couldn't
would look.
resist. I'm just saying,
Dynamis
fuck.
black.
says, Nick, if the America became a Catholic theocracy, it would no longer be America.
No, that's not true. That's not true because Catholicism is more Christian than Protestantism. So people go, "Oh, America's a Protestant nation." It's like, okay, well, England was a Catholic nation, and
wait,
so
hang
the
on
Catholic
though.
Church is the mother of all the nations.
Well, why
Like,
not just
people
go
were
back
going
to
up-
England then?
What?
Why not just go back to England then?
Because we're in America. It's about.
Wait, hold on. I want to hear the theological argument. I'm curious. You say the Catholic Church is the birthplace of all of Christian religion, right? Because everybody broke off from the Catholic Church because they gave up on us. Okay, they're losers. But could you not argue that the Catholic Church is kind of like a break off of Judaism? That Christianity came from Judaism, and that's kind of like a betrayal of
No, because rabbinical Judaism happened after the death of Christ. The Jews of the Old Testament, their Messiah came. His name was Jesus.
Yeah, but what about the ones that don't believe that? The ones that don't believe that he's the Messiah. He's just another prophet. Aren't you like breaking off from them like Protestants broke off from the Catholic Church?
No, because Christianity fulfilled that. It's a continuation.
You're begging the question. They didn't believe that it fulfilled that, of course, right? Just like you don't believe that Muhammad is the prophet of fucking Allah or whatever,
wrong,
right?
And they're objectively wrong. And then they went and they wrote down their oral tradition in the 3rd and 5th century in Babylon and in Jerusalem, and it's called the Talmud. And they worship. Well, in the Talmud it says that the rabbis correct God. That's a different religion. So if anything, rabbinical Judaism is a deviation because the fulfillment of the Old Testament is the New Testament. And objectively, rabbinical Judaism is a deviation from that.
All I'm saying is that if you like Catholicism so much, Nick, maybe you should go back to, England or wherever you came from. So
okay,
it would probably be Germany.
You should go back to like Pakistan
Light of the
or
Twin
whatever,
Lamps.
India.
Light of the Twin Lamp says to Nick and Doobie and anyone who wants to add their opinion, thoughts on the FBI no longer collecting race data in regards to crime.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that happening.
So for Nick and Doobie in particular, they asked.
I just Googled news stories. I don't see any of that. Is that?
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, sorry, I was draining my penis. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. If it were true, it's really stupid. I don't think that they should do that.
But they do that in other countries.
Yeah,
like in Germany, they stopped doing that with migrants, and they do this all the time because reality is undeniable.
Well, or they know what happens when racism gets out of control in Germany.
Yeah, crime stops.
Well, I think if there are specific communities that are having issues with crime, we need to be able to target those communities to like fix those problems, right?
That's true.
Sure.
So
that's true. Germany targeted those communities, right?
This one from appreciate your question. Samir says maybe Ben Shapiro will run. He's a loyal following. Maybe. Sausage Lord says Nick, thanks for asexual representation on the panel. Brian Cleary says Nick and Destiny is my favorite bromance. When is the podcast? Jake says
soon. We're working on it.
Jake says Nick, if you had to marry Stardust, let's see. All right, that's weird. Bushy says Doobie.
Whoa, let's
I can't.
Okay, all right.
This one says Bushy Doobie. Oh, that's Nikki says Jane. Appreciate it.
Wait, was it meant to be an insult? If it was, I want to hear it. It'd be
no, it's not an insult. It's just
lame.
they were asking why you're black. I don't get it. I think they're trying to like trigger people or something. I don't know. Is that what they say?
I do identify as a black man. It's
trying
true.
to trigger people
Sometimes.
But Nikki, thanks for your kind words, says, but why is it so hard to admit that men and women are different?
I don't think anybody doesn't admit that men and women are different.
Are you sure nobody does?
Yeah, I'm certain men and women are different.
Oh, okay. Prison Palace says, what does Nick think of Deborah's role in the Bible?
I don't know.
This one from Yo says, okay, I think this is sincere, so they're not trying to trigger you, Taft. They says, was April's decision to transition influenced by porn brain poisoning from a young age? Maybe they are trying to trigger you.
No way is that a trigger thing.
I was actually like somewhat late to the party when it came to like, I don't know, sexual awakening and masturbation. So probably not in my case, but who knows?
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Jessica Puzzle says Marie's mom's investment was having a lot of money. Also, Stardust wouldn't say it, but let's see. Tell Taff I would 100% lesbian her up. Okay, thanks.
I just felt like it was inappropriate for me to say it right now, Taff. I would have called you after.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Thank you. And this one from Ryan Rockwell says, as the only known virgin on the panel, shouldn't Nick have more to say on the topic? Sex in millennial demos. What's his take on why he gets no females?
Well, as I said, I am an asexual incel. So So it's a little bit different for me. I'm in sort of the category of eccentric genius, asexual, incel. But I talked about it. The problem is feminism. The problem is fertility rates declining all across the board because women are nasty these days. That's not my situation. I'm an incel. But as far as other people, women are not cool. Okay.
Hold on. Can you wait? Why do you keep calling yourself an incel? Shouldn't it be a volcel? Wouldn't that be a better term?
I am an incel.
So you want women, but you can't get them.
I'm an internet celebrity and an involuntary celibate. Also, I am asexual.
Wait, hold on,
so
Nick.
I don't want to have
Nick,
sex
let's
with
be real.
anyone.
There are plenty of women out there who'd suck your pee for you, right?
I don't think that's true. I'm
Of course
dark.
it's
I'm like
true.
Ryan Gosling. I'm like.
There are women on my
Taxi
server.
Driver,
There's women on my
like
server who
Batman.
simp over you and talk about how hot you are.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Change your
sure.
whole life now.
Didn't you have like a whole thing with somebody who like sent you a super chat or something, and they were hitting on you, and then you did a whole rant
out.
about it?
Oh, she was crazy. She
Nick,
was,
the last time you were on my server, you almost got it deleted. But I love you, and I want to change your life. Okay, so if you visit us, I'll 100% set you up with an e-girl. Okay,
I told
we'll get your
you-
dick sucked. We'll fly her out for you. It'll be a whole thing.
That's a mortal sin. Also, I am asexual and I am an
God.
incel. And the thing is, okay, women are obese, okay, and they're rude.
So you have a
and they're
small
all on
dick,
birth
is what you're
control.
They're not all
I have a big
obese.
dick, actually, and a big pair of balls. Not that it's
believe
anybody's
you.
business.
All
it's
right,
my
let's move
business.
on to the next one. First
And
name,
it's Stardust
last name.
business as
Does
well.
Alex, did it look as big in person as it does on TV? What are they talking about, Alex?
On TV, my dick. It's a nice dick. I mean,
All right, let's
listen,
do the next one. Jake Lesba says, I noticed that. Let's see. I noticed that Marie disagrees with Nick on the ultimate role of women. Marie, will you have a dialogue or debate with Nick on this topic?
I don't even know if we really even got into that conversation. I'm not sure if we totally disagree or not.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, and also you're not even Christian, so I don't know what's going on with that.
I'm just like, I am, but I'm like not practicing. So I think it's wrong to say you are something if you don't go to church and
Nick,
do
you
all
can fix
that.
it.
Can
You
we
can
take
fix
a
it.
moment to shit on all these? Nick, join me here for a moment. Can we take a minute to shit on all these non-denominational Christians, these quote unquote spiritual people that don't go to church, don't have a real relationship with God, don't have a real commitment to any particular sect? What are you? You might as well be crystal worshipers at that point. I think that's degenerate.
That's why I said I don't want
Let's
to
go.
like say I am anything because it's like I think if you don't have a denomination and all this stuff, it's kind of like you're LARPing at that point.
True.
I
So,
agree.
like,
Destiny's
how-
so
Marie-
based on this point.
Marie, do you
Absolutely.
own any crystals or like frankincense? Like, is that-
No,
Oh, okay.
no.
No progress says Alex 1. George Nada says Nick's thoughts about Sam C. Guzzler. Okay. Nick's thoughts about Sam Cedar claiming to have emails to quote out Nick. Is this true? Did Destiny's buddy Sam say that he has those emails?
Yeah, I've heard that. And I think he said that one other time. But, as always with these things, people say that and then
Challenge him to release the tapes. Where are they?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
he said it a few times. I'd be very curious to see what that is.
There's the call out. There it is. Nick Fuentes challenging Sam Cedar. It's like Kira and fucking L on Death Note right now on live TV, challenging him to release the tape. Let's see if he does it.
Well, yeah, and there was that thing a few weeks ago on what is it, Crazy Days and Nights, where they're like, "Oh, someone's selling a gay sex tape of Nick for $100,000. Oh boy, this America First is over," and then nothing ever materializes. Yeah, I'd be very curious to see what that's all about because that's been claimed for a little while.
This one from Robin says purpose of women is procreation. The war is denying this.
My God. So nothing has an inherent purpose. Women do like reproduce, but that's not a purpose. Nature doesn't have a mind to give something a purpose. Like it's him projecting that purpose onto the process of reproduction.
Why does my cat yell at me because she's not pregnant? Is it not her purpose to get impregnated and have babies?
Correct.
And
It
is
is
it
not
not
her purpose.
women? Yes, it
Purpose-
is. It is
purpose
literally her
no.
purpose
Purpose-
of
no.
living is to give life.
Is the purpose of a river to flow? No, it doesn't have a purpose. It's just happening. Purpose is something that people imbue objects and pieces of reality with mentally. We're the ones
Does
that
your
create
dick
purpose.
have a purpose?
No. Well,
That's a personal
sometimes.
question.
This one from
No, it doesn't. Hold on.
Yeah.
This one from Sam Mahagna says Brenton is what I visualize when I think of a Redditor. Brenton, is this an insult?
I don't know. I don't go on Reddit, so I have no idea.
It
This
is an
one-
insult for clarification.
Okay, thank you.
At least they
This
didn't
one-
call you a
Alright.
Discord mod, so you know.
This
There we
one
go.
from Sausage Lord says, Stardust, why do you allow Brenton
short fat
to
otaku. I
appropriate
destroyed
Indian
on this
Buddhism
panel.
while he
At least
also
when I
tries
talked.
to allow trans women
Like I
into biological
destroyed on the China
spaces?
population
Wait.
question.
Okay, so I'm not a Buddhist.
Feels good.
So, you know, it's not my place to be, you know, telling him, you know, gatekeeping or whatever.
I feel like I had some
if
really
that's what you
good
are, that's what you are.
moments early in the debate.
And yeah,
Um,
just leave me away from it. Leave me, you know.
But I don't know.
I'll-
Sometimes
I'll
the
be sure not
conversation
to
goes
shock
in
a boo for you.
directions that are just like stupid, and I have
so,
like nothing to add.
Yeah,
So it's
this
like,
is ridiculous.
what the fuck
because
are we even talking
Buddhism is
about?
essentially, like in a lot of ways, at least how it started out.
Or I
Oh,
just-
are you
I'm
going to
not
explain an
learned on the
Eastern
topic.
religion to me that
Not
originated?
to you.
in-
I'm explaining it
Okay.
to the.
Like they're talking about Buddhism right now, and I don't know anything about Buddhism, so I really can't give input.
I'm of Indian origin, so.
Okay, but what state were you born in? Can
Oh,
I
no,
pronounce
I was-
it?
Wait, what?
Can I pronounce?
What
You're
did
proud. I thought you're an American, aren't you?
I am an American. I'm an American first.
Are people of
actually.
Indian descent
Let's
imbued
go.
with the knowledge of Buddhism? Okay, calm down with the racial
I'm just-
essentialism.
I'm
Nick,
joking.
all right?
It was called-
You're
it's
trying
called
to,
a
no,
joke.
you're trying to appeal to Nick here. Okay, you're emboldening his racist views. All right.
That's right.
How
She's
am
a
I
Vedic.
emboldening
Slow it down.
anything? Oh my
Slow it
god.
But just so like Buddhism, especially like Theravada Buddhism, is essentially Hinduism stripped
my
for
God.
export. The purpose of it was to go beyond India.
You know how this is giving me PTSD from like college. Whenever you get like all the Hindu, all the white Hindus and all the white Buddhists who come onto the college campus, and then they would set up.
Are you talking
their
about
little
Hare
thing there.
Krishnas?
Yeah, and they would set up their thing, and then they would and then you'd go, you know, all the Indian kids, we'd be like, oh yeah, you know, like the free food, whatever. So we'd go there and we get free food, but then inevitably you get, you know, somebody explains Hinduism to you while you're
Yeah.
trying to just get free food. Yeah,
Because
so-
it's a Hare Krishnas. Those are a cult.
yeah, it's usually a white person who's explaining it
Yes,
to you.
it's a cult
Yeah.
that recruits white people
Yeah.
in America.
Yeah.
Based.
This one coming in.
Hey,
from
that's like me.
Yeah, true.
Oddly enough, yeah, I think that's the most honest you've been.
Robin says, Brent, don't do philosophy. There are refutations for the you can't derive an is from an ought argument from Hume.
There are like attempts at refuting it. I'm not aware of any, but you know, maybe I read the wrong books. So
This one from Sam Mahagna says, Nick, when and how did the Destiny Best Friends Forever arc happen?
I don't know. You know, he had this sort of great awakening. The last time we had talked before this blossoming friendship, you know, he was just browbeating me and saying, you hate everyone and you want to kill everyone. You want to kill all Black people. And it was on the Dick Masterson show. And I'm like, no, Destiny, like I didn't know you're chill like that. Like, I'm just a chill guy. Okay. I'm a Christian. I'm a reactionary. And I don't know. Maybe he'd have to say, because I've always been a fan. Okay, I've always been a fan of the StarCraft gameplay, and I've always thought that he's sort of a secret Groiper, crouching Pepe hitting Groiper sort of action going on.
I think the actual story is that, like, I didn't realize, but me and Nick just have so much in common. We're Hispanic, autistic, and I'm going to be honest, I don't really believe in dinosaurs either. Okay, so you
Let's
know when you're
go.
hitting
There you
all
go.
three of those
There you
points,
go.
what am I supposed to do? You know,
But Destiny, isn't your son based now? Isn't he like conservative?
Yeah,
Isn't that
he's
true?
red pill.
you are obsessed with making cum jokes about my family, so I'm a little bit scared to talk about.
I didn't make a cum joke about your
Jesus
son. I'm just saying, isn't
Christ.
he? I think he's teaching you. He's converting you.
Uh-huh,
Converting.
yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
Alex.
I don't think he posted well.
Alex, I was conservative, like straight up until the end of college. Like I was like, you know, young GOP, all for Iraq, under Bush. In college, I was a right libertarian. Getting out into the real world is what made me an anarchist.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Appreciate it. Fish Monkey says, to say there is no objective truth is a self-contradiction. You are making a universal claim by saying, quote, unquote, there is no truth. The fact of the matter is there is no facts.
You just made a claim as a universal claim as well. All universal claims, technically, you can say that they're not true because like nothing is perfect. So obviously you could argue, I guess, that there's some objective morals out there, but you would have to identify them, find them, and bring them to me so that I could examine them and make sure, oh yes, indeed, this is objective morals.
This one from Samir says, Alex, you are smart. Arguing degrades you. Stop. Incapacitating strike says, Brendan, do you huff paint?
Wait, I got to ask an important question. Does anybody think that Alex Stein could be like that Better Call, like Saul's guy's son? Am I the only one that sees this?
Probably,
Didn't you work at like a car lot or something, Alex?
I got a dealer's license. Yeah, I buy and sell cars. Yeah, what? Come on, they're a commodity. I'm a pimp on a blimp, dog.
I can see why. I can see why you did that. You definitely are good.
I could sell. I could sell. That's what I'm saying. I could sell. Underwear to ass. I could sell ice to an Eskimo. I'm a pimp on a blimp. Yeah, I mean, I can actually sell. I didn't just sit on a stream. I actually had to go out in 110-degree heat and sell cars in Texas. Yeah, I've actually had to grind it out, unlike a lot of people on the internet.
I don't think.
Yeah, dude, what have you ever done? Have you ever sold anything in your life? Probably not. Exactly. You never had a real job. What did you sell? What did you sell?
I agree with you.
Oh yeah.
I want to tell you. Insurance person. Right, so,
I don't believe that.
It's
okay. You couldn't sell. Yeah, you couldn't sell a car to save your life.
It's real.
I used to manage. I used to manage sales, and I would hire you, Alex. You drive me freaking crazy, but I would hire you
because I can sell.
Sausage Lord says, Marie is the only cis white woman on the panel. Do you feel scared?
No, I think I'm fine.
This one from RH says, Marie Fuentes. This one from Lies Fern says, if I can identify as a different race, then if I identify as 100% white, will I be able to join Nick's ethno neighborhood?
What? Say that again.
If a black dude identifies as being white, can he join your ethno club?
Oh, I don't believe in such things like that. And I'm going to be in the Mexican Italian neighborhood anyway.
Grays 174 says Catholicism is heretical. Nick, why do you think it's okay to pray to Mary?
I'm not getting into that. I mean, that's, if you want to look that up, it's not heretical. She's a mother of God. She intercedes on our behalf. Is Protestant nonsense.
This one from Rob. A woman sounds kind of gay, so
well, we're not okay. Vedic priestess.
Yeah, I feel like
this one. We have so many.
That's okay. Keep going.
Quick. Robin says, Nick, Rome broke from Orthodoxy. Protestants followed.
That's not true. Orthodoxy broke from Rome. Peter's the leader, obviously.
Surfing Cowboy says, a troon, a commie that aligns with every corporation, the 6 millionth comedian, a cat boy, a tech support agent, a random. Let's see, what is this? Okay,
he's just insulting everybody on here.
What is it?
That's what he's doing.
It's a transgender person insult. Nice job, James. Oh, that's like the N word for trans people.
Yeah, that's really
literally.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. It sounds like I'm joking, but it is. It's like a Kiwi Farms insult for fucking trans. I don't know if it came from Kiwi Farms, but yeah.
Sorry, I did not know that for real. And then the commie. So for real, sorry about that. And then the commie, that must be Brenton though.
Yeah.
And then
wait, which one am I?
Well, the cat boy.
That's Nick. That's Nick. That's 100%.
Oh, it doesn't make sense because Catboy Cammy was a Catboy.
Clayton Hughes says, "Are Destiny and Nick best friends?"
Yes.
No, we're not best friends.
Yes, we are.
Nick needs to work on his shit a lot. Okay.
Yeah, we are.
He's inconsistent as fuck. He's asexual and incel at the same time. Doesn't even make sense.
Duality of man.
They threw the classic pray to Mary at you, which is an attack every Catholic has heard, and you let them get away with it. Okay, these heathens. You're not even. You're not. Yeah. Okay. Doesn't defend his faith. Okay. Like, look at this guy over here. Okay.
Steven.
Just unbelievable over here. He's got a lot of work to do.
You're embarrassing me. I thought
he's got a lot of work to do.
Next time I see you and we're hanging out, we're gonna talk about this.
Oh, okay? Yeah, and down here in Miami, we can go to Hialeah and hang out with my Cuban people. Okay.
Yeah, I'm inviting you to my birthday party. You're invited to my birthday party.
All right.
Light of the Twin Lamp says, thoughts on Grand Theft Auto 6 having a Latina protagonist. How will they implement the prostitution mechanic?
The fuck?
Oh, that's funny.
This one coming in from Dr. Robert says, Nick wants a girlfriend, but his ego won't allow him to admit there's something he wants but can't attain.
Oh. It's not true. I'm asexual and incel, and I hate women.
This one from first name, last name says Brenton is an authority on whether things do or don't have a purpose since he to see himself as zero purpose. I'm sorry, Brendan. We love
No,
you.
I have zero purpose. Purpose is something that is created by humans. So I can create a purpose for myself. Someone else can look at me and think that they see a purpose. That's just how it works. It's a judgment.
I think it's, I don't know. This is always the conservative or reactionary argument, is that like progressives don't believe in teleology. They don't believe in a purpose in life. And so they're kind of directionless. And I don't know.
Yeah, but Christians don't believe in a teleology, but they can't follow their Otello. So like they all have their own, like if you ever want to, the biggest attack against Christianity is usually pointing out the behaviors of other Christians. So, you know, at the end of the day, everybody's fucking up. All right.
Yeah. And I'm not a progressive. So
true. And caps.
No, I hate hand
Jake
caps.
says,
Jesus Christ.
Nick, are you willing to marry Stardust or Taftage? Is it pronounced Taftage?
You can pronounce it however you want. I think I say
If Taftage is right, you're going to use the other T word you used earlier, James. Don't worry.
No,
I'll stick with
because Stardust is in white and Taftage is in a girl. Taftage is a guy dressed like
Not based. Excuse me.
No, that is based. Okay?
Can't we have some respect?
He's just not willing to admit it publicly.
Taftage is a
Roswell.
racist tranny, and
A
that
racist
confirms-
tranny.
and that confirms the Destiny
Okay.
subcommunity.
No,
is
half right
racist,
there.
Trans and gay people, and that's
Okay,
you
if-
can't
What did
hold
I tell
on.
you guys about doping?
Taftage can be a woman if a guy with the last name of Fuentes can lead a white nationalist movement. Okay, I think that's fair. Okay, I think we can. I think we can.
Those
I
are
think
not
we can be
analogous
okay with
because
that.
I never identified as white. I identify as black and Hispanic.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought earlier you
And
didn't
I'm doing
believe in
the
that. So
jobs
then,
that whites won't
earlier,
do.
that earlier
Hey,
question,
guys,
you lied.
it's like 12.
If a black dude did believe that he was white, he would be able to join your movement.
It's getting close to Brenton's
There was a
bedtime.
neighborhood. I wouldn't let you
No,
in my
I'm a
neighborhood. I would call the
I
cops
just have
immediately.
writing to do.
This one from
For an
if you guys
ambulance
have to
for
go,
him.
It's totally okay. There's maybe like there's a decent amount of questions left. So if you have to
This
go,
isn't
How
as
much
important as
longer?
Snow
It's
White.
fucking EST.
Yeah,
it's
it's
12:30
so
at night
late.
here. Okay.
it is really late.
We can't all go to fucking Subway in 30 minutes, get a free sub like you can, James. Okay. It's late for us. All right.
That has nothing to do with the time. Okay, next up.
Wait, how do you get a free sub at Subway? Explain.
Yeah. Wait. How do you show us, James? How do you get it? Show us. James, no, don't tell
I
us.
hope
Show.
that the
Show, don't
chat
tell.
can forgive me because I don't know if we can get through all these questions. I'll show the tattoo if the chat can forgive me that we won't.
You got a
Yeah,
Subway
don't forget me.
tattoo?
No, show
you
you. Don't spoil
didn't.
it. Show us. It's a small one. You won't even believe how small it is. Show it. Show it. Show it. Show it. Nick, turn away.
You
Okay.
actually have
Look
a
at
Subway
this.
tattoo?
Whoa.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
Wait, what?
It's so
This is
good.
James. I don't know how to feel about this.
What is
I
that?
I thought it was based as
feel- I
well.
feel-
Free
that
food
is-
is free
hey,
food.
that is-
reaction
That's
was, I lost
$50,000. That's $50,000 of Subway. Okay, that's free Subway for
Holy
life,
shit.
baby. There it
What?
is.
But that's fake, James.
It's not
I
fake.
think
Real
initially I
tattoo.
lost respect and then
Why?
I gained it.
It was like
That's
5
gonna be
hours
big.
and it was so painful. I flew to Las Vegas because Subway had a promotion where they said if you get this 12 by 12 inch tattoo, then we will give you $50,000 worth of Subway for life. And I did it.
What?
You're
Look, I
trolling.
can't-
You're
can't-
trolling. Wait,
No,
wait,
that's-
shut up.
no.
Everybody chill out. You're
That's a good
trolling,
investment.
James.
Yeah, he got the tattoo for fun. Actually, it is a troll. You're right, Alex.
No, that's not a real
He just
tattoo.
likes Subway.
It's a real
No
tattoo.
way.
Google it. We all
Why
saw it in the
would
media. We
someone-
watched
There
the
are
stories.
articles on this.
Why would James get like a fake tattoo, stick it on his back, wait for 3 freaking hours for some random person to
It's
ask him
funny,
about it?
it is funny. So like I wouldn't put it past him, but yeah, it seems real. It's a good
Jesus,
investment.
that sounds like the plot of
Wow.
it. That sounds like the plot
Dude,
of an
but
Alex Stein
Subway's
YouTube
not
video.
even good. I mean, it's not. What are you
Yeah.
gonna get? You're gonna get. I know it's not even
That's
very
the worst
good.
chain.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not-
you're just gonna
it's
get
sandwiches.
cold cut combos.
Listen, if you think Subway's
is
the
like
worst
Happy
chain, that's
Gilmore.
on you. You fucking
It's
pick
not.
the
Well,
Hang on,
ingredients.
it's not Happy Gilmore. It's Community. That's when they had the guy name himself Subway. But James, are you allowed to make that into something else? Can you add to it, or are you forever?
Why would I want to do that, Brenton? Have you
How
seen
many
this?
sandwiches do you get a day? You get 1 foot long, and you get unlimited meats, or is there a limit of meats and toppings on the sandwich?
It's
Depends on what I
$50,000.
get. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But there's a limit at
Are they still
50,000.
doing
The
this?
gift
Are they
cards
still
is
doing
fine.
50,000 is a number, and that is the limit. Yes.
yeah.
Are they still
Wow.
Fortunately, they're not still doing it as a 1-day promotion.
doing this? Oh,
But
wow.
basically, the math I did is the sub that I could get it every other day, a foot long for 40 years.
I can just see James. There's you said they let 8 people in. I can just see James
Whoa.
smiling outside as the 8th guy. The 9th dude is some fucking poor homeless guy that's trying to feed his family, and James is
Can
just
you get it
smiling in line.
removed? Can you get it removed,
Wait,
James?
do you need to show them the
Ireland won't even
tattoo every time you
call
go?
Subway
Like,
bread.
Hold on. Do you need to like?
It's
like, show
yoga
them the
mats.
tattoo
It's
every
made
time
with
you die?
yoga mats, so that's why they're breads like that. It's
Okay,
yoga mat
let's pick it
material.
up. 12:30. EST, James.
We're
What
gonna
do we
pack
got?
it up. So I do want to say, folks, a couple of things. One is if you happen to send a question, but it didn't get read on air, shoot me an email at modernday8@gmail.com. And want to remind you, our guests are linked in the description. Want to say, we highly encourage you. You can check out their links. We appreciate your guys' questions and want to say thanks so much for hanging out with us tonight. If you have not yet, hit that subscribe button. Oh, this is good. Just let me get this last one in. Winston Fujimori says, if Stardust misses it, Ghost Politics was right about Nick Fuentes and Groyper's. Ghost won. Ralph lost. Baked Alaska is a
What was he
federal
right
informant.
about?
Power Chat is a honeypot. Shout outs to the farms. Josh
Oh,
Moon,
yeah.
Ghost, the anime right, Jaden McNeil, Mr. Mediker.
That guy's fat and ugly. So
This
there
one,
you go.
this we'll wrap up with. Want to say, folks, highly encourage you. Check out our guest links in the description. And thanks so much for being with us. Hit that subscribe button for future debates as Richard Spencer and TikTok star Kendon Farr debate abortion this Saturday. You don't want to miss it. Thanks so much, though, to our guests.
You're
Thank you for
welcome.
having me.
Yeah,
Free
thank
subs
you.
for
It was
life.
great.
Thank you
Fun
for
to have you
having
here,
me.
Dustin.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Are we on or are we off now?
I'm about
Well, I mean,
to
think
we're
we're
on
ending.
still, but
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
let us
And
know
I
Dude,
will
what
are you
catch
going to be
you
the
later.
next Jared Fogle, James? Are you going to take over
okay.
Jared
On the
Fogle's
count
job?
of three, we're all
God.
going to say the worst
think
slur
so.
that we know. Okay.
Okay,
Let's do
here we
it.
go.
One,
Off
Perfect.
screen. Off screen.
two,
Three.
three.
Thank you very
Mackerel
much.
snapper.
Hold on.
All right,
Three.
thank you,
Are we
guys.
off? Are we off?
We're off air.
Oh, wait,
I'm
no,
always
Destiny's streaming.
Yeah, I'm
No, I'm
streaming.
not gonna-
Don't say
okay.
crazy.
I'm streaming as well.
I was this close.
Yeah,
I
seriously,
was
dude.
this
Sam
close.
Cedar's got his finger on the record button. Okay, watch out. He's fucking
No,
watching.
not the end. I was this close, just letting it. But no,
Sam
I
Cedar is going to
come
make
on.
so much in ad revenue.
Just
Be able
the
to dust
N-word? That's weak,
infinite
Nick.
crime.
What's worse than that?
I hate that Nick missed
I was going to say the
my-
Holocaust, but I guess you probably don't believe that's real. So.
Well, that's not a slur. Holocaust isn't a slur.
True.
Yeah.
That was fun. Thank you, guys.
That was
let me know
super fun.
If I can add any links to the description, I've got everybody linked already. But if you want me to add any in addition to the one or two in Brenton's case that I have in the description box, let me know and I will.
Okay. I love you guys. Have fun.
You have a link to my
love you
OnlyFans,
too,
right?
Steven. Love you
I'm,
too,
I'm
Steve.
very
Yeah.
happy you joined. Like,
Check your
you did
Discord,
really
Nick.
good.
Loser. Bye.
I will. I will check it.
Guys, have a good night.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Bye.
See you.
Bye.
Good
See ya.
night.
Then I-
See ya.
Take care.
Good stuff, guys. That was excellent. We're going to sign off because I'm exhausted. I always get so exhausted by these things. And I know I don't seem exhausted right now because I'm speaking really quickly because I love doing that, going rap god. That was a lot of fun. I feel like I did really good early on. Oh my God. Thank you, Christian Valorous. That was so nice. Oh my God, you're so nice. Thank you. That was really great. I really enjoyed that. I feel like I always am like really strong early on, and then I kind of peter out because I'm like, I just get tired. And I guess everyone also gets tired, but like a lot of those questions by the end were just sort of boring to me. Or just, well, not exactly boring. They were entertaining, but like I couldn't add to the entertainment because I didn't really like know the context. It was great. Okay. I love you all. Thank you so much for hanging out in chat. I think, I don't know, you guys make it fun for me. So I will say goodnight for now. It was great. Bye, everybody.